Chapter 1169. Yang Fan was quiet for a few moments, then indifferently spat out, 10,000 cavalry. Li Longji's inky, sword-like brows slightly rose as he said, 10,000 cavalry? Aren't these 10,000 cavalry already under the control of the Wei clan? Yang Fan smiled and said, controlling an army and replacing the main commander of an army with one of your own are two different things. These 10,000 cavalry were single-handedly established by this Yang. Although Yang Fan is no longer in office, it hasn't been long since he left office, so he still has some prestige. As for the Wei clan's party, although they have the 10,000 cavalry under their control and even have the winged cavalry to keep them in check, Wei Xian and Wei Bo have never been soldiers or fought in battle. They only know how to use harsh punishments and harsh laws to control their subordinates. As a result, they have not been able to raise the morale of the army and have instead caused their subordinates to become disloyal and disloyal. This Yang still has some friendship with the generals in the army. If this Yang were to step forward and communicate with them, if someone qualified to assume command of the army were to step forward and preside over the situation, I am confident that those hot-blooded men will make the wisest choice. Li Longji slightly narrowed his eyes, a sharp light occasionally flashing through them. He was currently evaluating and digesting the information Yang Fan had told him, and his angular and square face appeared solemn. Yang Fan calmly gazed at him, his pursed lips revealing several fine and distinct lines, causing his face to exude an expression of determination and decisiveness. On this contemplative face, there was a maturity that did not quite match his age. Yang Fan continued, although Wei clan is holding the absolute power now, but their foundation is only concentrated in the capital, and it is only on the surface. At this point, they only need a surprise troop, and perhaps they can achieve great things. If this continues, it will truly be impossible to stop. Li Longji gave a slight nod, his thoughts frantically racing. He agreed with Yang Fan's view. He also knew that once the Wei clan's party gained even greater power and absolute control over the political situation, they would never let the Prince of Xiang's branch go. At that time, his father, his brothers, his sisters, the entire Prince of Xiang's branch would be uprooted. Yang Fan had undoubtedly developed this sense of crisis, which was why he wanted to advance and retreat together with him, a fellow sufferer. Li Longji was mainly thinking about whether there was any possibility of success after joining forces with Yang Fan. At present, he was accumulating power in Luzhou. Back in the capital, he had also made a group of brothers whom he could entrust his life to. However, he knew that this power was not enough to protect himself, let alone counterattack. Back then, he had only been constantly seeking power, not because he had delusions that he could resist the imperial court with his weak power. It was merely an instinctive reaction in the face of danger, as well as an indignant anger. However, what if they added the power of 10,000 cavalrymen? Li Longji thought to himself, with my salary, it's naturally not enough to recruit more people. However, I now have Zheng Li, Sun Long, Pei Yao, and other wealthy merchants from the western regions who have pledged their allegiance. They've been pushed aside and bullied by the Longxili clan. Now that they've moved to Lu province, they've already pledged their allegiance to me. These merchants, who have long resided in the restless lands of the western regions, are different from the merchants of the Central Plains. They are more willing to take risks. As long as I agree to enough conditions for them, I'm confident that they will spare no expense to help me. With their financial support, I can recruit even more warriors and buy even more people. If I add on the army of 10,000 cavalry, if things go smoothly, 1,000 people will be enough to topple the regime. 10,000 people is an enormous capital. It's worth the risk. Time waits for no man. At this thought, Li Longji suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Yang Fan. He sternly said, "Great General, can you persuade 10,000 cavalry to defect? How confident are you?" In his nervousness, Li Longji couldn't help but revert to the respectful title of Great General he used for Yang Fan. By addressing him this way, he emphasized his status and use. The army, that was the only guarantee of success. Yang Fan lowered his head in thought, then slowly raised his head. 70%. Li Longji closed his eyes, then opened them again. He let out a long exhale and emotionally said, 30% is worth the gamble. Great General Yang, if this matter succeeds, my Prince of Xiang's lineage will not disappoint, General. If I violate this oath, may the heavens and earth hate me, and may even gods and ghosts attack me. Princess, please wait a moment. This servant will go. There's no need. This princess will go see Imperial Mother. Princess Annel did not wait for the eunuch to say anything. She arrogantly waved her hand and walked in with her chest held high, exuding a graceful bearing. She wore an extremely gorgeous dress woven from the feathers of hundreds of birds. The dress had also cleverly used the different colors of the feathers to weave flowers, birds, and beasts of all sizes. Some were as big as a fist, some as small as a grain of millet. It could be said to be an exquisite work of art. Under the moon and under the sun, this kind of dress looked different. Even if it was under the same sunlight, it would still undergo all sorts of changes at different angles and in different intensities of light. Seeing the astonished and curious gazes of the palace maids and eunuchs she encountered along the way, Li Guo'er's vanity was greatly satisfied. She had finally obtained a dress of hundreds of birds that was not one bit inferior to the one from the Yang clan, because it had taken far too much time to gather the materials, design, and workmanship. Even though Enlu had offered 3 times the price of the dress that Yang Fan had bought, she had only obtained it today. Princess Annel impatiently put on this dress and rushed to the imperial palace. She wanted to ask her mother to hold a grand banquet at the still incomplete Dingkunchi, inviting all the princesses, emblems, and daughters of the diplomatic envoys. At this banquet, she could display her unique feather dress. Yes, unique. Of course, the Yang family also had a feather dress like this, but the Yang family had never worn it in the streets. Enlu had enough confidence that she would be in the limelight at the banquet and cause countless women to look at her with astonished and envious gazes. As for the Yang family, Enlu smiled coldly. There would be a day when she would have Yang Fan die without a burial. She would have Yang Fan's wives, concubines, and children all become her official slaves. She would humiliate and enslave them at will. She would confiscate Yang Fan's home and personally burn that feather dress that had humiliated her. Princess Enlu arrives. The palace guard Tai Jin, following behind, Enlu saw that Enlu was about to enter the palace and suddenly sang loudly. Enlu had wanted to give her mother a surprise. Hearing him shout, she couldn't help but glare at him reproachfully. However, she didn't make things difficult for her mother's confidant. On the bed in the palace, Empress Wei was lying on a pillow with her legs spread apart. There was a person leaning under her dress. Only the lower half of her body was exposed. Occasionally, she would make smacking sounds. Empress Wei's face was full of spring. Her eyes were like silk. She was gritting her pearly white teeth and seductively enduring Ma Chinka's tongue. When she suddenly heard this shout, her expression changed. She quickly sat up and said, "Get up quickly. Guo'er is here." Li Qieying held the zither in her arms. Her mind was in a daze. It was very easy for a young girl who was experiencing her first awakening of love to develop a favorable impression towards a handsome, mature, successful man of the opposite sex. If the two of them had many special experiences, and that man was the only man of the opposite sex that she could interact with regularly, some things would come naturally. Moreover, even though the rumors and slanders about them were false. But if they were to be put on a show, it could turn the show into reality. She did not know when it started, but Yang Fan's figure had already filled her heart. However, she was also clear that based on her status and identity, it was impossible for her to be with Yang Fan. A girl's shyness and reservation made it, so that she could not even confess her love to Yang Fan. She could not help but feel sorry for herself. She subconsciously plucked the strings of the zither and unwittingly played that song again. The simple and unsophisticated music spread into the quiet room at the back. Yang Fan and Li Longji, who were sitting opposite each other and discussing official business, appeared to have a kind of ancient feeling. However, when he heard his sister's zither song, Li Longji was startled. Not only was Li Longji adept in both literature and martial arts, he was also well-versed in the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He was no stranger to the song that his little sister was playing. As he listened to that familiar melody, a corresponding ancient poem flowed through his heart like the murmuring of a brook. Indigo collar, leisurely in my heart. Even if I do not go, Xening will not have a voice. Indigo zipe, leisurely in my thoughts. Even if I do not go, Xening will not come. Picking and picking in the city watchtower. 1 day apart is like 3 months. This temple master of True Jade Temple, who had already entered the Tao and had already attained a rank for Immortal Book, was actually playing the song Indigo Collar. Sister, this is thinking of who? Li Longji's expression suddenly became rather strange. Yang Fan did not notice his strangeness. He was currently responding to the conditions that Li Longji had just proposed. The official path is dangerous. Sen Lang, once this matter is completed, I don't want the title of prince, nor do I want to stay in the bureaucracy. This Yang would rather be a carefree and unfettered farmer. I am willing to do everything in my power to assist the Prince of Siam. I only ask that after this matter is completed, San Lang can promise me 2 things. Li Longji hurriedly gathered his thoughts and said to Yang Fan, "What are these 2 things? Erlang, please speak." Yang Fan said, "First, if this matter is completed, I hope that the Prince of Xiang's bloodline can treat our brothers in the cavalry well. It's fine even if we have to transfer them from the army for other purposes, but please treat them well." Li Longji gazed at Yang Fan and suddenly laughed involuntarily. "Haha, Erlang, are you worried that we will be like the current His Majesty, suspecting you for no reason and fearing your prestige in the cavalry, thus doing something unfavorable to them?" Li Longji calmly shook his head. "They are your comrades, and even more so, officials of the imperial court. If an emperor cannot win the loyalty of those who rely on the emperor's salary, cannot suppress those who harbor dissenting ambitions, then this emperor is incompetent. Incompetent people, no matter how hard they try, will find it hard to escape defeat." So, Li Longji took a deep breath and confidently said, "After this matter is completed, the imperial court will still put them in important positions. As long as the emperor treats his officials like his own brothers and sisters, even if it's you, if you want to lead them to rebel against the imperial court, they will definitely not comply." Yang Fan looked at this high-spirited young prince in front of him and cheerfully nodded. Li Longji asked, "Then what's the second matter?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said, "The second matter is easy to handle. It's about a woman." Li Longji's expression suddenly became strange again. He asked, "A woman?" Yang Fan nodded and softly said, "She and I are in love with each other. However, her identity and status are too sensitive, so we can't stay together. If we succeed today, I hope that San Lang can lend me a hand and let me take her to live in seclusion in the forest." Li Longji's face suddenly flushed red. His eyes widened, and his figure leaped up like a tiger. He clenched his fists and shouted, Shut up. Yang Fan was stunned. Li Longji said sternly, You already have a house full of wives and concubines, yet you still have designs on my younger sister? No matter how precarious my family situation is, she is still a member of the imperial family. How can she be a concubine? You actually dare to raise such a condition? What kind of person do you think I, Li Sanlang, am? Whether it's for self-preservation or for the throne, this Li will not betray my family and sacrifice my younger sister. Yang Fan wiped the spittle off his face and blankly looked at the furious Li Longji. He thought to himself, did this guy drink too much? Chapter 1170. Princess Enlu walked into the bedroom and saw her mother reclining on the bed. Grand Physician Ma Chinka was sitting on a brocade stool by the bed and taking her mother's pulse. Enlu asked, Anyang, are you not feeling well? Empress Wei's hair was slightly loose. Her face was flushed, her eyes watery. She really did look like she was lying on the bed. She smiled slightly at her daughter and said, Nothing, it's just that I didn't sleep well. After Grand Physician Ma's treatment, I'm much better. Empress Wei glanced at Machinka, who was putting on an act, and said lightly, You can leave. Ben Gong wants to speak with my daughter. Yes, this subject will leave. Machinka hurriedly picked up the medicine box that had never been opened and bowed to Empress Wei, and Enlu before retreating outside. Machinka had a dignified appearance, and even Enlu couldn't help but take another look at him. Enli's heart suddenly skipped a beat. There was a strand of curly hair stuck to the corner of Machinka's mouth, and when he looked at his mother's flushed cheeks, Enlu suddenly realized something. Empress Wei felt slightly guilty under her daughter's slightly strange gaze. She hurriedly coughed and straightened her body, asking, Why does daughter have the time to visit mother today? Princess Enlu quickly concealed her strangeness. She lifted the hem of her dress and twirled on the spot. She giggled and asked, Anyang, do you think daughter's dress looks good? When Empress Wei saw it, her eyes lit up. She carefully examined the feather dress and praised, It really is a work of art. Where did this daughter buy such a dress? It is probably one of a kind in the world. Hee, of course it is. Unique. Princess Enlu was very proud. When she said, unique, she suddenly remembered that the Yang family had a similar dress. A thread of darkness flashed across her heart, but she quickly threw the thought away. This dress is not unique now, but it will definitely be in the future. Princess Enlu put down the hem of her dress and went forward to grab Empress Wei's arm. She giggled and said, Anyang, it's almost spring, and the flowers are blooming. My Ding Kuan-chi is starting to take shape. Why doesn't mother invite all the noble ladies and socialites in the capital and hold a banquet at Ding Kuan-chi? Empress Wei heard this and understood her daughter's intentions. She couldn't help but chuckle. You got a precious dress and you can't wait to show it off to others? Princess Enlu wasn't shy at all. She smiled and said, Since I have embroidered clothes, how can I travel at night? Mother, do you agree? Empress Wei thought for a moment and said, Daughter, it is not necessary to go to Ding Kuan-chi to hold the banquet. This spring the court will be holding the heaven and earth sacrificial ceremony in the southern suburbs. Mother wants to personally attend the ceremony. Mother is a woman. It is not good to ask a group of foreign officials to serve as the kitchen attendants. Therefore, I want all the madams and daughters of the ministers in the capital to serve as the kitchen attendants. Your daughter will be going with mother. When the time comes, not only will all the noble ladies and young ladies of the capital be able to witness your splendor, even the ministers of the court will be able to admire your elegance. When Princess Anil heard this, she was overjoyed and quickly said, Good, good, but mother wants to be the Yaxian. Will father agree? Ever since the Duke of Zhou established rights, the use of rights in the officialdom grew. Even now, the specific steps of every ceremony contained rich political meaning. This was even more so for a grand ceremony like the heaven and earth sacrificial ceremony. All along, the heaven and earth sacrificial ceremony was always the Son of Heaven responsible for the first offering, the ministers and officials responsible for the second offering. If the crown prince was present, under normal circumstances, the crown prince would be responsible for the second offering. This rule was once broken by Emperor Gaozong and had Empress Wu Zetian be the second offering. Wu Zetian also made an exception and threw the then crown Prince Li Dan to one side and had the King of Wei, Wu Chengxi, be responsible for the second offering. These two events had caused an intense debate in the court. That was why Lu asked this question. Empress Wei twisted the corner of her mouth and said disdainfully, "Your older brother, Chong Run, was killed by Di Tian Empress long ago. The successor, Crown Prince Chongjun, is an animal who wanted to kill his father and mother and has been executed. Zhong Fu is unfilial and has been sent to Lingnan. As for Zhong Mao, he is still an ignorant child. Other than mother, who else is fit to be the second offering?" Lu giggled and pointed at the tip of her nose, saying, "Of course it is me. Mother, I am your biological daughter. Zhong Fu and Zhong Mao are both Shu sons and have low status. They are not related to mother by blood. Could it be that mother still wants to choose a crown prince from among them?" And Lu sat down next to Empress Wei and said, "Look, Zhongjun was not born by you. How did he treat you after becoming the crown prince? He actually wanted to send troops to kill his mother. Mother, now that I have even had a female emperor, why can't daughter be the crown princess? We are one family. Rather than letting Zhong Fu or Zhong Mao be the crown prince and letting mother down when they are fully fledged, Anyang should persuade a father to appoint daughter as the crown princess. We are close relatives. Daughter is the one who is truly filial to you." Empress Wei glared at her and said angrily, "Preposterous! This kind of matter, even the emperor cannot make a decision on his own. You want to be the crown princess? Will all the civil and military officials in court agree? Your father can't be without scruples." And Lu said with disdain, "What civil and military officials are there? Right now, aren't all the civil and military power in our hands? Whoever dares to disobey, we will use swords to force them to obey. Ah, Anyang, why don't we do this?" And Lu said excitedly, "Anyway, father does not like to be in charge of government affairs. Right now, most of the government affairs are managed by mother. Why don't father give the throne to Nyang? Father will be the grand emperor. Mother will be the emperor. Then, daughter will be the crown princess. Isn't it logical?" Empress Wei poked her forehead lightly and said with a smile, You are really indulging in the wildest fantasies. This melon head of yours, what kind of muddled ideas do you think of all day?" As Empress Wei said so, her heart suddenly moved. That's right. The Political Affairs Hall, the 6 ministries, and the Imperial Guards of the North and South are all in my Wei clan's hands. Why can't I really be the empress? Madame Wei and Li Xian had already cooled their relationship as husband and wife, and from the bottom of her heart, she looked down on Li Xian. Ever since the refined Ma Qinka and the strong and muscular Yang Jun had become her guests, she felt even less shame for Li Xian's position. Now, her daughter's words had actually moved her heart. Thinking of the Empress Wu Zetian's domineering and unparalleled presence in the past, thinking of how she herself didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of this Empress grandmother, Empress Wei's thoughts couldn't help but wander. Li Xian had been afraid of Empress Wei for a long time. Even though he had become the emperor, this henpecked habit had never been changed. Moreover, right now, both the civil and military paths were in the hands of Madame Wei. He, as the emperor, had no confidence. However, When Zhang Jianji and the other 5 meritorious officials had become complacent and overstepped their bounds, Li Xian was unable to restrain his anger. When his blood brothers and sister held great power, he was wary. Now, the entire imperial court was surnamed Wei, but he didn't have the slightest bit of suspicion or fear. This emperor, who had lived in Fangzhou's Huangjuling for 16 years, seemed to only have a vision as big as a thatched hut. In his view, no matter how powerful his wife was, she was still his wife, his family. Her power was his power. Moreover, her power had to rely on his status as the emperor, so he didn't have to worry about betrayal. Therefore, when Empress Wei begged him to make the offering, Li Xian almost didn't have to think at all and readily agreed. But as expected, this matter caused a great uproar in the imperial court. When Emperor Gaozong was consecrated on Mount Tai, it was Empress Wu Zetian who was responsible for making the offering. That was an unprecedented move. As a result, Wu Zetian succeeded Emperor Gaozong and became the emperor. From then on, Li Tang had been in turmoil for more than 20 years. Could it be, after Wu Zetian, there was going to be another Empress Wei? Even though the Wei clan had basically taken control of the imperial court, they still couldn't control all voices. Immediately, an imperial censor objected. Empress Wei had long since prepared for this. She immediately arranged for someone to quote scriptures and say that it was an ancient custom for the empress to participate in the grand ceremony. The opposing imperial censor argued that in the ancient custom, the empress's participation in the grand ceremony was a sacrifice to the ancestors, a sacrifice to the imperial ancestral temple, and not a sacrifice to the heavens and the earth. There was a fundamental difference between the two. The two factions argued endlessly. Seeing this, Li Xian decided, this matter can be decided by the prime ministers. Who were the people in the political affairs hall? Yang Zixi, who was in a dilemma, and Dolu Qinwang, who was ostensibly loyal to Li Xian but was actually the prince of Xiang's trusted aide, had injured his body in the tug-of-war and was currently bedridden, recovering from his injuries at home. Of the remaining prime ministers, 3 were surnamed Wei, all of them of the same clan as Empress Wei. The prime ministers naturally stood on Empress Wei's side, so the matter of the empress's offering was settled. Bang! A cup of tea was slammed down in front of Li Longji, the tea instantly spilling out and splashing onto the table. Following that, another cup of tea was brought out. A pair of slender and delicate hands gently placed it in front of Yang Fan, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Li Longji had a bitter smile on his face. Ever since he had misunderstood Yang Fan last time and almost fought with Yang Fan, Princess Yuzhen had been both angry and embarrassed after learning the truth. She no longer had a good attitude toward her third brother. Girls always go out. Isn't it all for your own good that I'm doing this? Li Longji rubbed his nose and thought gloomily, Great General, please have some tea. Li Qiang gave a gentle smile to Yang Fan, picked up the tea tray, and left the room. Li Longji bitterly watched his sister leave, but all he got in return was an indignant, supercilious look. Then he pulled the curtain door shut. Cough. Yang Fan coughed awkwardly and said, Sen Lang, are you aware of what has happened in the court these days? Yang Fan and Li Longji both lived by the Longqing Pond. Yang Fan's mansion was next to Li Qingqi's, so there was no need for him to come to Yuzhen Temple. However, Yang Fan had no choice. There was someone else's spy by his side, and Yang Fan didn't want to expose this person, but he also had to guard against him. Thus, he could only use Princess Yuzhen as a cover. Li Longji's expression turned serious, and he nodded lightly. The emperor announced that the empress would be the offering of the offering. Afterwards, a palace maid said that colorful auspicious clouds had appeared on the empress's dress. It was an auspicious sign, and the emperor announced it to the world. Yang Fan continued, Yesterday, there was another person who said that there must be a song before the sage received the mandate from heaven. Before Emperor Taizong received the mandate, there was a song called Peaches and Plums. Before Emperor Taizong received the mandate, there was a song called Music of the King of Qin Breaking the Formation. Before heaven received the mandate, there was a song called Charming Lady. Today, there is a song called Mulberry Chow Wei. It can be seen that Empress Wei is the empress of the nation from heaven, Li Longji said. All these are very similar to the empress before she became the emperor. First the offering, then the auspicious sign, followed by the mandate from heaven. Empress Wei's actions are all imitating the empress. Then what did the empress do next? Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and said sternly, "Kill the members of Li Tang's royal family and execute the loyal officials of Li Tang." Li Longji said with a heavy expression, "We are like an arrow on the bowstring. We have no choice but to release it." Chapter 1171. Back then, Wu Zetian had waited until her husband had passed away, until her son had become emperor. Only then did she begin to build up her power and move to eradicate her dissidents. Only after preparing for 8 whole years was she able to force the puppet emperor's son to abdicate the throne. But Empress Wei was not like Wu Zetian. The more important the matter was, the more she planned before taking action. Only when the willow had just sprouted did she have the ambition to become emperor. Before the willow catkins had filled the air, she had already accomplished half of what Wu Zetian had needed 8 years to accomplish. Countering soldiers with arms was built on a foundation of equal strength. If there was a large disparity in strength between the two sides, then what was the use of countering soldiers with arms? By the time the opponent was fully prepared, there would be no way to stop them. All they could do was close their eyes and accept death. Yang Fan and Li Longji were both people with the keen senses of wild beasts. They sensed danger, but they could not be sure when Empress Wei would begin her purge of the imperial clan and loyal ministers, so they had to race against time. Yang Fan sternly asked, "Has Sam Lang ever tried to probe your esteemed father's intentions? What does the Prince of Xiang think?" Li Longji lightly shook his head and dejectedly said, "I once carefully probed my father's intentions. When my father sensed something, he immediately sternly reprimanded me. His esteemed self will not. Alas!" Yang Fan thought for a moment, then said, "Since this is the case, there is no need for you to probe your esteemed father's intentions. If this matter succeeds, it will naturally be best for your esteemed father to ascend to the throne. At that time, your esteemed father will be the Emperor Emeritus, and I believe that your esteemed father will be able to accept this result. If your esteemed father insists on not replacing his brother, then we will settle for the next best thing and have your esteemed father become regent. In short, we must seize power. No matter what, we cannot allow the present emperor to grasp it, or else we will inevitably end up like Zhang Jianji and the others." Li Longji solemnly nodded. "I understand. After the grand ceremony, I will hurry back to Lu province to prepare." Yang Fan said, "Good. I will also try to get in touch with a squad of my 10,000 cavalry as soon as possible. If we can make it in time, we will act first. If we can't, we will begin our preparations early so that we won't be unable to fight back when the butcher's knife is upon us." Li Longji said, "Well, after I return to Luzhou, I'll leave my father to you." Yang Fan understood and said, "Be at ease. If Empress Wei suddenly strikes a vicious blow, Shui Chongjian and I will do our utmost to escort the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping out of Chang'an and defend the northern lands. We might be able to fight back." Li Longji cupped his fists towards Yang Fan and bowed solemnly. Yang Fan returned the greeting solemnly. This bow was a promise of life and death. The southern suburbs' grand ceremony was held as scheduled. For Li Xian, such a solemn and dignified great ceremony of heaven and earth was just a game he used to make his wife and daughter happy. But for Wei Ho, it was of great significance. Wu Zetian had only obtained the right to preside behind the curtain 5 years after she was conferred the title of empress, and this was because Emperor Gaozong Li Ji's rheumatism had made him dizzy and unable to attend to politics, so he had no choice but to entrust the empress with the task. Empress Wei had smoothly obtained the right to preside behind the curtain when Li Xian had just become emperor. Wu Zetian had only obtained the right to preside behind the curtain 11 years after she was conferred the title of empress. Empress Wei had still walked ahead of Wu Zetian. As for the ballad of offering auspicious signs and accepting the mandate of the heavens, while Emperor Gaozong Li Ji was alive, Wu Zetian would never have dared to do such a thing, but Empress Wei had done the same. Empress Wei was filled with pride. She felt that she was even more outstanding than her mother-in-law, Wu Zetian. It was even easier for her to become empress than it was for Wu Zetian. Once ambition sprouted in this environment extremely suitable for growth, it almost instantly grew into a towering tree. In the 4th year of Jinglong, the grand ceremony in the southern outskirts, the Son of Heaven offered his first offering, the Empress offered her second offering, and the noble women and daughters accompanied them. After the grand ceremony, the Emperor declared a general amnesty, pardoning the exiles. After the ceremony, the Son of Heaven returned to court. The Prince of Xiang, Taiping, and the other important ministers accompanied him, while everyone else dispersed in a hubbub. When those noble women and daughters first heard that they were going to accompany the Empress in the grand ceremony, they thought it was a very interesting matter. But after this grand ceremony, their faces were covered in grease and sweat, their makeup was ruined, and their feet were sore. They truly complained incessantly. Once the grand ceremony was over, they all climbed into their carriages and returned to their manners. Li Qingqi and his brothers first went into their carriages to change out of their heavy and old-fashioned ceremonial robes and put on casual robes before riding off again. After riding along the official road for a while, Li Longji suddenly pulled on the reins and gazed into the distance. Li Longfan asked in surprise, "San Lang, why are you going?" Li Longji replied, "You guys go back first. I want to walk by myself." After saying this, Li Longji kicked his stirrups and whipped his horse. He charged out of the official road and galloped into the wilderness. Li Longfen anxiously called out, "Third brother!" He turned his horse around and wanted to chase after him, but Li Qingqi anxiously called out, "Lao Wu, stop!" Li Qingqi gazed in the direction Li Longji had gone and gently shook his head. He sighed and said, "Don't worry about him. Let him go by himself and relax." Among these brothers, only Li Qingqi had a rough idea of what San Lang was doing. He knew that this brother of his, who had yet to reach adulthood, bore a heavy burden on his shoulders. But he knew that his talent was not as good as his third brother's. There were some things that he, as the eldest brother, could not shoulder. He could only silently pray in his heart that his third brother could succeed. Li Longji whipped his horse in a hurry. His steed was extremely handsome, but under its master's urging, it shot off like an arrow from a bow. In just a few moments, it had disappeared without a trace. Li Longfan looked in bewilderment in the direction his third brother had gone, then turned his horse around and returned to the ranks. "Hiya! Hiya! Hiya!" Li Longji, one man and one horse, galloped as if they were flying. The horse arrived at Kunming Lake and was greeted by the boundless blue waves. His chest felt free, and the heavy pressure that had been pressing down on his chest suddenly turned into a mass of turbid air. He forcefully exhaled it, and only then did he feel much better. Li Longji dismounted and led his horse forward, pacing back and forth on Kunming. Everywhere he looked, There were blue waves and green trees, as if they were from a painting. Li Longji's depressed mood gradually relaxed in this picturesque scenery. A grassy slope appeared in front of him. On the side was a large tree with a canopy like the clouds. The leaves were all fresh green, reflecting the sunlight and giving off a light yellow color. A shallow ditch had been dug in the grass to divert the lake water. A dozen or so finely dressed youths were sitting on both sides of the shallow ditch, surrounded by pretty maids. Obviously, they were all children of either rich or noble families. Li Longji stopped in front of that grassy slope. Less than a foot in front of him was the small ditch that diverted the lake water. The lake water flowed leisurely, and a wine cup was floating on the surface of the water. The cup was filled with fine wine. A young man who was about 6 or 7 parts drunk saw Li Longji. He saw that although he was only 1 man and 1 horse, his appearance was handsome, and he looked like a talented person. He couldn't help but have a good impression of Li Longji. He raised his cup to Li Longji with a smile, and in a clear voice said, "Meeting is fate. Why don't you drink a cup?" Li Longji saw their leisurely and carefree appearance, and his nervous heart was even more relaxed. He smiled slightly and let go of the reins, letting the horse go to the side to nibble on the grass. He stooped down and picked up the cup of wine from the water. He raised it to the hospitable young man and drank it in 1 gulp. The young man saw that he was straightforward, clapped his hands, and laughed. "What a wonderful man! Since you are alone, why don't you sit with us and drink a few cups?" Li Longji was very pleased with this person's frankness, so he walked over and sat next to him. The young man giggled and said, "Huan Yun, why aren't you pouring wine for this Lang Jun?" The pretty maid standing next to him immediately knelt down and poured wine for Li Longji. Li Longji sat cross-legged, his expression calm, and there wasn't the slightest bit of uneasiness. Looking at all the young men present, only Li Longji was as handsome as jade. The pretty maids around him couldn't help but steal glances at him, rather envious that the young girl pouring wine could be so close to him. The young man who invited Li Longji to sit with him turned his head and said to his companions, "Therefore, I believe that the Confucian school of thought is good for cultivating the body, but not enough to govern a country. I'm not saying that human nature is inherently evil, but as a human being, there are countless temptations in the world. Human nature, which has no distinction between good and evil, will naturally lean towards the evil side. Just relying on moral education is absolutely not enough and must be restrained by law." Li Longji glanced at him in surprise and thought, "So these young officials are debating here. It seems that this young man who shares the same surname as me advocates legalism." The young man surnamed Li continued, "The dogma of the Confucian school, the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, are too unrealistic. Governing by law, one must be smooth on the outside, but square on the inside. Only then can the imperial court and the country have rules to follow, and only then can one not do or not do, and only then can one have a limit to everything." A young man with a few pimples on his face saw Li Longji's handsome face and graceful bearing, and couldn't help but feel jealous. Then he saw that he was sitting with them without restraint, and he became even more displeased. However, he was not in the mood to listen to the young man surnamed Li's argument. He put down his wine cup and interrupted the young man surnamed Li, saying, "Gnu, today is a rare day of leisure, so why are you peddling your Han Fei theory again? We are all disciples of the Confucian school, so we won't listen to your unorthodox methods. Hee, why don't we play a game and drink a few more cups?" The young man surnamed Li laughed helplessly and said, "What game? Tell me." That person looked left and right and said with a smile, "You and I are both officials of high status. Why don't we introduce ourselves here and list the heroes of our families from the previous 3 generations, and then arranged the drinking order based on that. When everyone heard this, they all felt that it was very interesting. If it was only based on the position of the father's generation, then there was no need to arrange the ranking. But when it came to the grandfather and great-grandfather, then it was not certain who was higher and who was lower. The youths were competitive, and so they all cheered. One of them said excitedly, "I'll go first. My great-grandfather is the right servant of the Minister of Finance, a disciple of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, and was conferred the title of Duke of Su, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Ancestral Appointments. My father is the Provincial Governor of Shuzhou. I am Suzhun, conferred the title of Colonel Qianyo." Those who dared to be the first to introduce themselves naturally had a more illustrious family background, but the others might not necessarily be weaker than him. Some great-grandfather's generation was not as illustrious as their family, but their father's generation would surpass them. Thus, the youth who initiated this game said, "My great-grandfather is the provincial governor of Dingzhou. My ancestor is the head of the Hall of Governmental Affairs and the son of the Crown Prince. My father is the Crown Prince's junior protector and the Minister of Rights. I am Xue Qitong, currently the Palace Grandee." After Xue Qitong finished speaking, he arrogantly glanced at Li Longji. The youth surnamed Li, who was sitting next to Li Longji, said, "My great-grandfather is the Prince of Chongping. My ancestor is the chief historian of Yuanzhou. My father is in the army at Yangzhou. I am Li Linfu, currently the Colonel Qianyo." As Li Linfu spoke, his tone was somewhat gloomy. Compared to those two people, his clan was really getting worse with each generation. Li Longji looked at him with some surprise. He didn't think that the person in front of him would be his cousin in the same generation as his great-grandfather. Although their bloodline was already very distant, they were still part of the Li clan. Li Tang's imperial clan was now in decline, so seeing someone from the same clan inevitably made them feel closer. At this time, another person was about to introduce himself, but Xue Qitong interrupted him and said to Li Longji, with a smile, "Since you came uninvited, you must be from a noble clan. I wonder what kind of illustrious figures are in your clan. Why don't you tell us and broaden our horizons?" There was a hint of mockery in his tone. When the other youths heard his words, they all revealed a playful smile and looked at Li Longji in unison. Although Li Longji's family background is not bad, for him to travel around the Kunming Lake without a servant and on his own horse, even if there is someone in his family who is an official, his position must be very low. Li Linfu was a little drunk. Only now did he realize that Xue Qitong's game was meant to humiliate the guest he invited. He was a little displeased, and just as he was about to defend Li Longji grabbed his arm. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Li Longji indifferently declared, "My great-grandfather is the son of heaven. My father is the Prince of Siam. I am Li Longji, the current Prince of Lin Zi." As soon as his words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances and were speechless. Li Longji smiled and asked, "Can I drink the first cup of wine?" Xue Qitong's face turned red, and he embarrassedly replied, Of course it should be me." "And no, it should be Prince who drinks first." Li Longji laughed heartily. He picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Then he tossed the cup aside and stood up. He bowed deeply to Li Linfu and said, "Thank you for inviting me to drink. I'm deeply moved by your hospitality. I shall take my leave now." Li Longji led his horse and rode away under the shocked and embarrassed gazes of the crowd. In a short while, he disappeared into the lush green forest. Beside the Kunming Lake, Li Longji mounted the 3-feet-long Han Dynasty stone whale. Standing on the whale's back, he could see the vast expanse of blue water before him. A gust of wind blew from the lake, causing his robes to flutter. Holding the 3-foot sword, Li Longji sadly sighed. A real man must not be powerless for a day. Chapter 1172. Yang Fan walked behind the crowd. Seeing Li Longji riding his horse away as if he was venting, Yang Fan could not help but smile. He had thought that this youth, who looked far more mature than his actual age, had a strong will that would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Now it seemed that this was not the case. In the end, he was still a youth. Even if his breadth of mind, knowledge, courage, and wisdom were all stronger than his peers, it was still a skill that required time to accumulate. It required experience to form. Perhaps if he was given another 10 years, he could become very mature. But if a youth had that kind of deep shrewdness, then he could only be described as a monster. A light carriage suddenly sped past Yang Fan from behind. The carriage was very gorgeous. Even the outer wall of the carriage was engraved with exquisite patterns. It was also painted with good varnish. Under the sunlight, it shone with a jade-like luster. Yang Fan stared at the carriage seriously, as if he admired its workmanship and craftsmanship. But at the same time, he slightly tightened the reins in his hand, and the light horse slowed down. The carriage in front was still speeding, and Yang Fan rode freely. By the time he reached the gate of Chang, and the carriage had already disappeared. After returning to Longqing Square, Yang Fan turned his horse away from the main road and turned into a small path in the forest beside the road. It had just rained the day before, so the path was a little muddy. The guards following behind Yang Fan did not show any strange behavior. They knew that the path was not long, and that the back door of the Yuzhen Temple was at the end of the path. The master often went there recently. The story of Yang Fan and Princess Yuzhen had never been spread among the people, but the guards by Yang Fan's side had given them the clearest instructions. Every time the sect master went to Temple Master Yuzhen's place, he would linger for more than 2 hours. There was no doubt that this young, beautiful, and noble princess was the master's new favorite. 2 hours was enough for them to do a lot of things. When they reached the back door of the Jade Truth Temple, Run Wei and the others dismounted without Yang Fan's orders. They tied their horses to a tree and scattered around to wait. Yang Fan walked forward and personally knocked on the door. The door to the courtyard opened, and a pretty face peeked out. It was like a peony peeking out from the wall. Run Wei recognized that it was a little immortal nun by Princess Yuzhen's side. He seemed to have heard the sovereign call her Ning Xiang. As soon as she saw Yang Fan, Ning Xiang's face revealed an elated smile. She happily welcomed Yang Fan in and closed the door. Ren Wei looked up at the sky and lazily lay down on the soft grass. He had to wait for at least 2 hours. Yang Fan sneakily entered Princess Yuzhen's courtyard. An affair was indeed the best excuse to cover up. No matter how strange Yang Fan's actions were, others would help him make a reasonable explanation. "You're here." True Jade was wearing a white Taoist robe, her silky hair draped over her shoulders. She was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat with a Taoist scripture in her hand. She was quietly reading it. She was as beautiful as a white lotus that had just taken a bath. Hearing the sound of the barrier door, Li Qianying raised her head and saw Yang Fan come in. Her plain face and elegant manner immediately transformed into a joyful expression. This kind of action and expression was definitely the expression a young girl in love would have when she saw her lover. Ever since that day when Li Sanlang was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, angrily grabbing Yang Fan's collar and roaring, Yang Fan already knew this girl's affection for him. Seeing her reveal her true feelings, the softness in the depths of Yang Fan's heart couldn't help but be touched. "All right, you can go out." Li Qianying was about to welcome him when she suddenly remembered that Ning Xiang was still at the door and hurriedly said, Due to Yang Fan's influence, Li Qiang now also loved to drink tea. The charcoal fire in the clay stove was burning brightly, and the fragrance of tea permeated the air. Naturally, there was no need for Ning Xiang to come in and serve. As soon as the door was closed, Yang Fan's smile turned solemn. "Is he here?" Princess Yuzhen swallowed the words she was about to say. Her smile faded, and she nodded lightly, gesturing to the back. Yang Fan smiled and said, "If it wasn't for something important, he wouldn't have come to find me. I'll go and see him first." Princess Yuzhen was initially disappointed when Yang Fan asked about someone else. But when she heard his tone of explanation, as if he was afraid that she would be unhappy, Li Qiang's heart suddenly became happy. She nodded like a virtuous wife and gently watched as Yang Fan opened the door and walked to the back. Yang Fan passed through the corridor and walked into the meditation room. He saw Shun Mu sitting cross-legged and staring at the portrait of the Elder Supreme on the wall. Hearing the footsteps, Shun Mu turned his head and smiled at Yang Fan. Ever since they publicly broke off their relationship at the 5 Feet Plains, the two of them no longer met. When there was truly an important matter, they would communicate through Guer. However, which matter that required the two of them to discuss wasn't an important matter. It couldn't be explained in a few words. Later on, when they discovered that the Jade Truth Monastery was an exceptional hiding place, this predicament was resolved. With the hidden sex ability, it was a piece of cake for them to dig a secret passageway that led directly to the Jade Truth Monastery's rear residence, the Princess Courtyard. Yang Fan asked, "You suddenly invited me to meet you. Did something big happen?" Shun Mu replied, "If that wasn't the case, why would I come to see you? You are a charming beauty." He might be smiling casually, but there was a trace of worry in between his brows. It was obvious that something big had happened. Yang Fan could tell that he was worried. However, the current Yang Fan was getting more and more composed as he encountered something big. He wasn't in a hurry to probe further. Instead, he slowly sat down and teased, "I might not be a woman, but there is a delicate and noble beauty in this monastery." Shun Mu casually replied, "I might be a playboy, but I would never have designs on my brother's women." Yang Fan's face instantly heated up. He let out a dry cough and asked, "What exactly is it?" Shun Mu wasn't in a hurry to answer. He sized him up and asked, "Has Li Longji returned to Lu Province?" Yang Fan nodded and replied, "He will leave tomorrow." Shun Mu muttered, "The matter you are doing, you really don't need my help?" Yang Fan shook his head. "There's no need. If there's a chance of success, my strength is more than enough. If it doesn't succeed, even with the combined strength of the obvious and hidden sex, how can we contend against the army of the Imperial Court? You only need to place a few chips on the Wei clan's side. If this one fails and has no choice but to flee into the pugilistic world, you can come out and clean up the mess. Quickly tell me, why did you call me here today?" Shun Mu sat up a little straighter, and after a few moments of deliberation, he slowly said, "Anshi Protector General Guo Yuanjin might not be one of us, but over the years, our two sides have established a very close relationship. We have used our identities as powerhouses of the Western regions to help him consolidate the Imperial Court's rule in the Western regions, and in return, he has provided us with some conveniences. Our two sides have always cooperated happily, but now he is in trouble, very big trouble." Yang Fan frowned. "Are you talking about the conflict between Tukishi and Ashina?" Shun Mu replied, "Yes." The Tukishi had received the support of the hidden sect to become the #1 tribe of the 10 Turkic tribes, and Shun Mu had even succeeded in making the chief of the Tukishi tribe, Uzhail, into Tukishi Khan. But at the end of last year, Uzhail had died of illness. After Uzhail's death, his son Suaga succeeded him and became the chief of the 10 Turkic tribes. Logically speaking, the imperial court should have issued an edict conferring upon him the title of Tukashi Khan, but for some reason, the imperial court had not conferred this title. Ashina Zhongjia, the chief of the Ashina tribe, whose strength was second only to the Tukashi tribe, believed that Suaga had lost the support of the Tang dynasty and wanted to seize the throne of Khagan of the 10 Turkic tribes. The two tribes had fought several times, leaving Anshi in shambles, but Anshi Protector General Guo Yuanzhen could only bide his time. This was an internal conflict among the 10 Turkic tribes, and they were fighting over the leadership of the 10 Turkic tribes, not the Tang dynasty. Even though Guo Yuanzhen was Anshi Protector General, he did not have the authority to use the army to interfere. He quickly submitted a memorial to the imperial court suggesting that Ashina tribe be moved to the Guasha prefectures and cut off from the Suaga tribe. Li Xian issued an edict in agreement, and Ashina Zhongjia, who was transferred to a more affluent area and would no longer be subject to Suaga's control, happily agreed. But while Ashina tribe was moving, the imperial court suddenly changed its mind. Li Xian suddenly sent an envoy to Ashina Zhongjia, and at the same time, he appointed Great General Niu Shichang as Anshi Vice Protector General. Together with Ashina Zhongjia, he would send troops to suppress Suaga. The imperial court was openly siding with the offending Ashina tribe. Li Xian's appointment of Niu Shichang as Vice Protector General was a sign that Guo Yuanzhen was going to be deposed. If everything went as expected, after Niu Shichang defeated Suaga, he would officially replace Guo Yuanzhen as Anshi Protector General. The chief of the Tukashi tribe, Uzhail, had been loyal to the imperial court his entire life. For his son, Suaga, to take over his father's position was a matter of the heavens and the earth. It was precisely because the imperial court had delayed the appointment that Ashina tribe's ambitions had been aroused. Now, the imperial court was even helping Ashina tribe. If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? Suaga was infuriated by the news and naturally declared himself independent, proclaiming himself Khagan of the 10 families. He then dispatched 5,000 cavalry from Anshi, 5,000 from Yanqi, 5,000 from Shul, and his elite cavalry to attack the garrisons of the Tang dynasty. While Ashina Zhongjia was welcoming the imperial envoy, Suaga had received the news and personally led a surprise attack. In a single battle, he captured Ashina Zhongjia, killed the imperial envoy, and executed Great General Liu Shaosu. The newly appointed Anshi Vice Protector General, Niu Shichang, was infuriated by the news and personally led an army to suppress Suaga, but he was utterly defeated by Suaga. Even he, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, died on the battlefield, and the 4 garrisons of Anshi fell. Li Xian was infuriated by the news. Believing that Prime Minister Zhong Chuk had said that Guo Yuanzhen had been guarding the western regions for a long time and had befriended various foreigners, that he harbored ill intentions, and that the rebellion of the Turkic 10 families was instigated by Guo Yuanzhen, he was relieved of his military post and ordered to return to the capital to be consulted. Li Xian also followed Zhong Chuk's advice and appointed General of the Right Guard Zhou Yidi as Anshi Protector General and Ashina Zhongjia's younger brother, Ashina Xian, as Khagan of the 10 families. How could Shin Mu just sit back and watch Guo Yuanzhen suffer? He had been dealing with this matter for the past few days, and Yang Fan knew the details. Hearing Shin Mu's words, Yang Fan could not help but frown and said awkwardly, "Even if I still have military authority, I cannot interfere with the court's handling of a high-ranking military official. Moreover, I am currently a wild crane with nothing to do. What can I do to help?" Shin Mu said, "You only need to help me bring a person to the imperial court during the Grand Court Conference." "Who is it?" Yang Fan asked in surprise. Clapping his hands 3 times, Shin Mu sternly ordered, "Bring him here." Chapter 1173. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from the study room on the left. followed by the sound of a heavy metal door opening. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the door to the quiet room was opened. Two men in green appeared in front of Yang Fan and Shun Mu, with a man whose face was covered with a black cloth. This person's face was covered with a black cloth, so that everything from his nose to his hairline was covered. Only his chin, which was full of beard, was exposed. His body was extremely tall and sturdy. With one look one could tell that he was a valiant warrior. Standing in the small room, he looked like a Mount Tai or a stone Gondang. However, in the eyes of a martial arts expert like Yang Fan, the two men in green, who didn't look burly, were the true experts. They might be skinny, but their bodies seemed to be forged from steel. Every movement they made seemed to exude an aura of vigor. After the burly man was brought into the room, one of the men in green pressed his shoulder lightly, and he sat down cross-legged. The two men in green quietly retreated and closed the door. Shun Mu said slowly, "Brother Gua, you can remove your mask now." When Yang Fan saw Shun Mu's actions, he knew that this person wasn't from the hidden sect. Therefore, Shun Mu asked him to wait outside. However, this person should have a close relationship with the hidden sect. Furthermore, his surname was Gua. Yang Fan was starting to get interested. When the burly man with a face full of beard heard Shun Mu's words, he removed his mask. When he came into contact with the light, his eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment, he slowly opened them. His brows were as thick as ink, and he had a square face and a wide mouth. He looked majestic, and although he wasn't handsome, he had a masculine beauty. Yang Fan couldn't help but praise him in his heart. Shun Mu pointed to Yang Fan and said, "Brother Gua, this is the Grand General that supports the nation." The burly man took a closer look at Yang Fan. When he saw that Yang Fan was much younger than him, he was even more astonished. He bowed to Yang Fan respectfully and said, "Anxi Protectorate's military advisor, Gua Hong, pays his respects to the Grand General." Yang Fan smiled and asked, "Who is Protector General Gua to you?" Gua Hong replied solemnly, "He is my father." Yang Fan softly exclaimed and cupped his hands. "Apologies." Shun Mu said, "Brother Gua, Zong Chuk covers the sky with one hand. The only one who can help your father now is the Grand General that supports the nation. Tell him what you said to Grand General Yang." Gua Hong nodded and looked gratefully at Shun Mu before telling his story to Yang Fan. Gua Hong nodded and looked gratefully at Shun Mu before telling his story to Yang Fan. It turned out that after the death of Tukishur Hanwujila, Sua Gu succeeded as the leader of the Tukishur tribe and immediately requested the imperial court to appoint him. The reason why the imperial court did not do so was because Zong Chuk failed to bribe him. When Gua Hong ascended the throne, Zhou, Protector General of the Right Guard stationed in the West region, Protector, reminded him show to show of was, by, of Grand of Hua, of Gu. When Gua Hong came, the supports by from of, was mighty Gua Hong by Huavan. Of sure enough, when Sua Ji's memorial arrived at the imperial court, it was kept there. Later on, Zhou Yidi and the chief of Ashina tribe, Zhongjia, became close. Not long after, Zhongjia, who was instigated by Zhou Yidi, issued a challenge to Gua Hong. Gua Yuanjin, the Protector General of Anxi, submitted a memorial to the imperial court suggesting that Ashina tribe be transferred out of Anxi and relocated to Gua and Sha. Ashina Zhongjia, who had not gained any advantage in the previous battles with Gua Hong, readily agreed. However, on the way, the unwilling Zong Chuk once again persuaded Li Xian to send great General Niu Shijiang out of the western regions to interfere in the internal struggle for power among the Turkic tribes. He wanted to ally with Ashina tribe to destroy Suaga. The imperial court's actions caused the other tribes of the Turkic tribes, who had always maintained a neutral position, to be greatly disgusted. They began to provide intelligence to the protectorate of the Turkic tribes and secretly support them. As a result, Suaga was able to capture Ashina Zhongjie alive and kill Niu Shijiang. At this time, Zongchuk once again proposed to have Great General of the Right Guard Zhou Yidi replace Gui Yuanjin as Protector General of Anqi and seize Gui Yuanjin's military authority. He also had the emperor appoint Ashina Zhongjie's younger brother, Ashina Xian, as Kaghan. Although Suaga had won a great victory, he did not have the confidence to oppose the imperial court. After capturing Ashina Zhongjie and Great General Liu Shaosu, he learned the whole story and immediately wrote a letter to Gui Yuanjin, entrusting him to express his difficulties to the imperial court. By this time, Gui Yuanjin had already been stripped of his position as Protector General and ordered to return to the capital to await his return. He knew that the moment he returned to the court, he would suffer the same fate as Blacktooth Chang, so he did his best to delay his return. Now that he saw Suaga's letter and the confessions of Ashina Zhongjie and Liu Shaosu, Gui Yuanjin felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. He was worried that the evidence would be destroyed by the minions of Wei's clique through normal means. So he had his son disguise himself and return to the capital to seek help from his good friend Shenmu. Shenmu was delighted to see the evidence brought by Guohong, but he had no way of safely escorting Guohong to the Golden Palace Hall, so he had to find Yang Fan. Guohong explained the matter to Yang Fan, then reached into his bosom and took out a sheepskin package. He carefully opened it in front of Yang Fan and took out a letter. Yang Fan skimmed through it and found that the contents were exactly as Guohong had said. Besides Gui Yuanjin and Suaga's confessions, the letter also contained the confessions signed by Ashina Zhongjie and Liu Shaosu. Shenmu asked in concern, "Great General, if this evidence is made public, will it be able to topple Zongchuk?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment, then replied, "At the very least, it can ensure Protector General's safety." Overjoyed, Guohong kowtowed to Yang Fan and said, "Great General, please uphold justice for us father and son." Yang Fan courteously said, "Brother Gua, please rise. Protector General has guarded the western regions and has made outstanding contributions. This Yang has always respected him. Now that Protector General has been harmed by scoundrels, this Yang cannot stand by and watch." After a moment's thought, he said to Shenmu, "Brother Shen, please escort Brother Gua to my residence first. During the court assembly tomorrow, I will ask Brother Gua to pretend to be my bodyguard and bring you into the palace to meet the emperor." As soon as Guohong heard this, he cried tears of joy, with tears streaming down his face. Guohong kowtowed 3 times to Yang Fan and said gratefully, "Great General's kindness, I will never forget it." Immediately 2 men in blue came in and covered Guohong's eyes, then took him away. Shenmu said to Yang Fan, "I know that your present situation is not very good. This matter has troubled you." Yang Fan said, "Even if I pretend to be a harmless little rabbit, their butcher's knife will still come down. Sowing good karma and leaving a way out is not bad." At the court, assembly, civil and military officials, nobles, and members of the royal family all stood in their respective groups. Yang Fan stood at the head of the military group, but he only had a nominal position at the moment. Most of the time, he just stood there and listened to politics. According to the order, the court assembly usually dealt with foreign affairs and the memorials from the local officials first. Today, there was only one local official's memorial that the emperor needed to deal with. It was Prince Qiao Li Zhongfu's request to return. The memorial officer said, "Your Majesty, today Junzhou Provincial Governor Qiao, Wang Zhongfu requests to return." Li Xian impatiently raised his chin. The memorial officer said, "Qiao," Wang Zhongfu said, "Your Majesty burned incense and offered gifts to the heaven and earth. The people's crimes were all pardoned, but the innocent child was abandoned. The heaven's law of fairness is not like this. The people of the world shed tears for me. Moreover, your majesty is benevolent. How can you not pity me for my loneliness? Kneel and kowtow, begging to return to court. Before he finished, a cold laugh came from behind the bead curtain. Empress Wei coldly said, His Majesty ordered Prince Qiao to guard Ling, and because he had high hopes. Could it be that in Prince Qiao's eyes, this is a hard job similar to being exiled? His Majesty offered sacrifices to the heaven and granted amnesty to the world. What he pardoned were criminals and exiles. Could it be that even the princes who were enfeoffed were to be summoned back to the capital? What does it mean that the people of the world shed tears for him? What sensationalism! Your Majesty need not pay attention to him. Li Xian saw his wife display her female might and unnaturally shifted his buttocks. He dryly said, This memorial, leave it in the hall. The memorial officer bowed and retreated. Yang Fan did not wait for the other officials to respond. Yang Fan suddenly stepped out of his office. Raising his ceremonial tablet, he said in a clear voice, Your Majesty, this subject has a memorial. There was a slight commotion in the imperial court, even when Yang Fan was in charge of military power, because he was a military general. He rarely submitted memorials to the imperial court. Now that he was in an idle position, he suddenly stepped out, but for some unknown reason, the officials all became alert. Li Xian looked at Yang Fan with some surprise and said, There is a memorial. Yang Fan said, Your Majesty, Anqi Protector General Guo Yuanzhen's son, Guo has an important matter to report to the Son of Heaven. The court immediately buzzed with discussion. Guo Yuanzhen had already been dismissed from his post, but he had been delaying his return. Now, what did he want to do? By secretly sending his son back to the capital. All the officials keenly sensed that something big was about to happen, and unconsciously became excited. Li Xian was also somewhat surprised. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Summon him to the hall. A moment later, Guo Hong, dressed in military attire, walked into the Golden Hall. He loudly said to Li Xian, This subject, Anqi Protectorate's military advisor, Guo Hong, greets your Majesty. Li Xian glanced at him and coldly said, Your father, Yuanzhen, did not do his job well, causing the 10 clans to frequently go to war. We ordered him to return to the capital to wait for the memorial, but he has yet to return. Instead, he sent you to see us. What is his purpose? Somewhat enraged, Guo Hong suddenly prostrated himself on the ground and burst into tears. He said, Your Majesty, the leader of the Tuki Shi, saw Gu, rebelled because someone failed to bribe him and made things difficult for him. This subject's father acted as a mediator and was framed by slander. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. Guo Hong crawled a few steps and raised his voice, recounting everything that had happened in the western regions from beginning to end to Li Xian's face. For a moment, the entire hall was in an uproar. According to the rules, when someone was impeached, the impeached official should have bowed and removed his hat to await the memorial. However, Zongchuk suddenly stepped out of the ranks and sternly shouted, A bunch of nonsense! Your Majesty, this is all Guo Yuanzhen's slanderous words to bewitch His Majesty. Guo Yuanzhen has guarded the western regions for a long time and harbors ill intentions. When Saw Gu sent his cavalry to wreak havoc, he did not move his troops. This is irrefutable evidence. Now that the court has ordered him to return to the court to await the memorial, he has delayed his return and even ordered his son to enter the court to falsely accuse this subject. Imperial Censor Chui once saw that Zongchuk was acting so unbridled and immediately stepped out. Master Zong, the Son of Heaven has not questioned you, so you should have stepped out of the ranks to await the memorial. How dare you be so impudent? You say that Guo Hong is making irrefutable lies, but Guo Hong has irrefutable evidence. If Gui Yuanjun and Sa Ji's statements are false, then is Liu Shao's statement also false? The statement was personally signed by him. Zhong Chuk coldly glanced at Cui Wan and sneered. I have never instructed Zhou Yidi to ask for bribes for me. Zhou Yidi is far away in the western regions. How can I know what he has done in Chang? And now that Liu Shaosu is dead, only heaven knows whether his statement is true or false. Guahong, who was crying on the ground, suddenly raised his head and said, Liu Shaosu may be dead, but Ashina Zhongjia is still alive. As long as your majesty issues an edict, this subject is willing to go to the western regions and escort Zhongjia to the capital to confront him. Empress Wei sat behind the beaded curtain. Seeing the situation, she couldn't help but frown. She was very clear about whether Zhong Chuk's request for bribes was true or not. 70% of the bribes Zhong Chuk asked for had either landed in her pocket or thrown into Princess Enlisting Kuan Chi. Using Sa Ji's rebellion to strip Gui Yuanjun of his military power and replace him with someone from Wei's clique, this was something that Zhong Chuk had discussed with her. Who knew that Niu Shijiang would be so useless and Ashina Zhongjia was such a good-for-nothing. Even when the court's army joined with Ashina's troops, they still suffered a crushing defeat and were even captured alive. This matter would most likely not be concealed. Thinking of this, Empress Wei couldn't help but glare hatefully at Yang Fan and thought, this person is really a scourge. Chapter 1174. Guahong had not immediately presented the memorial to the Son of Heaven, instead using the method of complaining about his grievances in the Golden Hall to reveal the inside story. Yang Fan had warned him to do this. Yang Fan was well aware of Zhong Chuk's current status in the Wei faction, and the Wei clan would not sit by and watch as such a capable general fell from power. Moreover, if Gui Yuanjun were to be dismissed for his inaction, the Wei clan would be able to take the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Anqi Protectorate into their pocket. Based on this point alone, the Wei faction was certain to protect Zhong Chuk. Thus, if the evidence was presented to the imperial court, the matter might be manipulated behind the scenes and left unsettled. Given Empress Wei's control over the emperor, this matter was likely to go along with the mistake. But if the matter was publicly exposed in court, the situation would be completely different. The emperor could not ignore even the most basic rules. Now that Guahong had exposed the truth, Li Xian ordered people to present the confessions of Sa Gu and Gui Yuanjun, as well as the confessions of Lv Shaosu and Ashina Zhongjia. After personally perusing them, his face instantly darkened. He had not known about Zhong Chuk's embezzlement, and now that he saw this evidence, Li Xian was furious. Although there were only written confessions, he believed that Gui Yuanjun and Sa Ji's confessions were the truth. It was a very simple reason. Sa Gu had already declared himself to be sweating. If he had not truly been wrongly accused and truly wanted to rebel, there would have been no need for him to do this. Li Xian coldly glanced at Zhong Chuk and sternly said, Zhong Chuk, what do you say? Zhong Chuk gave a deep glance in the direction of Empress Wei's curtain, then calmly bowed and loudly said, Your Majesty, this subject has been wrongly accused. This subject is loyal to his duty, careful with his words, and self-cultivation. How could this subject do something that would disappoint your Majesty? Moreover, that Zhou Yidi is far away in the western regions. How could this subject collude with him? Li Xian was enraged. Throwing the letter forward, he sternly shouted, In that case, how are you going to explain Ashina Zhongjia and Liu Shaosu's confessions? Could it be that you want us to escort Ashina Zhongjia to the capital to confront you face to face before you are willing to bow your head and admit your guilt? Zhong Chuk lowered his head. This subject is terrified. This subject does not dare. But this subject is innocent. This subject is innocent. You, Li Xian angrily pointed at Chu Ku of the sect. His quibbling made his hair stand up in anger, and his face flushed red. Behind the bead curtain, Empress Wei coughed lightly and leisurely said, "Your Majesty, please do not be angry. Zong Chuk has always been loyal to the country. In this Chie's view, accusing him of asking for bribes is not very likely." Li Xian frowned and said in a slightly resentful tone, "Empress." Empress Wei was unconcerned and continued, "Logically speaking, Zong Chuk is the prime minister of the present court. If he wants to ask for a bribe, who knows how many people will rush to the prime minister's residence like a flock of ducks? Why would Zong Chuk go so far to extort a Hu tribe? How much money can those nomadic tribes have to be worth the coveting of our Tang dynasty's prime minister? Of course, this Chia believes Guo Hong's words are not false. But has your Majesty considered that Zhou Yidi cannot use the title of prime minister to intimidate others?" Hearing this, Li Xian was unconsciously moved. Thinking carefully, it seemed that what the Empress said was very reasonable. From the bottom of his heart, he was not willing to believe that his favored Zong Chuk was so insatiably greedy. Also, because of the hardships the Empress had suffered for him in her early years and the inferiority he felt from losing his normal functions as a man, he did not have the courage to go against his wife's wishes. Zong Chuk sighed inwardly and hurriedly bowed. "Empress is wise." Empress Wei smiled faintly and said, "If the emperor wants to escort Ashina Zhongjia back to the capital for questioning, it is not impossible. But the journey is long, and the return trip will take at least half a year. By the time the emperor investigates the truth and deals with it, it will take about a year. At present, Suo Gu has already occupied Anxi and cut off the communication between the four towns and the Central Plains. The trade routes of the western regions have been cut off. Zhou Yidi is leading an army to suppress them. Regardless of victory or defeat, it will be a disaster of war that will implicate countless people. How can your Majesty bear this? The Tubo and Turkic Khaganate will not let go of this good opportunity. If they take the chance to raise their troops and sow discord, persuading Suo Gu to ally with them, the western regions will once again be in flames of war. It is unknown when peace will return." Li Xian thoughtfully said, "And Empress' words are very reasonable. Then, according to Empress' words, what should Qin do?" Empress Wei said, "Your Majesty, with Guo Hong's testimony today, it is enough to prove Guo Yuanjin and Suo Ji's innocence. In this Chie's view, the most important thing is to pacify Suo Gu and restore Guo Yuanjin to his military position to pacify the situation in Anxi." Hearing this, Li Xian repeatedly nodded his head. Empress Wei continued, "This Chia believes that your Majesty only needs to acknowledge the righteousness of the Suo Gu Ten family's Khaganate, and then the Turkic 10 families can be brought back under your rule. The 4 towns of Anxi will be restored without a fight. Your Majesty originally thought that Guo Yuanjin, as Anxi Protector General, watched as Suo Gu and Ashina fought for loyalty and integrity. Later on, when Niu Shiqing was attacked, he did not promptly rescue him and thus punished him. Now it seems that all of this was Zhou Yidi's slander because he coveted the position of Protector General. At this point, Empress Wei paused for a moment, her eyes suddenly turning cold. This Zhou Yidi first used the name of Prime Minister to extort foreign chieftains, and then he slandered important ministers, corrupting the discipline of the court. He should be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. Li Xian happily said, "Empress' words are very appropriate. Then let it be done." Li Xian turned his head and issued the edict according to Empress Wei's wishes. As soon as Guo Hong heard that his father was out of danger and had been reinstated, even though he was unable to overthrow Zong Chuk, it was an extremely good result for him and his son. He immediately kowtowed in thanks. Unexpectedly, Imperial Censor Chui, Wan, did not want to let the matter rest. At present, the court of the Tang dynasty was completely controlled by the Wei faction, but this did not mean that all of the officials had become members of the Wei faction. It was just that all of the important positions were controlled by the Wei faction, and the operation and execution of the court's power was controlled by the Wei faction. The censorate was the headquarters of the imperial censors. Not everyone had the right to enter this place. Although the imperial censor was an important position and did not have many benefits due to tradition, to enter the censorate, one first had to be a scholar. Just this one rule limited many officials who were lucky enough to enter. There were naturally many officials who were scholars and had joined the Wei faction. However, even if they weren't the heads of a yamen, they were still officials in important places or in places that were not high but were full of benefits. It was impossible for them to swear loyalty to the Wei faction, so they were sent to sit on the cold bench in the Qingshui yamen. As a result, the censorate was one of the few places that had not been occupied by the Wei faction. Now that he had finally found a reason to attack Zongchuk, how could Chui Wan let it go so easily? Seeing that Empress Wei was about to throw a pawn to protect the general, Chui Wan immediately stepped out of the crowd and shouted, "Wait, subject still has a memorial." Li Xian furrowed his brows and looked at him with displeasure. Chui Wan said, "Your Majesty, subject deeply agrees with Emperor's suggestion to immediately appease the 2 cavalry and reinstate Protector General Gua to pacify the situation in the western regions and prevent the Tubo or Turks from taking advantage. However," Chui Wan pointed at Zongchuk and said sternly, "the reason for this action is that Guahong has presented evidence. But regarding the matter of Zhou Yidi forcing Sua Gu to rebel, whether it was Zhou Yidi who used Prime Minister Zong's name to ask for bribes, or whether Prime Minister Zong instructed Zhou Yidi to ask for bribes on his behalf, we cannot make wild guesses." Chui Wan took a step forward and held his scepter. "Your Majesty, if it was Zhou Yidi who used Prime Minister Zong's name to ask for bribes, and thus forced Sua Gu to rebel, resulting in this military disaster, Zhou Yidi's crime cannot be punished. But what if it was Prime Minister Zong who asked for bribes and caused trouble on the borders? This subject believes that this matter should be thoroughly investigated." Zongchuk flew into a rage and pointed at Chui Wan. "The one surnamed Chui, you are a fame-seeking person. For the sake of your own reputation, you have repeatedly slandered me, and now you are making wild guesses. What is your intention? His Majesty and Empress have already made a decision on Zhou Yidi's case. Are you going to defy the edict?" Chui Wan responded tit for tat, his voice much louder than Zongchuk's. "As an imperial censor, I am the son of heaven's eyes and ears. All officials who are treacherous, villains who set up cliques, and tyrannical and disorderly, impeach. All officials who are wretched, corrupt, impeach. All scholars who are not upright, who submit petitions to change the Constitution, and who hope to be promoted, impeach. I have the power to impeach the officials, clarify the injustice, and supervise the various departments. Prime Minister, do you think I can impeach you?" Both of them were good at debating. For a moment, they talked nonstop, each making their own arguments. Above the Golden Hall, only their roars could be heard incessantly. Li Xian said helplessly, "My 2 beloved officials, pay attention to your official conduct and stop arguing." The 2 of them engaged in a war of words, turning a deaf ear to Li Xian's words. Li Xian continued helplessly, "My 2 beloved officials, we have already made a decision on this matter. Both of you may leave." Chui Wan and Zongchuk argued until their faces were red, but they still ignored him. Li Xian was furious. He abruptly picked up the trembling mountains and rivers and slammed it with all his might. A loud "pa" resounded in the Golden Hall. Zongchuk and Chui Wan were stunned. Only now did they realize that they had lost their etiquette in front of the ruler. Chui Wan adjusted his official hat, which had been crooked because of the angry argument. He was completely unconcerned. He was an imperial censor and had special privileges in this aspect. He was not afraid of the emperor's rebuke. Zongchuk, on the other hand, blushed. He was the prime minister. Such an action was truly embarrassing. Zongchuk hurriedly adjusted his attire and asked for forgiveness from Li Xian. Li Xian tried hard to make his voice sound gentle. He said, "My two beloved officials, even though you two have lost your etiquette, it is all for the sake of the imperial court. We are very comforted and will not accuse you. My two beloved officials are both loyal and good. Do not harm the harmony because of your bigotry. How about we make the decision today? From now on, the two of you will become sworn brothers with different surnames. From now on, you will work together to protect our country. There will be no more meaningless disputes." What? Hearing Li Xian's preposterous words, not only were Zongchuk and Chui Wan dumbfounded, but all the civil and military officials were also dumbfounded. Yang Fan stood at the head of the military class. His face twitched, and he almost could not hold back his laughter. Such a son of heaven was truly unparalleled under the heavens. Zongchuk and Chui Wan looked at each other, their gazes strange. The two of them had just been fighting to the death, like fighting cocks. The emperor had intervened and actually allowed them to become sworn brothers with different surnames. Li Xian saw the two of them looking at each other with strange expressions. His face could not help but darken. Displeased, he said, "What? Could it be that we cannot be the mediator? Do the two of you want to defy the imperial edict?" Zongchuk's eyes quickly flickered. He turned to Chui Wan and cupped his hands. "Imperial censor Chui is older than this Zong and should be my elder brother. Elder brother, please accept this younger brother's bow." As he spoke, he clasped his hands 3 times toward Chui Wan. Li Xian stroked his beard in delight. Chui Wan stood there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He did not know how to respond. Seeing that he did not return the greeting, Li Xian frowned slightly and urged, "Chui Wan, why haven't you?" Just as Li Xian spoke to this point, he saw a palace guard hurriedly rush over. Arriving in front of the emperor, he knelt down on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Your Imperial Majesty, the right servant is at the residence of Yang Zaisi, a third-rank subordinate of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. He has sent someone to report the death." Chapter 1175. Yang Zaisi had died of illness. Yes, he had died of illness. This was of the utmost importance to the emperor. If during the Shangyuan festival, the 80-year-old Yang Zaisi had no choice but to participate in the tug-of-war competition because the empress and princess and Lu wanted to watch some fun and ended up losing his life, it would be a heavy blow to the emperor's reputation. Although Prime Minister Yang, who had always flattered and fawned over others as his principal, had steadily held the position of prime minister for more than 10 years and had always stood firm in this era of extreme political turmoil, had indeed lost his life because of flattery. Although he had fallen in the tug-of-war after he was sent back to his residence, the Yang Fu had sought out the best national doctors and managed to prolong his life for more than 4 months. This time, the emperor could separate this matter from the tug-of-war incident. Otherwise, if this matter became known, the emperor would lose his reputation as an absurdity. In reality, in order to mediate the dispute between Zongchuk and Chui Wan, he had fantasized about having them become sworn brothers of different surnames. This was already absurd. It was just that the emperor himself clearly did not think that there was anything absurd about this matter, but the Prime Minister Yang Zaisi's death made him realize the severity of the consequences. Now, it was not just Yang Zaisi, but Dolu Qinwang had also been bedridden ever since that day in the tug-of-war, and it seemed that he would not last much longer. If the two 80-year-old prime ministers lost their lives because the emperor wanted them to tug of war, Li Xian would not be able to escape the reputation of an absurd emperor. So when he heard that Yang Zixi had died, Li Xian was very nervous. He could not care about the matchmaking of Zong Chuk and Chui Wan to his brother. He immediately announced the end of court and personally went to the Yangfu to pay his respects. Empress Wei also felt the matter was troublesome when she heard from behind the bead curtain. The one who had suggested having the officials tug of war was Enlil, and she had strongly agreed. After the court meeting ended, Empress Wei took in Zong Chuk and discussed the matter with him. Zong Chuk heard Empress Wei's worry and comforted her. Nyang, do not worry. Yang Zixi was an old man in his 80s. It is completely reasonable to say that he died of illness. That day, the tug-of-war at the Black Tortoise Gate had not spread among the people because nothing major had happened. The only people who knew were the civil and military officials. If there was anyone who would connect these two matters, it would be them. This subject will immediately use the name of the Political Affairs Hall to inform all the departments and halls to strictly prohibit the officials from criticizing. Empress Wei nodded her head in agreement and had Zong Chuk quickly take care of it. After Zong Chuk left, Empress Wei suddenly remembered the Julang and the historian and quickly ordered someone to invite Shangguan Zhaorong over. He also had to give an account to the librarian and the historian. She absolutely could not allow this to be recorded in the history books and daily notes. Once they attributed Yang Zixi's death to the tug-of-war of the Upper Yuan, then she and the emperor would be cursed for all eternity. The historian and Qi Zhuang were currently under the jurisdiction of the Shangguan Wan Ever since Li Shi Min interfered in the writing of history, the historian could no longer maintain the transcendent position they had in ancient times. As long as one exerted pressure on them, the historian could be urged to be careful with his pen. Putting aside how Empress Wei was racking her brains to control the situation, on Yang Fan's side, as soon as the court meeting ended, Guohong hurried over to him and thanked him profusely. Then he was summoned by a Taijian to the Political Affairs Hall to receive his decree. Yang Fan left the palace and rode his horse back. As he passed by Tongyi Lane, Yang Fan suddenly reined in his horse and turned his head to look into the lane, his expression dark. His rendezvous with Taiping was in this lane. Once he entered the lane, it was the first alley of the second bend. Today was the day of their monthly rendezvous, but he hadn't come to Tongyi Lane for a long time. For some reason, Yang Fan pulled the reins and spurred the horse toward the center of the square. Ren Wei and the others silently chased after him. In this Tongyi Lane, which was adjacent to the palace, and where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it was even more expensive than the more secluded residences in the lane. Princess Taiping leisurely walked over from an elegant path between the wisteria rockery and tall bamboo. Behind her was the internal steward Zhoumin and the strategist great teacher, Mo. Princess Taiping said to Zhoumin, "All right, Ben Gong has said all that needs to be said. I'll leave the rest to you. There's only 2 months. Take good care of things. Don't be late." Zhoumin respectfully acknowledged and stopped walking. She watched as Taiping and great teacher Mo left. Taiping said to great teacher Mo, "What interesting matter did you say happened in court today?" Great teacher Mo smiled and told Princess Taiping about the important matters of today's court meeting. When Princess Taiping heard that Yang Fan was standing up for Guai Yuanzhen, a strange light appeared in her eyes. When she heard that Li Xian was trying to matchmake Zong Chuk and Chui Wan as brothers of different surnames, Princess Taiping suddenly stopped. "What? This is preposterous. How could imperial brother? This is preposterous beyond compare." Princess Taiping was so angry that her face turned red. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. An indescribable sorrow filled her chest. At this moment, She even felt that if her mother came back to life and the world was surnamed Wu again, it would be better than the current situation. Right now, it was Empress Wei who controlled the court and was part of the Wei clan. The position of Li Tang's imperial family was even worse than when Wu Zetian was alive. Even though Wei Dang had not brandished the butcher's knife against Li Tang's imperial family, they had already sharpened their knives. Moreover, when the Empress was alive, even though Li Tang's imperial family had been brutally slaughtered, in the eyes of the people, Li Tang was still the holy and inviolable Orthodox emperor. And now, an emperor who was played by the Empress like a puppet, an emperor who was so muddle-headed and preposterous. Li Tang had become the laughingstock of the world. Great teacher Mo watched as Princess Taiping's face turned from red to green. Even though her trembling body gradually calmed down, her hands were still tightly clenched. He couldn't help but sigh in sympathy. He clenched his fists and coughed twice. Seizing the opportunity when he lowered his head, a mocking and pleased smile flashed across his eyes. Yang Fan originally didn't expect to see Taiping here. Ever since he was shut at the princess residence 3 times in a row, Yang Fan was somewhat disheartened. He never went to Princess Taiping's residence again, coming to Tong Yi Lane today. Rather than saying that he hoped to meet Princess Taiping here, it would be better to say that it was a kind of remembrance of the deceased. But when he saw the residence's door wide open, Yang Fan was first slightly startled and then filled with joy. She's here. She's actually here. Ling Yue must be reluctant to break the fate of a lifetime. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Fan hurriedly got off the horse and threw the reins to Run Wei. He lifted his robe and quickly walked up the stone steps. 2 doormen were standing under the lintel of the door. Yang Fan recognized that the 2 of them were the servants of the princess residence who were guarding the residence here. He asked, "Is the princess in the residence?" These 2 doormen had been guarding here all along. They still didn't know the grievances between Yang Fan and the princess. They only knew that the princess and General Yang hadn't had a rendezvous here for a long time. Now that they saw Yang Fan, they only knew that he came because of the princess's invitation. The 2 of them were very attentive. One of them nodded and bowed. "Yes, yes. General, please go to the guest hall to rest first." The other person rushed to say, "I'll go and report to the princess." The 2 doormen rushed over and closed the courtyard door with a bang. One led Yang Fan to the living room, while the other went straight to the back of the residence. "Yang Fan is here." Princess Taiping came out of the moon door angrily. Hearing the doorman's report, her heartstrings couldn't help but tremble. Her eyes were like the lake water that was blown by a breeze. "Cough, Your Highness." First, Mr. Mo took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, don't harm others and yourself." Princess Taiping was startled. Her eyes suddenly became clear. She gently nodded and slowly turned around. She said to Mo Yuhan in a low voice, "Mr., please rest assured. Lingwen knows what to do." First, Mr. Mo didn't say anything. He just looked deeply at Princess Taiping and slowly retreated 2 steps. Princess Taiping took a deep breath and walked towards the living room. Her steps slowly became steady. "Ling Yue." As soon as Yang Fan saw Taiping, his face immediately revealed a happy expression. However, just as his happiness bloomed, it froze on his face. Taiping's expression was very cold, and there was something in his eyes that made him feel unfamiliar. "General, please sit down." Princess Taiping said indifferently. She walked past Yang Fan in a dignified manner. She spread out her sleeves and gracefully sat down on the main seat. Her red phoenix eyes glanced at Yang Fan as if she was showing off. Yang Fan slowly sat down on the guest seat. He forced a smile and said, "Hee hee, today I came here unexpectedly. I didn't expect to meet you. I didn't expect Maybe this is God's will. God's will. The corners of Princess Taiping's mouth curled up with a touch of cynicism. She coldly said, God's will can only be used to deceive those ignorant little girls. I don't believe in those things for a long time. Yang Fan frowned and said, Lingyue, Shenyang, and I are actually. Princess Taiping's face suddenly darkened. She sternly shouted, Shut up! I don't want to listen to your explanation. If you came here for this, then please leave immediately. Yang Fan choked. He suddenly clasped his hands on his knees and angrily said, Lingyue, you'd rather believe some rumors than my words? Sometimes you can't believe what you see with your own eyes. Moreover, we don't have any personal relationship. I can tell you the real reason. Actually, Princess Taiping interrupted him coldly. You don't have to say any more. Whether you are playing along or acting for real, to me, it doesn't make any difference. Because I am actually tired. Yang Fan was startled. His eyes gradually became cold. He sadly laughed and said, Tired? Hee, tired of me? Princess Taiping didn't answer his question. Instead, she glanced at him and suddenly changed the topic. Today, you brought Guohong to the Golden Hall? Yang Fan was startled. He was quite surprised and said, I just came out of the palace. You already know? Princess Taiping smiled. There was an indescribable pride in her smile. Guarding the country, Taiping is not as weak as some people think. Yang Fan gently shook his head and said, This some people doesn't include me. I've never looked down on you. Princess Taiping ridiculed. To be praised by such a scheming and intelligent person like you, Taiping is really flattered. Yang Fan frowned and said, What do you mean by this? Princess Taiping smiled indifferently and said, Nothing much. Guohong exposed Zongchuk's bribery in front of everyone in the Golden Hall, forcing Sua Gu to rebel and framing Guo Yuanjin. It should also be your idea, right? Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. His pupils suddenly contracted. Princess Taiping had long been paying attention to his expression. The fleeting change in expression of Yang Fan didn't escape her eyes. Princess Taiping smiled and said, Good move. I didn't expect that you could also use such a thing. The technique of creating momentum, borrowing momentum, and directing momentum are superb and have reached the peak of perfection. Princess Taiping gently sighed and said, You told me before that when martial arts is practiced to the highest level, you can even pick leaves and fly flowers to hurt people. Your official career should have been practiced to this level, right? Chapter 1176. Yang Fan's expression slowly calmed down. He slowly straightened his body, the taut lines on his shoulders softening. An appreciative smile appeared in Yang Fan's eyes. This proud woman before him had the right to be proud. Her political wisdom had never disappointed him. Yang Fan softly asked, You saw through it? Princess Taiping replied, The most reliable method is to present the evidence when the emperor summons the prime minister and the 6 ministries. In a relatively small area, the emperor would not be in such a sorry state as he is today, or even do something as stupid as having Zongchuk and Cui Wan become sworn brothers. Yang Fan smiled gently. Taiping was somewhat angry at his smile. He said, You purposely had Guohong expose the truth in front of all the civil and military officials in the Golden Hall because you knew that Wei Dang would definitely protect Zongchuk, and the emperor would definitely follow Wei Dang's wishes, right? Yang Fan was still sitting there, calm and unruffled. He didn't even bat an eyelid, looking noncommittal. Princess Taiping said, Yuanjin built up a large number of farms in the western regions, governed Liangzhou, protected Anxi, consolidated the borders, and expanded the territory. He has made outstanding contributions and is the pillar of the country. Such a loyal old general was framed and almost lost his life. Now that the truth has been revealed, The matter has been left unsettled, and the one who framed the meritorious subject has not been punished. What will the generals think? Because the treacherous subject failed to extort bribes and force Suaga to rebel, the court mobilized tens of thousands of soldiers and spent endless money and rations. In the end, they suffered heavy casualties, and the main culprit is not punished. What will the people of the world think? The 10 families tribes are an important force for our court to control Anchi and resist the Turks. To make them work for us, the court has spent much effort. In the past, when Wuzha was popular, the court was still cautious and was not willing to easily remove Ashina Huzuro from the throne. Now, Ashina's loyalty and strength are far inferior to Suaga's, and he does not have the prestige of having hundreds respond to his call in the 10 families tribes. Yet the court rashly supported him and provoked a civil war among the 10 families tribes. Such self-destruction is foolish. When the truth is discovered and the culprit is not punished, what will the officials think? Princess Taiping glared at Yang Fan and said word by word, "You are putting the emperor in an unjust position." "I didn't." Yang Fan calmly looked at Princess Taiping and asked calmly, "Who did these things?" "Not me, but the emperor." "If I hadn't instructed Guahong to expose the truth, would the emperor not have done it?" Princess Taiping felt powerless when she heard his question and sat down dejectedly. Yang Fan's words were as sharp as the wind as he coldly said, "What will happen if I don't do this? The emperor would very likely make the best of a mistake. Gu Yuanzhen would be dismissed from his post and sent to the capital. He might even die in prison. Zhou Yidi would become the Anchi protector general and lead an army to suppress the Turkic Khaganate. The smoke of war would rise everywhere, and the land would be ravaged. Regardless of victory or defeat, it was unknown how many soldiers would die in the western regions, all for the sake of Zongchuk's greed. The Tubo and Turkic Khaganate would not let go of this good opportunity. They would spare no effort to win over the 10 tribes and incorporate the entire Anchi region into their territory. At that time, our Tang dynasty would not only lose our army and our country, but also lose a large amount of territory. Yang Fan took a deep breath and said loudly, "That's right. I wanted to expose His Majesty's incompetence to the world. But even if I didn't have this intention, I still had to use this method to ensure the safety of Protector General Gua, who had worked hard and made great contributions. Didn't I?" Yang Fan showed a hint of ridicule in his eyes and lightly said, "In fact, His Majesty did better than I expected." Princess Taiping's face turned green and then red. Yang Fan's ridicule and accusation were directed at Emperor Li Xian, but as a member of the royal family and the emperor's sister, Princess Taiping felt that Yang Fan's ridicule was like a fierce slap on her face. She had to admit that Yang Fan was speaking the truth. He had only slightly achieved one of his goals. And the emperor's performance was even worse than Yang Fan had predicted. As the ruler of the world, he had not only ignored the laws of the country and blindly shielded Zongchuk, he had even fantasized about having Zongchuk and Chui, one become sworn brothers of different surnames. Princess Taiping's face burned. It took some time for her to calm down. Princess Taiping stared at Yang Fan and sternly asked, "Just what are you planning by doing this?" Yang Fan replied, "Why ask so many questions? Do you really not understand? The emperor is nothing more than a puppet, and a puppet that does all sorts of stupid things. The true emperor of the Tang dynasty is Empress Wei. Empress Wei is sharpening her blade. You, me, the Prince of Xiang, and those ministers who are unwilling to submit to the Wei clan will soon face a calamity. I don't want to sit and wait for death, and I'm not willing. In the Divine Dragon coup, I also tied my head to my belt, and in the end, what did we get in exchange? This world is not the world of our ideals, and this emperor is not the emperor of our ideals. Although she had guessed at Yang Fan's intentions, when Princess Taiping heard them with her own ears, her heart still trembled. She excitedly asked, "Who do you think can replace him? The Prince of Xiang? I understand the Prince of Xiang's temperament the best. He will never rebel against his own brother." Yang Fan calmly replied, "What does that matter? His Majesty also has no desire to rebel against Emperor Zetian, but on the night of the Divine Dragon coup, he still left the Eastern Palace. Linghua, sometimes there are some things that are not up to you to decide." At this point, Yang Fan's eyes dimmed. He stared at Princess Taiping and whispered, just like, "I am tired of the court and want to wander the Jianghu, but I am shackled. Also, I don't understand. How did you and I end up like this?" Princess Taiping was quiet for a while, then whispered, "Erlang, what I hate is not you." Yang Fan's eyes suddenly brightened as he stared unblinkingly at Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping met his gaze, and this time she did not avoid it. "What I hate is this relationship between us that can never have any results. There are some things that you will not think about that you cannot think about because you are a man and I am different. 30-some years is the best age for a man. Even if you are 50 or 60, it still doesn't count for a man, but a woman is different." Tears glistened in Princess Taiping's eyes. She lightly touched her cheeks and sadly said, "You are only 34 in the prime of your life, but I am 45. I don't know when it started, but I began to be afraid. Every morning when I open my eyes, I remember that I have aged another day. Every time I look in the mirror, I am most afraid of finding a wrinkle at the corner of my eye or picking out a white hair from my hair. Every time I make a discovery, I feel depressed for half a day. I don't know what will happen between us in a few years. Even now, even though we still have rendezvous, have you realized that we are very different from before? Passion can't last long after all. If I get older, the love that we use to maintain our relationship will disappear. At that time, what will be our relationship? Confidant, occasionally meeting, sitting together to drink a cup of wine, drink a bowl of tea, and chat. He. Yang Fan was moved. Linghua, Princess Taiping shook her head fiercely and sadly said, "That is not the result I want. Erlang, what you said is right. Sometimes there are some things that are beyond my control. I am not alone in this world. I can't abandon everything and go with you. I also have a son and a daughter. In the past, I neglected them too much. I only thought that it was enough to let them live in luxury, but I neglected that they also need a mother. Before I knew it, they had all grown up. I owed them too much. I don't know whether it is because I am getting old that I naturally care more about the growth of the younger generation, or because I am approaching the age of knowing destiny that I have sprouted the nature of a mother. I clearly know that now I can't abandon everything for love. Watching my children get married and build a career, watching them live a happy life, watching the birth of grandchildren, and grandchildren is my biggest dream and pursuit at this moment. What I want now, what I hope to get the most, is kinship. You understand? When the princess passed away, her son deliberately wrote on his mother's epitaph that he got his official position by his own efforts, not because his mother flattered the emperor. As an aunt, he worshipped his niece as his mother and tried his best to cover up the princess's unscrupulous behavior. Erlang, I have been to the princess's funeral. When I saw the tombstone, I shuddered. When I saw her children not sad at all, and even relaxed, it was like the evening drum, ringing in my ears, deafening. Do you want me to be despised by my children and grandchildren? Yang Fan looked at her in a daze, looking at her unfamiliar face. But Princess Taiping actually smiled, revealing a smile that he was very familiar with. It was still charming. Emperor Wu of Han used to dote on Madame Li. When Madame Li was seriously ill, Emperor Wu of Han went to visit her, but Madame Li covered her face and did not see Emperor Wu until she died. I have never understood the reason, but now I do. Emperor Wu of Han loved Ajiao, Wei Zifu, Madame Wang, Madame Li, and Madame Gouch. Why only Madame Li could not be forgotten. Why after Madame Li passed away, Emperor Wu of Han spent a lot of money to hire necromancers to perform a ritual in her dreams to see her again. Why after Emperor Wu of Han died, only Madame Li was conferred the title of Empress Xiaowu and buried with him. As I gradually grew older, I began to understand why she did what she did. Erling, let it end like this. That way, the memories that you and I will have in our hearts will be the most cherished, the most beautiful moments of our time. I know you love me, but in your heart, my position can never be compared to Xiaoman, a new one, or even the deceased Miss Ning Ke. The reason why you came to my door 3 times is more because of responsibility. Yang Fan's body suddenly trembled. Princess Taiping smiled faintly and said, I don't want to wait until the day when everything naturally fades and vanishes into thin air, and I don't even want to miss it. In the beginning, it was me who pestered you. Now, I beg you to leave me, okay? Yang Fan stared at her deeply, but Princess Taiping had already looked away. She slowly got up and threw her back to Yang Fan. Time passes so fast, my second daughter is also going to get married. This house, I will give it to her. Princess Taiping walked to the back of the screen. When her figure was about to disappear behind the screen, she used all her strength to stop her voice from trembling and said, See the guest out. Chapter 1177. Princess Taiping turned around the screen, her tears streaming down her cheeks. She stubbornly raised her chin, letting the tears crawl down her cheeks. One by one they fell on her lapel. It was not until Yang Fan's heavy footsteps slowly faded away that Princess Taiping suddenly collapsed to the ground. As if someone had pulled out all of her bones, she burst into tears. A pair of snow-white socks silently approached and stopped not far from her. Then a corner of a blue robe was raised, and a person slowly kneeled down. Princess Taiping raised her head, her teary eyes gazing over. She saw a great teacher, Mo, calmly gazing at her, his eyes suffused with the pity and helplessness of an experienced person who could see through the affairs of the world and human nature. Taiping slowly straightened her body and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She whispered, Erlang's actions are just as teacher said. He has a plan. Great teacher Mo lightly creased his grizzled brows and stroked his beard. After a few moments of thought, he said, Your Highness once tested your esteemed brother, the Prince of Xiang. If the Prince of Xiang truly had no interest in the imperial throne and had never pretended before your Highness, Taiping cut him off. He wouldn't pretend. The current emperor has lived in seclusion in Fangzhou for 16 years, and his personality is vastly different from when he was young. I truly misjudged him, but I would not misjudge the Prince of Xiang. The Prince of Xiang and I have lived in Luoyang for several decades and relied on each other for survival. I understand him. He has been emperor, and he has also been crown prince. In these last few years, he has seen his mother not act like a mother, his son not act like a son, his family killing each other, his blood enemies. The Prince of Xiang is benevolent and has long since hated this. He truly has no interest in the imperial throne. Great teacher Mo smiled. Then, this is very interesting. The Son of Heaven is tyrannical. Since General Yang wants to cut down tyrannical and establish Tao, and the Prince of Xiang is not willing to rebel against his brother, who does General Yang want to work with? Taiping slowly calmed down. She pondered what Yang Fan had just said and suddenly understood. I understand. He must have reached an agreement with the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons. Once the matter is settled, the Prince of Xiang will have no choice but to ascend the throne. Princess Taiping hesitated. then suddenly said, "Great teacher Mo. If Erlang succeeds, I don't seem to need to." Mr. Mo's eyes suddenly became sharp, like two sharp knives. Princess Taiping was frightened by the sharpness of his eyes, and her heart was shaken. However, Mo Yuhan immediately realized that he had lost his composure. He hastily retracted his expression and regained his elegant and gentlemanly demeanor. He lightly said, "Your Highness, you must never say such words again. You must never have such thoughts again." Mo Yuhan looked at Princess Taiping and said sincerely, "Your Highness, think about it. How many people have entrusted their lives to you? Some things, once started, could they be stopped? There was no turning back. How could the princess be half-hearted and hesitant? Even if you don't think about others, you should think about your children. If you give up now, and the secret is leaked, you can only wait for death. At that time, your children will also suffer." Princess Taiping was somewhat perplexed. In these past years, she had first fought with her strong and shrewd mother and worked hard to preserve the seeds of Li Tang. Then she fought with her muddle-headed and cold-blooded brother. In order to ensure the survival of herself and the Prince of Xiang, she had long ago put in a lot of effort. Great teacher Mo said in a low voice, "Since a decision has been made, it must be continued. Besides, even if the Prince of Xiang ascends to the throne, perhaps he is not as cold and indifferent as the Emperor today, but can he become a promising son of heaven just by being kind? Their talents and virtues are far inferior to Princess. You have done so much for the Tang dynasty, even your lifelong happiness, but what have you obtained? Since others can't do it well and don't want to do it, then, Princess, you should not pass on this responsibility." The more great teacher Mo spoke, the more excited he became. His clear face flushed red. "Your father is the emperor, and your mother is also the emperor. Why can't you be the emperor? You are also the descendant of the emperor. Your Highness, if you become the emperor, what in the world can make things difficult for you? Even if you want to stay with General Yang for a long time, you only need to issue an imperial decree to take him as your empress. Who would dare to say anything? You are the emperor. You make the rules. You make it right. It's right." Hearing great teacher Mo's bewitching voice, Princess Taiping's weak expression gradually became firm. Lu Binji looked at the two lists Dingyu had produced and lightly arched his brow. "What does Princess Taiping want with these things? These are all forbidden items. Ha! It seems that Princess Taiping has some plans." Dingyu had already sent someone to serve Princess Taiping as a Hu merchant of the western regions, gaining Taiping's trust. These lists were the items that great teacher Mo wanted this Hu merchant of the western regions to purchase for him, and the items that he urgently needed to turn into cash. The items that great teacher Mo wanted to purchase were materials that could be used to make bows, arrows, sabers, swords, armor, and other weapons, while the items that could be turned into cash were large quantities of jewels, paintings, and even fields and manors. Lu Binji saw these two lists and could easily guess that Princess Taiping was plotting something. Lu Binji tossed the two lists onto the table and smiled. The Emperor's throne is truly something that makes one drool. It seems that the Prince of Xiang's dislike of the throne was just an act. He just doesn't dare to trust us. Princess Taiping's actions must have been inspired by the Prince of Xiang. Ha! I really did think that he was a turtle that could endure. Someone's saber is already at his neck, but he's still not willing to counterattack. I didn't think that he would be so cautious. Dingyu frowned. Young master, should we help them buy these things? Ma Qinka and Yang Jun have already become Empress Wei's guests, so we don't seem to need to use any more chips on the Prince of Xiang's side, do we? Lu Binji glared at him and rebuked. Short-sighted. Just look at Shui Huai and Erjiang. They've always been ostentatious. Their status as gigolos means that no one will wholeheartedly submit to them. If there's a storm, they'll immediately fall. Ma Qinke and Yang Jun have become Empress Wei's guests, so they can only provide us with some important intelligence on the Wei faction. Look at the people in charge of the Wei faction right now. It's very difficult for Ma Qinke and Yang Jun to get a share of the pie. Besides, the emperor is still alive. Empress Wei dares to keep gigolos, but she doesn't dare to publicly promote her gigolos to an official. At most, she'll reward them with some gold and silver. What use are these things to me? If we want to interfere with the imperial court, we can only place our bets on the Prince of Xiang's side. As the saying goes, adding flowers to a brocade is not as good as sending charcoal in snowy weather. If the Prince of Xiang succeeds, our people will be able to be of the greatest use. Lu Binji stood up and slowly paced a few steps before instructing, help them get everything they need done. Also, recommend some talented people to them, be they skilled in literature or martial arts. Pick the most talented people for them. Once they succeed, we will have done the service of ascending the dragon and can be worshipped as generals and conferred marquises. In time, they will become pillars of the imperial court. At that time, the world will be under my control. If we fail, we will just lose some money and manpower. Ding Yu worriedly said, this subordinate is worried that given the sensitive ears of the obvious and hidden sex, they will smell something unusual. At that time, they will assuredly become our great enemies. Lu Binji waved his hand. There's no need to worry about them. This young master just received a secret report that Gua Yuanjin was framed by Zong Chuk and was on the verge of being imprisoned. He sent his son to the capital because Yang Fan helped him greatly. Yang Fan's actions were clearly to show his favor to Gua Yuanjin. Gua Yuanjin is the Anqi Protector General, and Shunmu's foundation is in the western regions. For Yang Fan to be willing to offend the Wei faction in order to rope in Gua Yuanjin, what do you think he's up to? The duel between the obvious and hidden sex is approaching. The more Lu Binji spoke, the happier he became. The obvious and hidden sex are about to meet on the battlefield, and in the imperial court, the Prince of Xiang and Taiping have reached the end of their patience. A fierce struggle between dragons and tigers is about to take place. It's too wonderful. When the obvious and hidden sex both suffer heavy losses, it will be time for us to step forward and take over the Hall of Succession. As for the imperial court, if the Prince of Xiang's faction gains complete victory, we will henceforth take control of the imperial court. If the Prince of Xiang loses, we won't suffer too many losses. When the time comes, the obvious and hidden sex will be in our hands, and we can slowly plan. Lu Binji held his hands behind his back and laughed. I like this feeling of having everything under my control. I like this feeling of controlling everything from behind the curtains. Yang Fan finally understood why Princess Taiping's personality had undergone such a massive change. He had originally believed that Taiping was middle-aged and had a temperamental temperament, that this sort of woman was not rare. Only now did he understand what Taiping was afraid of, what she grieved about. Even more lamentable was that he could not use a single forceful word to comfort her. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow. Taiping was right. He was also keenly aware that the pleasure of the bed alone could not sustain a relationship. He and Taiping naturally did not have a carnal relationship, but any sort of relationship required a heavy foundation to continue, whether it was a family or a child. But what was there between them? He had his family and his children, and Taiping also had her family and her children. They each had their own lives, and no one could enter the other's family world. Taiping was not a qualified wife, because this marriage came from Wu Zetian's coercion. This husband and wife, who shared the same bed but dreamed of different dreams, did not need to fulfill the duties of a husband and wife. But in front of her children, she was still a mother. As one grew older, the passion between a man and a woman would gradually fade. No matter if it was a man or a woman, the focus of his life would inevitably turn to his family and children, and this was precisely where they could not have any interaction. Yang Fan reined in his horse and looked toward the palace. Inside the palace, there was Wan Er. This was the difference between Wan Er and Taiping. Wan Er was imprisoned in a visible palace, while Taiping was trapped in an invisible palace made of human relationships and emotions. The city that trapped Wan Er, he could use his knife to cut it open and rescue her. The city that trapped Taiping, what could he use to break it? He was also a human. Born as a human, he had to follow some basic rules of the human world. That Heart City was not something he could break. Yang Fan stood in a daze on the long street. After a long time, he could only sigh. Chapter 1178. Dolu Qinhuang did not disappoint Li Xian. He lasted 4 months longer than Yang Zixi. When the autumn wind swept away the withered leaves on the branches, it swept him away as well. Dolu Qinhuang died. Dolu Qinhuang had been struggling at death's door ever since he had broken his head in the tug-of-war at the Black Tortoise Gate during the Upper Lantern Festival. He only died at the end of the year. In addition, he was already 79 years old. It could be said that he had died a natural death. Moreover, after Yang Zixi's death, Li Xian had accumulated enough experience and was able to handle this matter with relative ease. However, whether it was out of guilt towards Dolu Qinhuang or because of Dolu Qinhuang's age and status, Li Xian had to personally pay his respects. The emperor's arrival caused the Dolu family to be in a state of chaos. But when the emperor arrived, he only ordered his trusted eunuchs to light a stick of incense for him, and then ordered someone to recite a eulogy written by Shanghai Wanner on his behalf before leaving. The Li family had inherited cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Emperor Gaozu, Emperor Taizong, Empress Zhongsun, and Emperor Gaozong all suffered from qi disease, or wind disease. As Li Xian grew older, these diseases also began to become prominent. He had been in Fangzhou for 16 years. Not only had he lived a difficult life, he had also been worried and afraid, causing him to contract other diseases. As a result, his body became even weaker. Although this journey had not been long, he still felt extremely tired. He boarded the imperial carriage and lazily lay down for a while. Feeling increasingly stifled, he said, "Open the curtain." One of the 4 little palace maids kneeling in front of the soft couch immediately stood up and gently rolled up the curtain. At this moment, a loud shout was heard from the side of the road. This subject is Shuzhou military advisor Yan Qinrong. I request an audience with His Majesty. Immediately after, there was a clamor. Among the countless commoners watching from the side of the road, a person suddenly leaped out and pounced on Li Xian's imperial carriage. His roar was clearly heard by the winged cavalry, 10,000 cavalry, thousands of oxen, and the imperial bodyguards in front of the emperor. Some of them had already brandished their sabers to slash at him, but upon hearing that he was an official of the imperial court, they hastily retracted their deadly sabers. Although they did not kill, they would not allow this person to get close to the imperial carriage. This person was only a weak scholar. In front of these tall and strong imperial bodyguards who were well versed in martial arts, how could he possibly break through? He was immediately pressed to the ground. Li Xian frowned and ordered, "Stop. Ask him why he wants to see us." Yang Xishuan immediately shouted for the guards of honor to stop. Then he rushed over to the Su province adjunct, who was pressed to the ground. A moment later, he returned to Li Xian's side. With a strange expression on his face, he said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, that Yan Qinrong is impeaching, impeach the Empress, Princess Annal, Wu Yanxiu, Zong Chuk, Cui Shi, Zheng Qiao, and the others." Li Xian's expression darkened. These people were either his relatives or his trusted aides. He could not question them on the streets. After a moment of silence, Li Xian slowly said, "Take him back to the palace. Your Majesty, the Empress is promiscuous in the palace and preempts politics. The entire Wei family ascends to heaven and controls both civil and military affairs. The world only knows Empress Wei, not your Majesty. If this goes on, the Wu family's disaster will be repeated. Shouldn't your Majesty be vigilant? Princess Annal is extravagant and takes bribes. The officials in the household are especially frivolous. They all come from families of butchers. Because they donate money to buy official positions, there are countless officials who are conferred titles. Most of the officials of the marquises and kings come from her family. The Annal Temple and the Annal Buddhist hut were all modeled after the palace. The craftsmanship was even better. When Enlil built Kunchi, he used more than 100,000 people of the country for free. In order to curry favor with Enlil, the Minister of Agriculture, Zhao Wen, acted like Enlil's lackey. He used his third-rank official status to pull the reins and transport the soil. Enlil seized the Linchuan Princess Royal's old residence as his private residence. He tore down the houses of the commoners and complained. All the construction needs came from the inner palace. The forbidden land was empty. Enlil built the Annal Temple and used millions of the Ministry of Revenue's money. Enlil and the other officials could not win. They sent people to the South Sea's river temple on fast horses 800 li to cut off Bodhisattva Majia's beard and used it as a rare grass. That beard was given by the southern dynasty's Xie Lingyun before he died. From now on, it no longer exists. When Li Xian returned to the palace, he dismissed his attendants and listened to Yan Qinrong's accusation. When he heard his daughter's absurd deeds, his face alternated between green and red. Some of these things he knew, some he didn't. But regarding the virtuous wife, Wei Shi, who was close to him, he absolutely did not believe it. Li Xian wanted to ask clearly, who knew that this Shuzhou adjunct finally had a chance to speak. He talked nonstop and did not give him a chance to speak. Yan Qinrong continued. Zong Chuk and Wu Yanxiu conspired together. They asked for bribes and caused trouble at the border. Did they think the world did not know? These people who conspired against the country cannot be redeemed even with 100 deaths. But these people stole high positions. There are also people like Cui Shi and Zheng Qiao. They are not even 40 years old and are only a fifth-rank official. They suddenly became the prime minister and entered the political affairs hall. These people are also in cahoots with each other. They sold their positions and titles. As a result, the selection of officials has been ruined. Now the positions for the next 3 years have been sold. Your Majesty, do you know? There was no court conference today. Cui Shi, as the newly promoted prime minister, accompanied the emperor to pay his respects to Dolu Qinhuang's family. The carriage had just stopped when someone rushed to the front of the carriage and shouted, "Candidate of Jiannan, Han Shufeng requests an audience with Master Cui." Cui Shi got off the carriage and glanced at the person. He saw that it was a man around 40 years old. He was not tall, but his appearance was decent. Cui Shi walked up the stairs and did not pay him any attention. Ever since he and Zheng Qiao became prime minister, he was in charge of the Ministry of Appointments. He had great power. How could he stop to listen to a candidate's clamor? Seeing that Cui Shi was ignoring him, Han Shufeng could not help but panic. He jumped and shouted, "Prime Minister Cui, your relatives have already accepted my monetary gift. Why is my name not on the list of officials?" Cui Shi's expression changed when he heard this. He quickly looked to his left and right. There was no one walking in front of the prime minister's door. There were only his servants and guards. Cui Shi relaxed and immediately shouted, "Bring him in." Cui Shi hurried back to the residence and asked someone to bring Han Shufeng to the living room. He did not even bother to change his clothes. He asked in a deep voice, Han Shufeng, you said that my relatives have accepted your monetary gift. Han Shufeng said, not a bit false. It's 1,000,000 taels of silver. I still have a receipt here. Master, why did you leave me out of the list of officials? Cui Shi had already sold all the positions for the next 3 years. There was a lot of criticism from the officials in the court. He had no choice but to restrain himself. Originally, he had wanted to make one more payment before temporarily stopping. Yesterday, he had appointed the last batch of officials. Those who had not presented monetary gifts naturally had no chance. Now that he heard that a relative had used his name to accept monetary gifts, Cui Shi could not help but fly into a rage. He said, let this prime minister see who dares to use my name to accept monetary gifts. This prime minister will capture him and beat him to death. Han Shufeng had just taken out a receipt from his sleeve. When he heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. He said, Master, please calm your anger. This matter must not be allowed. Cui Shi glared at him and said, why not? Han Shufeng said in embarrassment, Master, if you kill him, you will have Dingyu. Dingyu? Dingyu would only need to be removed from his position because of his parents' mourning. Then the person who accepted the monetary gift was, for a moment, Cui Shi's face swelled to the color of an eggplant. He was very embarrassed. Inside the palace, Yan Qinrong knelt in front of Li Xian and talked nonstop for more than an hour. His voice was hoarse, but he did not stop. With great difficulty, he finally finished accusing these people of their misconduct. He kowtowed to Li Xian and wept. Your Imperial Majesty, if we do not reform the country, the world will be rotten beyond repair. Li Xian's expression was calm as he asked, you are an official in Shuzhou. How do you know what is going on in the capital? Yan Qinrong smiled sorrowfully. Your Imperial Majesty, I have long heard rumors in Shuzhou. Today, the Ministry of Appointments had me return to the capital to report on my work. I clearly scored excellent in the exams, but I was removed from my position. This was to make room for the briber. I have many old friends of the same age in the capital. After asking around, I found out that the rumors were not false. Your Imperial Majesty, these matters have long been known to the world. Only Your Imperial Majesty is still in the dark. Your Imperial Majesty only needs to investigate, and you will know. I am not speaking nonsense. Li Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Gritting his teeth, he asked again, you say that the Empress corrupted the court. What proof do you have? Yan Qinrong straightened his body and said, I do not have proof, but this matter has long been spread throughout the capital. Not only by the common people, even the low-ranking officials and high-ranking officials of the court have spoken with certainty. They even said the name and identity of the adulterer. Does Your Imperial Majesty think that this is false? Li Xian suddenly walked in front of Yan Qinrong. Because of nervousness, his voice had become as hoarse as Yan Qinrong's. Who is it? Yan Qinrong boldly said. Grand Physician Ma Qingke and Imperial Guard Yang Jun. Li Xian's body shook. He suddenly remembered that Wei Shi was not feeling well. She had said that Grand Physician Ma Qingke was the best at nursing. Recently, Ma Qingke was the only one treating her. He had seen him more than once when he went in and out of the Empress Palace. He then thought of Yang Jun, who was good at bowing. Empress Wei also liked to watch him play polo. Sometimes she would go with the Empress to watch bowing. The Empress would always stare at Yang Jun and occasionally reward him. Could it be? It can't be, it can't be. The Empress and I have been in Fangzhou for 16 years, sharing weal and woe. If it wasn't for her encouragement and support, Jean would have hung myself long ago. How could there be today? Now that the hardships are over, how could the Empress betray me? This must be, yes, this must be because the Empress is not feeling well and often has Machinka to nurse her. When watching bowing, she was especially caring for Yang Jun and caused some people to be jealous and slander. They slandered the two of them and implicated the Empress. Li Xian continuously comforted himself, but the cloud of doubt lingered in his heart and grew thicker and thicker. If your Imperial Majesty does not believe, you can have your trusted aides investigate. These things cannot be hidden from the eyes and ears of others. Your Imperial Majesty will know once you investigate. Yan Qinrong saw that Li Xian was in a daze and did not speak, his expression constantly changing. He thought that his words had reached the Emperor's ears and couldn't help but grow hope. He hurriedly tried to persuade him again. Li Xian hesitated slightly and then waved his hand. Go, stay at the inn and wait for Zhen's inquiry at any time. Yan Qinrong was overjoyed. Kowtowing, he said, this subject will obey. On Li Xian's way back to the palace, someone barged in and asked for an audience. Afterward, the Emperor brought people into the palace and dismissed his attendants to make a secret inquiry. This matter quickly became known, and someone took the opportunity to tell Empress Wei. After Empress Wei heard, she immediately hurried to the imperial study. By the time she arrived, Yan Qinrong had already left. Empress Wei saw Li Xian sitting on the throne with an ugly expression and a wandering gaze, ignoring her arrival. Her suspicions deepened, and she couldn't resist asking, Your Imperial Majesty, why is Your Imperial Majesty so distracted? Chapter 1179. Ah, so it's my wife. Li Xian was startled awake by Empress Wei's words. His body shook violently before he saw who it was. Empress Wei frowned slightly and asked worriedly, What's wrong, Your Majesty? Li Xian forced a smile and answered, Nothing, I'm thinking about something. Empress Wei immediately asked, Is it about that minor official from Shuzhou stopping Your Majesty from presenting a memorial? Empress Wei immediately revealed that it was Yan Qinrong's impeachment. Under her influence, Li Xian didn't have the courage to deny it. He didn't know what Empress Wei knew and could only answer vaguely, Yes, that person's name is Yan Qinrong. He told Zhen some things. Empress Wei interrupted and asked, What did he say? He said you, Li Xian blurted out, but it was too late to cover it up. Empress Wei's pupils contracted and asked in a low voice, What did he say about me? Li Xian panicked even more and said, embarrassedly, he impeached my wife and said my wife shouldn't have interfered in court politics. He also said that built temples, dug ponds, built mansions to compete for wealth. It's a little too absurd. Empress Wei secretly sighed in relief and asked, That's all? Li Xian said, he also impeached Zhong Chuk, Wu Yanxiu, and the others for selling official positions. My wife doesn't need to worry. My wife's decision to preside over the government was Zhen's idea. In matters of state, I really can't do without the Empress' assistance. As for Gua, she suffered too much when she was young. Now that she has finally regained her status as an emperor's descendant, I don't think it's a big deal for her to be a little arrogant. However, he said that Zhong Chuk, Cui Shi, and the others have used up their official positions for the next 3 years. This is quite shocking. I still don't know if it's true or not. I have to send someone to investigate. If it's true, even if they didn't ask for or accept bribes, they are still suspected of abusing their power. I have to deal with them properly. Empress Wei snorted and said disdainfully, Your Majesty, there's no need to investigate. Qian knows about this. Zhong Chuk and Cui Shi did use their official positions until 3 years later. However, they didn't take bribes. They did it out of a sense of justice and loyalty to Your Majesty. Li Xian was stunned. "Why do you say that?" Empress Wei said, "Your Majesty, although Zhang Jianji and the others have fallen, the old ministers of the Divine Dragon still fill the court. Although the Prince of Xiang and Taiping are no longer involved in politics, they still have a large number of their henchmen in the court. These people should be driven out, right?" Li Xian could not help but nod his head. Empress Wei said, "But these people don't have any clear faults. What reason does the court have to dismiss such a large group of officials at once? Since we couldn't chase them away for the time being, they would still be in control of the imperial court, and there would be a great risk. Zong Chuk discussed with me to appoint a group of our people to share their authority, slowly making them a mere figurehead, and then gradually kicking them out." Empress Wei said, "This is the opinion of an experienced strategist. How can there be the talk of selling official titles? That man surnamed Yen is clearly an old member of the Divine Dragon sect, or else he's a henchman of the Prince of Xiang or Taiping. Seeing that the situation is not good, he slandered and deceived His Excellency." Empress Wei finished and lightly said, "Husband does not need to ask about this matter. Zong Chuk has always been loyal and devoted to husband. Who is more trustworthy, him or a minor official who popped out of nowhere?" Li Xian hesitantly said, "Wife's words are reasonable. Since this is the case, we will ignore him." Empress Wei's gaze shifted slightly. Feigning casualness, she asked, "That man surnamed Yen has already been sent away?" Li Xian wanted to nod, but with Empress Wei's pair of phoenix eyes staring at him, he actually didn't have the courage to lie. He obediently replied, "Not yet. At the time, I really thought that Zong Chuk and the others were corrupt and perverted the law, so I had him go to the Four Quarters Embassy to stay and wait for my questioning." Empress Wei smiled and said, "Oh, if that's the case, then in a while, your wife will send someone to the Four Quarters Embassy and tell him to return to Shuzhou." Finishing, Empress Wei said with concern to Li Xian, "Your Majesty's health is not good. When handling government affairs, you need Zhang Yuqi. You must not tire yourself too much. Your wife will not disturb you any longer. When it's time for the evening meal, your wife will invite your Majesty to eat together." Empress Wei left the imperial study, her gentle expression immediately turning cold and stern. She called over a trusted eunuch and whispered a few words into his ear before returning to the inner palace. Receiving Empress Wei's orders, the eunuch immediately flew to the political affairs hall. There was only one in the capital of the Tang dynasty, and it was managed by the Four Quarters Embassy. Those high-ranking officials visiting the various ministries in the capital or meeting the emperor could stay here while they were waiting. However, only high-ranking military officials and dukes of a region had the right to stay here. Everyone else had to find their own accommodations. Now that Yan Qin had received the emperor's verbal order, he could also stay here. Because the people staying here were all high-ranking officials, the standard of the accommodations was naturally higher. Even though Yan Qinrong's official position was low, even the worst accommodations for him had its own door and courtyard. After Yan Qin entered the inn, he first took a bath and changed into a light and soft robe. Wearing cattail grass soft-soled shoes, he slowly strolled into the courtyard. Standing under a cypress tree, he thought about the circumstances of seeing the emperor today and couldn't help but be filled with joy. Today, he had spoken his mind. It seemed that the emperor had listened. The things he had exposed, the emperor only needed to send someone to investigate, and he would definitely have the power of evidence. This way, the treacherous official would be punished, and he would also be able to enter the emperor's eyes. Wasn't this the best of both worlds? Thinking about this happy thing, Yan Qinrong wanted to raise his head to the sky and laugh. Just at this time, there was an enormous boom. The two doors to the courtyard were smashed open. hitting the wall with a bang before bouncing back and then opening again. Yen Qinrong looked over in shock. He saw a pair of hooves the size of bowls stomp down from the air, smashing onto the brick ground with a bang. The hooves kicked up a spray of brick dust, and then a handsome warhorse bolted in. Sitting on the horse was an awe-inspiring knight in full armor. The armor flashed with the light of steel and gave off a sturdy feel. Both the man and the horse gave off a feeling of power. Even the sword at his ribs gave off a faint murderous aura. Yen Qinrong paled in fright and said in shock, "Who are you? How dare you break into the inn?" The knight was fully armored as he charged into the courtyard with his horse. The war horse slowly paced to his side. The tall steed, the armored knight, the upper edge of the leather collar covering his mouth and nose, only revealing a pair of murderous eyes. He looked down at Yen Qinrong, creating a suffocating pressure. He glanced coldly at Yen Qinrong and asked, "You are Suzhou military adjunct, Yen Qinrong?" At this time, Yen Qinrong seemed to understand something. A trace of fear and sorrow rose in his eyes, but he immediately puffed out his chest and said in a loud voice, "It is me." The knight was too lazy to waste words with him. He waved his hand forcefully and shouted, "Take him away." With a clanging sound, 2 more armored men barged in from outside the door. They were tall and sturdy. The 2 of them were like eagles grabbing a little chick. They picked up Yen Qinrong and walked out. There were 7 or 8 armored soldiers outside, all of them riding tall and strong horses. They chained Yen Qinrong and tied him to the back of the horses with a long rope before galloping away. How could Yen Qinrong keep up with the speed of the fast horses? He only ran a few steps before falling to the ground. Those knights did not care about him. They lashed out with their whips, and the horses galloped. Yen Qinrong was pulled by the long rope and let out an inhuman howl as he was dragged along the street in the direction of the imperial palace. After they left, a green-robed minor official in charge of the inn sneakily came out with a few minor odd-job workers. They stuck their heads out to look into the distance with a bitter expression on their faces. A minor official gathered his courage and said, "Relay official, this surnamed Yen is staying here on imperial edict. Now that he's been captured, what should we do?" The relay official fiercely spat at him and scolded, "You're asking me, but who should I ask? Don't you see that the people who came to capture him are imperial soldiers? Don't you see that they were acting on Prime Minister Zong's personal edict? Do I dare stand in their way?" The minor official said with a bitter expression, "Of course this lowly one knows, but if the emperor investigates and finds out that he was captured from here, we can't keep quiet. We can't afford to offend the prime minister, and we can't afford to offend the emperor either." The relay official paced a few times on the spot and then stomped heavily on the ground. He said, "When the gods fight, what can we little devils do? I will report the truth and send someone to give these important people a headache." After tricking Wei Ho away, Li Xian casually flipped open a memorial. How could he continue to read it? All he could think about was the matter of Yen Qinrong accusing the empress of keeping handsome men and causing chaos in the palace. Could it be true? My body has been broken for a long time. My wife has always been alone in bed. Right now, she is in the prime of her life. Could it be that she, impossible. She comes from a noble family, has been brought up strictly since childhood, and has a dignified personality. She is now the mother of the country. Li Xian was conflicted. He didn't want to believe it, but he couldn't fight against the devil in his heart. He wanted to investigate, but when he thought about it carefully, he didn't have a single confidant that he could use in the imperial court, in and out of the palace. All the people he trusted, entrusted with important tasks or transferred to his side, were closer to Wei Ho than he was. At this time, a minor eunuch came in to report, "Your Majesty, The emissary Lu Tianmu requests an audience. Oh, summon him in. Li Xian heard it was the emissary Lu Tianmu and quickly summoned him. The emissary Lu Tianmu only had two responsibilities. One was to pass on imperial edicts and memorials, and the other was to manage foreign affairs. As a result, Li Xian attached great importance to his arrival. The emissary Lu Tianmu eagerly entered the great hall and recounted what had happened to Li Xian. Li Xian was enraged and sternly asked, "How is that Yan Qinrong now?" Lu Tianmu said with a bitter expression, "When this subject entered the palace, I saw a trail of blood that stretched all the way to the palace gates. When I reached the palace gates, I saw that Yan Qinrong lying dead on the ground. Because of the drag, his flesh and bones had rotted away, and he didn't look human." Li Xian was enraged. He slapped the table and shouted, "Zong Chuk is so daring to deceive the emperor like this." Li Xian was so angry that he felt dizzy and had to use his hands to support himself on the table. He wanted to order someone to arrest Zong Chuk, but then he thought, how did Zong Chuk know about this? How did he know that Yan Qinrong was at the inn? The mastermind was clearly Wei Shi. Thinking of Wei Shi, all of Li Xian's anger and courage dissipated. He sat down dejectedly and waved his hand weakly. Lu Tianmu quickly bowed and retreated. Li Xian painfully muttered to himself in a low voice, "Wife, wife." By now, he somewhat believed Yan Qinrong's words. Chapter 1180. A female internal court official came to the royal study. Seeing Li Xian, she bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Empress invites you to have dinner together." Li Xian was struggling in pain. He raised his head and solemnly said, "Tell the Empress that I am not feeling well and need to rest." "Yes." The female official did not dare to say more. She bowed again and quietly retreated. Li Xian sat in a daze for a moment. He sighed gently and slowly stood. Dispirited, he walked toward his palace, Du Palace. In the middle of the night, the faint moaning and panting finally stopped. Empress Wei's hair was disheveled, her face was flushed, her phoenix eyes half closed, and her breathing ragged. She still had not calmed down from the passion that made one tremble. She greedily hugged Yang Jun's strong and masculine body. After a long time, she weakly rolled to the side and pulled over a soft gauze scarf to drape over her body. She only covered her stomach and vital areas. Her pair of round legs and full chest were still exposed. Yang Jun and Ma Chinka were two completely different tastes. Ma Chinka was a refined and mature man. His lingering was like a trickle of water, allowing one to enjoy the gentleness to their heart's content until they reached the realm of bliss. Yang Jun was a warrior. He was young and strong. He could be like a storm and make Empress Wei experience a completely different feeling. He tormented her until she could not bear it. However, this kind of powerful stimulation made Wei Shi, a woman who lived like a princess deep in the palace, especially enchanted. She was in a slightly irritated mood today, and had specially called Yang Jun over. As expected, she experienced the feeling of bliss in the midst of her contentment. Her body and mind were extremely relaxed. She was anxious and irritated because she felt that her husband, Li Xian, seemed to know something. At the beginning, she had not sensed it. After she left the royal study, the more she thought about it, the more she felt it was not right. She was too familiar with Li Xian. How could Li Xian's disguise be completely hidden from her eyes? She felt that Li Xian seemed to be holding back when he spoke of the contents of Yan Qinrong's impeachment. But Li Xian had even spoken of Yan Qinrong's impeachment of her meddling in politics and how it would cause the Tang dynasty to repeat the tragedy of Empress Wu. What else could he hide from her? She was well aware of her own affairs. She knew best what she had done wrong to Li Xian. Unexpectedly, she thought of this matter. Although when the husband and wife were in trouble in Fangzhou, Li Xian had told her out of gratitude that he would let her do whatever she wanted in the future. Of course, she understood that it would not include her going against her morals. What's more, is a man's promise reliable? The promise of a man like Li Xian, who was naturally indifferent, was even more unreliable. Even though Empress Wei had already filled both the civil and military branches of House Wei, and the political affairs hall, and the Imperial Guard of Yulin were all under House Wei's control, she knew that all of this depended on Li Xian. No matter how incompetent or muddle-headed Li Xian was, he was still that great tree. Even if this great tree, Li Xian, had already decayed and died, he still towered there. Wei Dang, on the other hand, was like a wisteria attached to this big tree. No matter how green its branches and leaves were, no matter how lush its flowers were, once it left this big tree, it would still lie limply on the ground. Perhaps one day, this wisteria would be able to penetrate its roots deep into that decaying tree and grow stronger and stronger until it replaced it and became a new towering tree, just like Wu Meinyang in the past. But she knew that now was not the time. So when she thought that Li Xian might have discovered her infidelity, Empress Wei felt an inexplicable irritation. She knew that Li Xian might be able to let her do anything, but he would not accept this kind of thing. It is good to be young. Empress Wei gently caressed Yang Jun's strong and sturdy chest, her eyes rippling with infatuation. Even now, she could still recall how brave and valiant he had been, how he had made her feel as if she was on cloud 9 and forget all her troubles. Yang Jun's body moved, wanting to leave. Empress Wei's hand tightened. She said weakly, "Don't leave tonight. Stay with me." Yang Jun hesitated slightly and said, "Qin Jiejie is still waiting at the back door to take me away." Empress Wei's eyelids were heavy. She gave a soft yawn and murmured, "Then let her wait." As she spoke, she put a plump leg on Yang Jun's body and sweetly fell asleep. Li Xian ate a simple bowl of jade porridge in the evening. He was already lying on the bed, but he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Yan Qinrong's words were like a poisonous thorn that pierced deeply into his heart. No matter how hard he tried, he could not get rid of them. Yan Qinrong's death was like a piece of burning charcoal that was branded on his heart and made him panic with pain. Li Xian tossed and turned like a pancake. He could not bear it anymore and finally put on his clothes and got up. He wanted to ask the Empress clearly. Otherwise, because of this worry, he would not be able to sleep. "Your Majesty." Two pretty little palace maids were kneeling on the soft carpet, leaning against the enormous dragon couch and dozing off. They suddenly felt the emperor get up and quickly crawled up, thinking that the emperor wanted to get up for the night. Just as they moved closer, Li Xian waved his hand and said, "There is no need to serve, withdraw." Li Xian walked out of the sleeping palace and stood in the corridor. Gazing at the bright moon on the horizon, he gave a long sigh. The great eunuch on duty tonight, Yang Si-su, silently walked out from the corner. Bowing, he said, "Your Majesty." Li Xian waved his hand and said, "Zhen's heart is in turmoil and will walk alone." Yang Si-su hesitated for a moment and then said, "Since your Majesty wants peace, how about this old servant accompany you alone?" Li Xian glanced at him and coldly said, "This is the palace. What can happen? Withdraw." Yang Si-su could only bow and retreat to the corner of the hall. Li Xian reached out to gather his sleeves and walked down the steps. The Empress' sleeping palace was not far from the Emperor's residence. There was only a thick and high wall between them. In the dead of night, the moonlight was like frost. There were no palace maids holding lamps or eunuchs accompanying him. Li Xian walked alone and had a rare feeling of relaxation and leisure. This was the first time Li Xian had come to the Empress' sleeping palace after nightfall. He did not want to bring anyone. It was already difficult to ask his wife about this kind of thing. If he made the Empress cry, his expression would become even uglier. After all, they had gone through trials and tribulations together. He believed that if he had a heart-to-heart talk with his wife, perhaps he could dispel some of the barriers between them. The 4 eunuchs guarding the Empress Palace had all slipped into the guardroom to sleep. It was already late autumn and early winter, and the weather was cold. These eunuchs all knew that their master would not go in or out of the restricted area at night. The eunuchs, palace maids, and female officials of the Empress Palace had all been chosen by Empress Wei from the clean yamen of the 6 Shang and 24 divisions after she came to power. Empress Wei knew that the people in these places had no power and were far away from the emperor and empress. No faction would cultivate trusted aides from these people. She chose some of these people for her own use and showed them her favor. Only then would these people be loyal to her. But because these people had never served the imperial empress before, and Empress Wei had changed all the people at once without anyone to instruct them, these people were not as disciplined as the inner palace maids by the imperial empress side in the past. In such cold weather, and knowing that no one could come in or out, Yang Jun had been brought into the sleeping palace for 3 hours and should have left long ago. These eunuchs guarding the door would not obediently stay there. Li Xian came to the main hall of the Empress Palace, the Zhengzheng Hall, and was discovered by the 2 little palace maid guarding the candles. The 2 palace maids were dozing off when they suddenly felt someone come in. They groggily opened their eyes and jumped in fright. "Silence! You don't need to announce." Li Xian immediately made a hand signal to them. He didn't want to make a scene and have the Empress dress up and come out to greet him. Tonight, they would just be like a normal husband and wife and have a good heart-to-heart talk with her. The 2 little palace maids were young. Seeing that the emperor had indicated that they should not make a ruckus, they knew that if they raised their voices, they would cause the emperor to be angry or suspicious. Also, at this time, Yang Jun would have left long ago, so they didn't dare to say more. But tonight, Empress Wei's heart was restless and especially wild. After the deed, she was exhausted. Because of the cold autumn night, she craved the warmth of Yang Jun's strong body and didn't let him leave. After holding him for a while, she actually fell asleep. The 2 little palace maids guarding the candles didn't know what was going on inside. Li Xian slowly walked to the Empress' sleeping quarters. Empress Wei was having fun with someone and had sent away the people around her. Li Xian walked into the rooms and didn't encounter a single person. Walking into the Empress' sleeping quarters, he saw the candles were brightly lit and the crimson curtains were hung. It was a warm scene. Li Xian's eyes showed gentleness. He walked over and gently parted the curtains. With a slight smile, he looked into the tent. His smiling expression suddenly froze on his face. Empress Wei's jade body was spread out. There was only a soft gauze handkerchief around her waist. Her plump and full jade body glowed with light, bright and vivid. One snow-white leg was straddling a naked man's body. That person was tall and sturdy, with a handsome and enchanting face. He was the guard that Empress Wei favored the most, and was good at bowing. Yang Jun was a martial artist, so he was more alert in his sleep. In his sleep, he suddenly sensed something. He opened his eyes and saw a purple face staring at him maliciously. Yang Jun jumped up in fright and sat up. When Yang Jun sat up, he suddenly found that the person standing like a ghost in front of the bed was the current emperor. Yang Jun didn't know what to do in this fright. In his fright, he unconsciously called out, "Your Majesty!" And Yang Jun sat up in fright and startled Empress Wei. Empress Wei opened her eyes in displeasure and suddenly saw Li Xian. Instantly, she also gave a startled cry. She quickly climbed up and covered her chest as she shrunk to the corner of the bed. Even though she was usually fierce, now that she was caught in bed, she didn't know what to do. Li Xian glared at them, his face savage. After staring at the two for a long time, the corners of Li Xian's mouth suddenly rose strangely. Before the self-mocking smile could fully bloom, it suddenly froze. He pointed at Empress Wei and slowly fell backwards. Plop! The muffled sound of a body falling to the ground shook the two people on the bed. A moment later, Empress Wei said in a trembling voice, You go see, how is he? Men were more daring in the end. Also, he had already slept with the Empress. If he stuck his head out, it would be a knife. If he pulled his head back, it would still be a knife. Yang Jun understood this point and became a hoodlum. He pulled aside the curtains and jumped down naked. Yang Jun saw Li Xian lying on the ground, his teeth tightly clenched and his eyes wide open. He moved a step closer and checked Li Xian's breathing. He couldn't help but be startled. He quickly put his fingers together and checked under Li Xian's neck. His entire person froze. Empress Wei shrank into a corner and grabbed Sha Luo to block in front of her. In a trembling voice, she asked, How is he? Yang Jun took a deep breath and said in a low voice, The emperor is already dead. Chapter 1181. Ever since the 10,000 cavalry stood out from the Featherwood Guard, the Featherwood Guard had actually been divided into two parts. One part was the 10,000 cavalry, while the other was the Featherwood Guard. The Featherwood Guard was further divided into the left and right Featherwood Guards. The left and right generals of the Featherwood Guards were above the commander of the 10,000 cavalry, but they had no authority to mobilize the 10,000 cavalry. Now that the Wei clan had monopolized power, they had divided the 10,000 cavalry into the left and right 10,000 cavalry, and the left and right Featherwood Guards were renamed the left and right flying cavalry. Thus, the Featherwood Guard had become a rather empty name. In reality, it was composed of the left and right 10,000 cavalry and the left and right flying cavalry. Together, they were known as the Featherwood Guard and were commanded by the Prime Minister and Grand Steward of the Chang'an military, Wei Wun. The four armies of the Featherwood Guard were commanded by Wei Ho's nephews, Wei Jia, Wei Zhuo, Wei Bo, and Wei Xian, as well as Wei Ho's nephew Gao Chong and son-in-law Wu Yanxiu. This sort of dominance was unimaginable for any other emperor. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary things. If it were just an expedient measure, there was nothing wrong with doing this. The problem was that none of Wei Ho's nephews had the ability to lead an army. When Wei Ho and Li Xian were imprisoned in Fang province, Wei Ho's clan had also suffered a severe blow from Wu Zetian. How old had her nephews been at the time? They had been exiled to the south of the Chang'an, suffering from the hardships of life, and not receiving the proper education of a noble clan. Thus, after these people took control of the army, in order to quickly control it and ensure that orders were strictly obeyed, the only method they had used was simple and crude torture. This method had clearly had the opposite effect. Otherwise, Yang Fan, Li Ida, and Wang Maozhong would never have been able to so smoothly infiltrate the winged cavalry camp. Wang Maozhong and Li Ida were Li Longji's trusted aides. Wang Maozhong was from Korea. His father had once been a military warfare officer, but he was later executed for committing a crime. The young Wang Maozhong was thus made an official slave and assigned to the Prince of Xiang's estate. Since childhood, he had been Li Longji's companion. Li Ida was a hero that Li Longji had discovered when he was in Lu province. This person was originally a servant of a rich gentleman in Lu province. He was agile and good at shooting, and Li Longji took a fancy to him. He spent 50,000 taels to buy him and made him his bodyguard. These two people were sent to the capital by Li Longji to help Yang Fan win over the morale of the army. When it came to controlling people, Li Longji was clearly much better than Li Xian. When Li Xian first heard that Zhang Jianji and the others intended to support him in a coup, he was extremely frightened and did his utmost to shirk responsibility. As a result, Zhang Jianji and the others were afraid that he would reveal it out of fear. Before the coup was actually carried out, they had concealed it from him. It was only when it was time to launch that they forced their way into the Eastern Palace and supported him onto the horse. The direct result of this was that even though Zhang Jianji and the others were loyal and devoted to Li Tang's imperial family and had never once thought of rebelling against Li Xian, they lacked the respect and reverence that a ruler should have. Although Zhang Jianji and the others didn't necessarily realize that they had this kind of mentality. After the coup d'état succeeded, they became arrogant and despotic, treating the Son of Heaven as if he didn't exist. As a result, they quickly became enemies with Li Xian. If Li Xian had pretended to be an ostrich and ignored the coup, and Zhang Jianji and the others' coup had failed, would he have been pardoned by Wu Zetian because he didn't know about it? It was simply impossible. Since that was the case, why didn't he take the initiative to seize control? In this way, he could use his identity as the crown prince to recruit more people to work for him, greatly increasing the chances of the coup d'état's success. In the process, he could establish his absolute authority. If Li Xian had participated in and been the main leader of the coup d'état, Zhang Jianji and the others definitely wouldn't have been so despotic after the coup d'état. With their loyalty and ability, if they could get along well with Li Xian, they might be able to recreate the golden age of Xinguan. Li Longji didn't make the same mistake as Li Xian. Previously, he had no foundation in the Yulin Guard. He needed the support of Yang Fan, a retired general who had yet to pass his prime, in order to obtain the loyalty of the generals in the army. But he did not wash his hands of the matter, entrusting everything to Yang Fan. Li Longji had dispatched 2 of his trusted subordinates to participate in the enlistment in order to express his attitude, to instill a certain idea into these generals. He wanted all the generals who had pledged allegiance to him to know from the start that Yang Fan was only responsible for building bridges. The one they were truly pledging allegiance to was the Prince of Xiang. In the future, only the Prince of Xiang could bestow them with riches and glory. This was a political attitude and also a political wisdom. It was a political quality that a successful leader had to possess. The great general of the left camp of the winged cavalry was Wei Zhua. Wei Zhua had 3 generals under his command: Gu Fushun, Chen Xuanli, and Xiong Mingwei. These 3 were all old generals of the Yulin Guard. All 3 of them were currently in Gu Fushun's tent. The Wei clan was like a nouveau riche. They hadn't cultivated such a deep reserve, didn't have the manpower or resources to replace these middle-ranking and high-ranking generals, but they were already being pushed aside. The one who had led Yang Fan, Wang Maozhong, and Li Ida into this tent was the palace commander of the right guard, Ma Qiao. The windows and doors of the tent were covered with thick blankets to prevent light from leaking out. Fortunately, it was already the end of autumn and the beginning of winter, so it was not stuffy. The people in the tent sat scattered, all of them solemn. The 10,000 cavalry was Yang Fan's headquarters. Huang Xuchang, Chu Kuanga, and the others had long since been convinced. The people he needed to convince now were the generals of the winged cavalry, whom they had already interacted with several times. The winged cavalry and the 10,000 cavalry were originally very distinct, with no deep relationship. However, Wei Jia, Wei Zhua, and the others often beat and scolded the soldiers, and the 10,000 cavalry and the winged cavalry were in the same boat. With Yang Fan's incitement, Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, and the others frequently interacted with the winged cavalry generals, so they naturally became like-minded friends. At this moment, the person explaining the pros and cons to the winged cavalry generals was Wang Maozhong. Of Li Longji's two trusted aides, Wang Maozhong was intelligent, alert, and eloquent, while Li Ida was slow and taciturn, resolute, and calm in the face of danger. The two complemented each other's weaknesses, making them the best match. Yang Fan had the intention of only being an introducer, so just like when he brought Wang Maozhong and Li Ida to meet with the generals, he spoke very little. Other than the introductions at the very beginning, he would only interject at crucial points or when the generals were hesitating. If he still had his sights set on officialdom, this was not the time to steal the limelight. Bridging the strings to get the Featherwood Guard to pledge allegiance to the Prince of Xiang was already his greatest achievement, and Li Longji would never forget it. However, if he were to usurp the host's position, the result would be the opposite of what he desired. Now that Yang Fan had the intention to retire to seclusion, there was even less need for him to firmly control these people, especially Huang Xuchang, Ma Qiao, Chu Kuanga, and the others. These people were all his good brothers. Since his sights were no longer on officialdom, if he did not give up on his influence over them, he would only be harming them. The matter of persuading the winged cavalry generals proceeded very smoothly. Yang Fan's influence over the winged cavalry was extremely limited. The reason these generals were able to so readily agree to the Prince of Xiang's request was not because of Yang Fan, but because of Wei Zhuo and the other Wei clan generals. They viewed the high-ranking generals as their lackeys, either beating or cursing them. At the same time, they embezzled military pay, embezzled military funds, extorted bribes, and so on. These generals had long been enraged, but did not dare to speak out. Now that the imperial clan of Li Tang had raised the banner, these hot-blooded men naturally began to respond. Wang Maozhong and Li Ida solemnly clasped their hands to Gufushan, Chen Xuanli, and Xiong Mingwei, declaring, "Good, General Gu, General Chen, General Xiong, it is decided. When the great undertaking is accomplished, the Prince of Xiang and the Prince of Linzi will not forget your contributions." The three hurriedly returned the greeting. Of the three, Xiong Mingwei was the Confucian general. He answered on behalf of Gufushan and Chen Xuanli. Empress Wei is tyrannical, and the emperor is tyrannical. The Wei clan is running rampant, and Li Tang's imperial clan is gradually declining. As ministers of Imperial Tang, we will naturally respond to the Prince of Linzi's call to cleanse the muddy stream and uphold the righteous and punish the evil. Wang Maozhong smiled and nodded his head. Just as he was about to speak to Yang Fan, the desolate sound of a bugle horn suddenly rang out. The source of the bugle horn should be quite far away. Moreover, the windows and doors are covered with felt, so the sound should not be too loud. However, the men in the tent were discussing the matter of beheading. Upon hearing the sound of the bugle horn, they were shocked. Wang Maozhong unsheathed his saber with a chung sound and cautiously took a step back. Li Ida shot towards the door like an arrow and raised his saber high, preparing to chop down. Gufushan hurriedly explained, "Gentlemen, we are sincerely pledging our allegiance to the wise emperor and did not reveal your whereabouts." Although Ma Qiao did not unsheath his saber, he is already gripping the hilt tightly. His tiger-like eyes are staring coldly at the three men. It seems that if anything goes wrong, he will brandish his saber and kill them. Hearing the sound of the bugle horn, Yang Fan was startled. His brain worked quickly, and he quickly composed himself. In a deep voice, he barked, "Do not panic. General Ge, please go and investigate what is going on." Finished speaking, Yang Fan sat cross-legged and calmly said, "All sit down and extinguish the candles." As soon as they saw Yang Fan's composure, everyone's panic gradually subsided. Gufushan shot a grateful glance at Yang Fan and nodded his head vigorously before walking out in big strides. Ma Qiao has a kind of blind trust in Yang Fan. Although he was still unclear about the situation, he was the first to sit down. Waving his hand, he extinguished the candles, and the room was immediately plunged into darkness. After a moment of silence, there is a series of rustling noises as they sat down one by one. A moment later, Wang Maozhong suddenly exclaimed in admiration, "Great General is still astute. That's right, this bugle horn has nothing to do with us." By this time, the others had not realized what was going on. After all, they are all honest and straightforward military officers. Among them, only Xiong Mingwei is a scholar, and his brain works fast. Hearing Wang Maozhong's words, Xiong Mingwei suddenly understood. That's right. Xiong Mingwei said, if the Wei faction discovered our plot, they would not have sounded the bugle horn from so far away to alert us. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. In fact, this logic is very simple. However, when a group of people are discussing a major matter that, if they fail, would involve themselves and their entire clans, when the bugle horn suddenly sounds, how many people can calmly analyze the logic behind it? Yang Fan calmly said, unless there is a sudden enemy attack, why would there be a need to sound the bugle horn in the middle of the night? This is the Imperial Army's main camp. There is no reason to sound the bugle horn in the middle of the night. Although this matter has nothing to do with us, something big must have happened. In a hurry, the arrow sentries on the outside can only sound the bugle horn to warn the camp. If my guess is correct, the next step is to beat the drums and gather the generals. General Chen, General Xiong, the two of you must make early preparations. Just as Yang Fan finished speaking, the rumbling sound of war drums can be heard. When Gu Mingshun left the tent in order to prevent Yang Fan and the others from becoming suspicious, he did not lower the tent curtain. The sound of the drums is very clear. Ah! Chen Xuanli and Xiong Mingwei cried out and jumped up. They had quietly snuck into Gu Mingshun's main tent to discuss matters. They did not wear their armor. Now that the drums were beating and the generals were gathering, they had to hurry back and dress properly before going to the main camp to listen to orders. If they did not arrive after 3 rounds of drums, they would be beheaded according to military law. Ever since the Wei faction came to power, they were especially strict with military law. No one dared to violate it. The two of them jumped up. Ma Qiao and Li Ida reflexively reached for their sabers again. Yang Fan said in a deep voice, the two of you go put on your armor and quickly go to the main tent to see what has happened. We will wait here for news. At this time, on Vermilion Bird Avenue, a carriage, under the escort of dozens of armored soldiers, was also moving as if it was flying. The person sitting in the carriage was Shangguan Wan Er. She was resting in her mansion today when she was suddenly escorted out by Empress Wei. She did not explain the reason and sped toward the palace. On the empty Vermilion Bird Avenue, iron hooves trampled, copper bells jingled. The carriage moved like fire. Chapter 1182. Wei should beat the drums to gather the generals. The generals hurriedly put on their armors and rushed to the main tent. In less than the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, they hurriedly returned to their respective camps and regrouped. The camp was in chaos. Gu Fushun returned to his main tent and immediately ordered all the soldiers to assemble. He then lowered the tent flap and said to Yang Fan and the others, Wei was suddenly issued an order to gather all the troops of the flying cavalry left guard and rush to Hung Street immediately. Yang Fan and the others were stunned. Such an action was extremely rare even in broad daylight. Moreover, it was the middle of the night. What were they trying to do by bringing troops into the city and garrisoning the palace? Is Wei clan going to start a mutiny? Just as this thought came to his mind, Yang Fan firmly denied it. Impossible. Although Wei clan was at the height of its power, it was like a castle in the sky, without any foundation. All its glory depended on Li Xian. Wei clan desperately needed Li Xian's name to nurture trusted aides and strengthen their foundation. They would never rashly revolt and become the enemy of the world. Even if Empress Wei was blinded by greed and wanted to rise to the top in a single bound, the entire Wei clan would not agree. Even if Empress Wei or the Wei clan had a conflict with Li Xian or were eager to kick him away, the most appropriate solution was to imprison Li Xian and use the emperor to command the feudal vassals. When the time was right, they could ascend to the throne. Hadn't Empress Wei been learning from Wu Zetian? Wu Zetian had done this in the past. She had imprisoned her son, Li Dan, for 8 years until everything was ready. Only then did the titular Li Dan abdicate the throne. But now, Wei clan was mobilizing troops into the city. If they were not trying to seize the throne, then what were they trying to do? Yang Fan found it hard to understand. Gu Fushun said, Wei Zhuo has the tiger seal of Chang and's military commander Wei Wen. There is no mistake about it. Right now, all the troops are being mobilized. I am afraid it will not be easy for the few of you to leave now. Why don't you follow me into the city first and wait for an opportunity to leave? When Yang Fan and the others arrived, they wore the uniform of the Imperial Army in order to deceive others, so there was no need for them to change. After Gu Fushun finished speaking, he glanced at Ma Qiao and said worriedly, General Ma, I'm afraid your troops are also being mobilized. If you can't make it back in time, what should we do? Ma Qiao replied, There's no harm in that. I've been on leave for the past few days, so I'm not in the army. Yang Fan thought for a while and said decisively, Then you and I will pretend to be General Ji's bodyguards and enter the city together. We will act according to the situation. In the city of Chang, and teams of soldiers armed with spears hurried to and fro, full of killing intent. The winged cavalry, 10,000 cavalrymen, 1,000 bull guards, and other imperial guards were stationed outside the palace gates. Along the way, Yang Fan estimated that there were at least 40,000 soldiers stationed around the palace. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Along the way, Wei Zhuo held the transfer order of Chief Military Officer Wei Wen. Along the way, there were many imperial guards who stopped and questioned him. They would only let him pass after verifying the transfer order. When they arrived at the street in front of the Gate of Heaven Influence, Wei Zhuo ordered loudly, All troops are to station here. Without Chief Wei's order, no one is to enter or leave. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Thousands of well-trained and elite imperial guards immediately moved. There was not the slightest noise on the long street, but the sound of hurried footsteps, the clanging of armors, and the clashing of swords and shields formed a strict atmosphere unique to military camps. They were leaning against the Gate of Heaven Influence and facing the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Just as they finished setting up the Heart Moon formation, a light carriage came speeding over. There were dozens of armors surrounding the carriage. Not every Imperial Guard could have that kind of exquisite radiant armor. Other than a few Imperial Guards, only the Imperial warriors had it. Even so, Wei Zhuo still personally led his men to stop and question the carriage. One of the cavalrymen handed him Wei Wen's order. After Wei Zhuo verified it under the torch, he whispered a few words to the cavalryman before turning back and shouting, "Open the palace gates!" The heavy and tall palace gates opened with a bang. Wei Zhuo ordered again, "Remove the threshold." The threshold of the palace gates was long and tall. It was several feet wide and 2 feet tall. The wood was hard and sturdy, and the outside was covered with a layer of copper. It was extremely heavy. It took more than 20 burly flying cavalrymen to remove the threshold, allowing the carriage to drive straight in. Yang Fan stood at a remote corner near the Hall of Governmental Affairs, outside the gate of Heaven Influence. Looking at the mysterious carriage, he muttered to himself, "Strange! Who is in the carriage? They can actually drive straight into the palace gates." Wang Maozhong looked around and stealthily approached Yang Fan. He whispered, "Great General, it seems something big has happened." Wang Maozhong's voice was somewhat nervous and sounded somewhat hoarse. Compared to the taciturn but resolute Li Ida, Wang Maozhong, who had been a slave in the Prince of Xiang's estate since childhood, was loyal and devoted, but lacking in courage. Yang Fan smiled and replied, "There's no need for you to worry. The soldiers around the palace are in good order. Right now, those with Grand Steward Wei's order can freely enter and leave the palace. It's clear that no rebellion has occurred and that they are just guarding against something. General Ji's soldiers are guarding the outside, making it very convenient for us to leave. If we want to leave, we can leave right now, but since we've run into each other, there's no harm in getting to the bottom of this." Wang Maozhong gave an embarrassed smile and whispered, "This lowly life of this lowly one is nothing. I'm just afraid that I'll ruin the prince's plans. This lowly one truly doesn't know what to do in this situation. I'll follow great general's orders." In the Hall of Sweet Dew, Empress Wei quietly sat on the imperial chair that Li Xian had once sat on. Her face seemed to be carved from a piece of white jade. There was no color, no expression. Her eyes, under the light of the lanterns, flashed with a lifeless light. The Hall of Sweet Dew was the emperor's palace. She did not dare to return to the Hall of Politics. The Hall of Politics was the empress's palace. Empress Zhangsun had once lived there. Empress Wang had once lived there. And Wu Zetian had also once lived there. Empress Zhangsun had been a virtuous empress of a generation, but she had died young. Empress Wang had been deposed and banished into the cold palace. In the end, she had been cruelly tortured to death by Wu Zetian. As for Wu Zetian herself, she had changed from empress to emperor, and then from emperor back to empress. In the end, she had died a miserable death. Every empress before Empress Wei had lived a brilliant life, whether they succeeded or failed, but there had never been an emperor who had died in the empress palace. Empress Wei did not dare to stay there. She was afraid to see those eyes that had died with everlasting regret. "Nyang nyang, nyang nyang," a female official trembled as she called out a few times, her trembling voice rising. Empress Wei appeared extremely calm on the surface, but inside, her mind was a mess. Only when the female official called for the 5th time did she startle out of her daze. "What? Nyang Nyang, Shangguan Jiarong has arrived." Empress Wei abruptly stood and said urgently, "Quick, invite her in." A moment later, Shanghai Wan quickly walked into the hall. She had been hurriedly received from her home, and the carriage only stopped in front of the Hall of Sweet Dew. On the way, the doors and windows were tightly shut. She did not know why she had been summoned to the palace, and could not see the situation outside. She only felt from the shouts of commands and the sounds of the army seals being handed over that something major had happened. She had experienced heaven and Mingtang, the 2 peerless and vast palaces being burned to ashes by a fire. She had experienced the Shunlong coup d'etat and the Crown Prince's rebellion, but she had never encountered such a strange situation. Shanghai Wan had thought that Emperor Li Xian had summoned her in the middle of the night, but when she hurriedly walked into the hall, she was shocked to see Empress Wei's anxious and joyful expression. Shanghai Wan's heart instantly sank, and she had a bad feeling. Wan greets Empress. "Why has Nyang Nyang summoned me in the middle of the night?" Just as Shanghai Wan finished speaking, Empress Wei charged forward and gripped her hand. Wan felt that Empress Wei's hands were ice cold without any warmth. Empress Wei said in a trembling voice, His Majesty has passed away. Under Er's shocked gaze, Empress Wei hurriedly explained to her how the emperor had passed away. The emperor had spent the night in the empress palace. A chronic illness had suddenly occurred, and he had died. Speaking of it, if she hadn't been provoked by Yang Jun, it would have been the truth. But that was not the important point. Li Xian was not the husband or father of a normal family. He was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. He had died, and the most important thing was how to deal with the aftermath. Who would be the new emperor? Wanner quickly calmed down. She had experienced the great change of Emperor Zhe Tian. This son of heaven, who feared his wife, a cowardly emperor, did not have a high position in her heart, and so could not cause greater waves in her heart. She calmly said to Empress Wei, "What does Nyang plan to do?" Empress Wei nervously clutched her wrist and slowly walked in the hall. Before you came, Aijia had been thinking about this matter. To prevent the news from leaking and causing some unpredictable change, Aijia has already sent 50,000 imperial guards to protect the entire palace, forbidding entry and exit for safety. Wanner nodded slightly and said, Nyang's actions are very appropriate. Empress Wei might have come from a noble family, but what noble families learned were the 4 arts, calligraphy, poetry, and songs, and not the laws and regulations of the country. After she became empress, she had some understanding of these areas, but compared to she could not compare. To say nothing of other things, if she left she would not be able to write a posthumous edict that suited Li Xian's style and could be trusted by the world, much less the more complicated government affairs. Hearing Er's approval, Empress Wei's panicked mind immediately relaxed. Empress Wei continued, Aijia thinks that there is only one important matter: who will inherit the position of Son of Heaven. The emperor died, suddenly, and did not have a crown prince in his lifetime. According to the rules, Aijia and the officials must discuss it together. But the country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Qiao Wang is far away in Lingnan, and it will take at least a month for him to return. Also, his talent is mediocre. How can he be worthy of great responsibility? Aijia thinks that we can only make Chongfu the crown prince to inherit the throne. Wanner's eyes flashed, and she directly asked the most important point. The 4th imperial son is still young. If the 4th imperial son is made emperor, who will assist him? Empress Wei took a deep breath and puffed out her chest. Aijia is Chongfu's mother, the current empress. No, Aijia is about to become the Empress Dowager. Naturally, Aijia will be the regent. One asked assist, and Empress Wei replied, regent. The difference of one word was like the difference between heaven and earth. Looked at Empress Wei's nervous and excited expression, and seemed to see that Wu Meinyang of the past. They might have too many differences, but at least in this moment, the expressions on their faces were unusually similar. Chapter 1183. Empress Wei saw that Shanghai Wana was staring at her and couldn't help but ask, "Is there something wrong?" "Your Highness, this won't do." Almost in a split second, Shangguan Wanner, who had been training by the side of Empress Wu Zetian for nearly 30 years, figured out the pros and cons of this matter. With a resolute tone, she rejected Madame Wei's decision. There was no disputing the establishment of the heir apparent, whether it was Prince Qiao, Li Zhongfu, who had been banished to the south, or the immature 4th imperial son, Li Zhongmao. Both of them were concubine-born sons, and not even the eldest concubine-born sons. At present, the imperial court was dominated by the Wei faction. So even if Empress Wei's decision was not followed, the results of the court discussion would definitely conform to Empress Wei's wishes. This meant that the new emperor was certain to be Li Zhongmao. The crux of the matter was the arrangements made after the establishment of the heir apparent. The heir apparent was only a transition, and he would ascend the throne on the next day. The new emperor had yet to reach adulthood, and after ascending to the throne, he would need someone to support the country and oversee the government. Empress Wei had taken this right into her hands, while Li Tang's imperial family was excluded. In this way, Emperor Li Xian's posthumous edict would legally affirm the legitimacy of Empress Wei's dictatorship. Even though the Prince of Xiang's party could still stage a coup to seize back power, no matter what they did, they would lose their righteous reputation. One could not underestimate righteousness. A country could not ignore the law, could not ignore righteousness. This was especially true in a country where Confucianism was the mainstream value of the country. If it did not conform to the laws of etiquette, it would bring unimaginable difficulties. After the coup at the Black Tortoise Gate, Li Shimin thought of ways to interfere with the historiographers, fabricating evidence that Crown Prince Li Jiancheng had tried to kill him to clear his name. After the coup succeeded, he was not willing to immediately ascend to the throne. Instead, he used his status as crown prince and pretended to be a benevolent father and filial son with his imprisoned father for several months. It was precisely for this reason that he needed righteousness. Even the most brilliant ruler of a generation would not dare to leave a stain on himself that would be criticized by others, much less Li Xian. After the coup, Li Xian had not hesitated to give Wu Zetian such a high treatment, even allowing her to retain the title of emperor, all for the sake of obtaining an edict to abdicate. This was the same reason. At that time, Li Xian already had great power. Furthermore, he was Li Tang's crown prince and had once been the emperor. Even if Wu Zetian was not willing to abdicate, could he not ascend to the throne? But he still hoped that it would be justifiable. If Wanner helped Empress Wei prepare this edict, she would create a massive obstacle for the Prince of Xiang's faction to seize back power. Even if the coup succeeded, Li Dan would have to go to great lengths to prove his legitimacy. And because of this, Shanghai Wanner will be branded as a member of the Wei clique. Even if others know that she was forced to do this, they will not forgive her. Politics wouldn't look at whether you had difficulties or not. You would be judged based on what you did. Of course, Wanner did not want to write a succession edict that was like a proof of allegiance to her. She calmed herself and tried to remain calm, not letting Wei Ho see that her expression was strange. Wanner acted as though she was racking her brains for Empress Wei. Her brows furrowed slightly. She said in a deep voice, "Nyang Nyang, right now, we can only make the fourth son of the imperial prince, Zhong Mao, the heir apparent. Wanner does not have any objections. But Nyang Nyang, regent." Empress Wei's gaze suddenly hardened. She sternly asked, "What?" Wanner did not seem to see Empress Wei's threatening gaze. She calmly replied, "Wanner believes that this is not appropriate. Although the fourth son of the imperial prince has not yet reached adulthood, he is not a youth ignorant of worldly affairs. He is already 15 this year. In another 3 years, he will be able to personally govern. At this age, the fourth son of the imperial prince is already old enough to make clear judgments on the affairs of the state. Thus, according to custom, it is enough to have an official assist him. If Nyang Yang acts as regent with the status of Empress Dowager, I fear that it will arouse the suspicion of the people of the world." Empress Wei brushed it off. "This country is our family's. When the emperor passes away, as the empress, Aijia has the responsibility to look after the family. Even if the entire world suspects Aijia, what can Aijia do? The heir apparent is still young. If something unforeseen happens, how will Aijia have the face to see Emperor Xian in the underworld?" Wanner softly said, "Nyang Nyang's worries are correct. It is not that Wanner has not considered this point. However, Emperor Xian died a violent death. Since ancient times, whenever a sovereign died a violent death, there would always be busybodies spreading rumors. If the empress insists on controlling the government, it can be predicted that there will be unfavorable rumors against the empress among the people. If we can let Nyang Yang manage the country and also make the people of the world have nothing to say. Wouldn't that be perfect for both sides? Empress Wei's anger turned to joy. She said, Aijia knows that you definitely have a way. Speak quickly. Wana said, Nyang Nyang, how about this? Wana will draft a posthumous edict for Emperor Xian and make fourth son Zhong Mao the son of heaven. Nyang Nyang, you will attend the court. Empress Wei was about to explode when Wana interrupted. Nyang Nyang, although it is to attend the court, the son of heaven is young and filial. In the court there are Zhong Chuk, Chui Shi, Zhang Chang, Wei Wen, Wei Engshi, Wei Jiyuan, and the other prime ministers who are loyal to Nyang Nyang. Isn't Nyang Nyang still in charge of this family? As long as Nyang Nyang doesn't want the title of regent, no one in the world can criticize Nyang Nyang for monopolizing power. At the same time, it can fulfill Nyang Nyang's original intention of guarding Emperor Xian's country. Why not? Empress Wei did not have Wana's astute political mind. In her view, as long as she held power, it didn't matter if it was legitimate or not. It was just a false reputation. It was unwise to place herself in a storm of public opinion for the sake of a false reputation. Thinking of this, Empress Wei nodded her head, but didn't speak. Wana had been quietly observing her expression. Seeing this, she was secretly happy. Striking while the iron was hot, she said, Wana thinks that the posthumous edict should also mention that the Prince of Xiang will assist the government. Hearing this, Empress Wei was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her expression instantly changed. She shouted, No, absolutely not. Shangguan Wan, what are your intentions? Don't tell me you have some ulterior motive. There were warriors standing in the hall. Empress Wei harshly yelled, and several of the warriors immediately turned murderous gazes to Wana. Wana anxiously said, Empress, even if the Prince of Xiang is allowed to assist the government, does he have the right to speak in today's imperial court? That still won't do. Empress Wei angrily said, the Prince of Xiang relied on his achievements to become arrogant and colluded with Zhang Jianji and the others to covet the throne. If not for the fact that Emperor Xian remembered his brotherly love, he would have already been sentenced to death. Now, with great difficulty, he has finally surrendered his military power and left the court. Do you want Aijia to invite him back? Wana earnestly said, Nyang Nyang, Wana suggests inviting the Prince of Xiang back to the court and having him assist the government as the Prince of Xiang of the Yin Kingdom. This is not for the Prince of Xiang, but for Nyang Nyang. Think about it. If Empress Wu proclaims herself emperor and wantonly slaughters Li Tang's members of the imperial family and loyal officials, what kind of reign of terror will there be? Right now, the Son of Heaven is young and all the important officials in court are relatives of the Wei clan. Nyang Nyang, you also want to preside over the government. What will the people of the world think? They will definitely not allow a second Emperor Zetian to appear. If a high-ranking official or a member of the imperial family uses this as an excuse to rebel, Empress Wei truly lacked experience in the field of politics. She seriously thought for a while and felt that Wana's words were reasonable. The Wei clan had only been on the rise for a short time. If she appeared too impatient, there might be people who would seize the opportunity to rebel. When Su Jingye revolted against Wu in Yangzhou, Wu Zetian had not yet been proclaimed emperor. She had governed the world as empress for many years, and she had also used her status as Empress Dowager to force her puppet son, Emperor Li Dan, to issue an edict. Only then was the rebellion quelled. At this time, if a high-ranking military official were to rebel, he would probably not be so easy to deal with. If the Prince of Xiang was made an assistant prince in name, but not in reality, he could first pacify the hearts of the world and then use the young emperor to command the vassals. In 3 years, wouldn't it be enough time to replace the generals commanding the armies of the world with members of the Wei clan's party? With this thought, Empress Wei finally accepted Wana's suggestion. She slowly said, Then let's do it this way. The sky is about to brighten, and the officials are about to go to court. Quickly draft the edict. There can be no delay. When the first rays of dawn bathed the city of Chang'an, the drums at the Duanmen Gate began to beat. The emperor's death had not affected the normal operations of the bell and drum service. Zong Chuk rode, a fine horse, galloping through the palace to the sound of the drums. His back was already drenched in sweat. Li Xian had died at around the third watch last night. The first thing Empress Wei did was to order the Tiger Seal to mobilize troops, and have Wei Wen mobilize the imperial army at the north gate to protect the palace. The second thing she did was to have someone inform Zong Chuk and Wei Juyuan, the two prime ministers whose residences were closest to the palace, to hurry to the southern Yamen. Empress Wei still remembered the incident of the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan furiously charging into the southern Yamen during the coup d'etat and seizing military authority. She naturally could not repeat the same mistake, so she immediately ordered Zong Chuk and Wei Juyuan to first take control of the imperial army in the southern Yamen. Zong Chuk was woken from his sleep. Upon hearing that the emperor had died, he paled in fright. He hurriedly got up, wrapped himself in a robe, and ran out of the mansion. By the time he reached the southern Yamen, it was already the fourth watch. He busied himself for a long time, and it was only at dawn that he finished his preparations. On the way to the southern Yamen to take control of the imperial army, Zong Chuk had already thought of several ways to deal with the aftermath. He sent people to the palace to report to Empress Wei. The aftermath that Empress Wei told Shanghai Wanner was basically Zong Chuk's proposal, but Zong Chuk was still worried about the palace. As soon as he finished his preparations, he immediately rushed to the palace. By the time he reached the palace, the Meridian Gate was already wide open. The civil and military officials were filing into the palace, stepping on the morning sun, and walking on the Golden Water Bridge. The civil and military officials knew nothing about what had happened last night. It was only when they arrived at the palace this morning that they were shocked to find that the palace was heavily guarded by a large army. When the Meridian Gate was wide open, there was a sentry every 5 steps, a sentry every 10 steps, tens of thousands of mounted soldiers, and a murderous air. These officials immediately trembled with fear, not knowing what major event had happened in court. Ever since the coup d'etat, the political situation had been unstable. They really did not know if, when they went to the Golden Hall, they would find that the emperor had changed again. Zong Chuk originally wanted to rush to the palace to see Empress Wei first and ask if the aftermath had been properly dealt with. But when he lifted the sleeves of his robe and sprinted all the way into the Taiji Gate, he saw the civil and military officials walking into the Taiji Hall. Helpless, he could only quickly chase after them. Chapter 1184. In the imperial court, all the officials were on high alert. Pairs of nervous eyes stared at the 12 jade screens behind the throne. Those who did not know the inside story were not sure who would come out from behind the screens. The officials of different factions were especially nervous. The generals of the Wei faction were all outside controlling the troops of the 9 cities. Wei Engshi, Cui Shi, and the others also did not understand. Even though they were from the Wei faction, the incident had happened so suddenly that they did not know what was happening. Their faces were also pale. A moment later, for eunuchs with horsetail whisks floated out from behind the jade screens. Closely following them was a pair of phoenix feather fans and 2 slender palace maids with feather palms protecting Empress Wei as she appeared. Empress Wei was dressed in a plain silk morning dress. She held the hand of Prince One, Li Zhongmao. Li Zhongmao was also dressed in plain silk morning dress. Seeing this scene, the Golden Hall exploded. Everyone immediately understood one thing: the emperor has passed away. Silence! Silence! Imperial censor Jiaofeng. Hurry up and suppress it. Yang Sisun stood on the imperial stairs and shouted in a deep voice. He then turned and bowed to Empress Wei. Empress Wei walked step by step onto the imperial platform. Her pair of dignified phoenix eyes slowly swept across the officials. She said in a deep voice, "The emperor has passed away." As she finished, perhaps it was because she was guilty and ashamed, or because she still had some feelings for Li Sienna's husband and wife, or because she was good at acting, Empress Wei's two clear streams of tears flowed down her face. Hearing this, the officials immediately cried out in grief. No matter if it was real or fake, this was a necessary etiquette. In the Golden Hall, there were people beating their chests and stamping their feet. There were people wailing. There were people kneeling on the ground in grief. There were people silently weeping. The sound of sorrow filled the imperial court. Li Zhongmao dazedly looked at the people below the stairs, his face full of terror. Seeing the situation, Empress Wei twisted his arm hard. Li Zhongmao screamed in pain. He quickly turned his head and saw his muha's stern gaze. Li Zhongmao couldn't help but shudder. He hurriedly opened his mouth and started to cry. Empress Wei cried for a while with everyone. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. She mournfully said, "The emperor has a chronic illness." Last night, the emperor's illness suddenly flared up. Aijia urgently called for the imperial doctors, but it was too late. His Majesty only had time to make some arrangements before he passed away. At this point, Empress Wei was sobbing uncontrollably. She turned around, covering her face, as she said, "Xiandi has passed away. Aijia cannot control my emotions. Shangguan Jiaorong, come read the emperor's posthumous edict." Only then did everyone realize that Shanghai Wanner was also on the imperial staircase. She was dressed in a plain mourning dress and looked like a pure lotus that had just emerged from the water. Just now, when everyone had seen the empress dressed in white silk, they had paled in fright and hadn't noticed the internal minister following behind her. Shanghai Wanner wiped the corner of her eyes and put away her handkerchief. She turned around and took a yellow imperial edict from a Taijian who was holding a white silk tray. She slowly walked 2 steps forward and stood in front of Empress Wei. She unfolded the edict and announced loudly, "The Son of Heaven's posthumous edict." Hua! All the ministers in the Golden Hall were like wheat that had been cut by a sickle, prostrating themselves on the ground. Shanghai Wanner cleared her throat and announced in a loud voice, "My people, when the heavens send a serious illness, medicine and stone cannot cure it." When Zhen was dying, Zhen did not have the time to gather all the officials, and hereby passed these words to the empress. One Wang Zhongmao, loyal to himself, honest and courteous, has long had the demeanor of the Son of Heaven, and has the bearing of an emperor. Immediately, he was made the crown prince. The country cannot be without a ruler for a day. The crown prince will ascend the throne in front of the coffin. But the crown prince is young. Zhen is afraid that he cannot govern. Empress Wei Shi, respectful and pious, gentle and virtuous, will listen to politics from behind the curtains to understand the laws and to be close to the virtuous officials. And country's Xiang Wang, Zhen's younger brother, is benevolent and magnanimous. The entire sea knows of him. He will assist the government and protect the crown prince. Zhen's great trip must be made clear. The officials and the people will be released after 3 days. Marriage is prohibited. Wine and meat are not prohibited. Civil and military officials, those of 3rd rank and above, will cry 15 times in 3 days. Once the matter is over, they will leave. Unless it is urgent, do not cry without permission. Shanghai Wanner finished reading the imperial edict and slowly retreated to the side. No matter what the officials were thinking, they all prostrated on the ground and respectfully received the imperial edict. With a distressed expression, Empress Wei said, "Aijia has already sent people to welcome the Prince of Xiang of the In-Country. When the Prince of Xiang arrives, we can discuss with the officials the matters of Emperor Xian's funeral. Zong Chuk stood at the very front of the civil officials. When he finished listening to this posthumous edict, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What's going on? Isn't the Empress Dowager Regent? How did it become listening to politics? What does this have to do with the Prince of Xiang? Why did he come out to be the Prince of Xiang? Zong Chuk suddenly sensed something, and a pair of stern eyes turned to Shanghai Wanner. The Son of Heaven had suddenly died, and a new ruler had just been installed. There was no time to make arrangements for the funeral. The civil and military officials would probably have to adjust their duties as well. The civil and military officials stood there, waiting for the Prince of Xiang to arrive. How could they remain silent? Thus, everyone began to whisper to each other, their soft voices gathering together into a buzzing wave that pervaded the golden hall. Dressed in white like jade and standing like a lotus, Shanghai Wanner's eyebrows were lowered and her eyes were restrained, like the goddess of mercy holding a willow branch in her hand. Her clear and limpid eyes seemed both somewhat compassionate and completely expressionless as she quietly looked forward. Although she was standing in the golden hall, she seemed to have nothing to do with these waves, with these ripples, with Zong Chuk's cold and harsh gaze. Empress Wei had a sorrowful expression. Supported by Li Zhongmao, she slowly retreated behind the beaded curtain and sat down on the couch. When her back touched the cushion, Empress Wei couldn't help but give a sigh of relief. It seems that we have successfully passed. The Prince of Xiang paled in fright at the Emperor's arrival. The people sent by the palace were urging him to hurry, but he had no time to grieve. He hurriedly dressed himself and followed the warriors sent by the palace into the carriage. Only when the carriage began to move did the Prince of Xiang begin to weep. Although his brother's personality had undergone a major change after his return from Fang province, and his brotherly affection had become much weaker, they were still brothers. How could the Prince of Xiang not be grieved at the sudden news of his death? As for his safety in the palace, he was not worried. If Empress Wei dared to act against him right after the emperor died, she would undoubtedly be forcing the members of Li Tang's imperial clan to immediately rebel. Moreover, if Empress Wei wanted to kill him, she would only need to send someone to deliver a blow. There was no need for such an unnecessary move. While the Prince of Xiang was being escorted by the palace guards to the palace, Zong Chuk had already invited the Empress to a side hall in the middle of the court. Upon seeing Empress Wei, Zong Chuk impatiently stamped his foot and said, "Empress, you've gone senile." Empress Wei's face immediately darkened as she unhappily asked, "What did you say?" Zong Chuk's words had been somewhat thoughtless in his anxiety, but when he saw Empress Wei's complexion, he realized that he had been somewhat lacking in etiquette. He hurriedly apologized. "Empress, please forgive this subject for speaking indiscreetly." This subject was worried for Empress. Why does Empress not take this opportunity to accept this subject's proposal and become regent as the Empress Dowager? Empress Wei's complexion slightly relaxed as she slowly said, "So it was for this reason. Sit down first." A young eunuch at the side brought over a brocade stool. Empress Wei sat down first and said to Zong Chuk, "Minister Zong, Aijia has seen your proposal, but Aijia feels that Aijia's intentions are a little too obvious if Aijia follows your plan." Zong Chuk somewhat affronted as he stared into Empress Wei's eyes and asked, "Is this Empress's own intention, or has Empress heard slanderous words from someone else?" Empress Wei weighed Wanner's words and associated them with the methods Wu Zetian had used in the past. She felt that Wanner's words were very reasonable. This was truly the idea of an experienced strategist, so she happily accepted it. But in front of Zong Chuk, she would not admit that this was Wanner's suggestion. A person who wholeheartedly wanted to be the emperor would not want his subordinates to look down on him. Furthermore, she was a married woman and was naturally at a disadvantage in terms of gender. She needed to create an image of intelligence and wisdom to convince the officials. Empress Wei said unhappily, "In such a short time, who can Aijia discuss it with? This is Aijia's own idea. After Aijia made up my mind, I ordered Shangguan, Zhao Rong to draft the edict. What, is there something wrong?" Zong Chuk heard that this was Empress Wei's own idea and couldn't help but grimace. Just now, he had seen Empress Wei's unhappy expression and knew that Empress Wei had just taken power and her mentality had not adjusted. What she hated the most was other people denying her intelligence. But he couldn't say anything else and could only say against his will, "There is nothing wrong." But this subject feels that Empress could have used Xiandi's posthumous edict to properly intimidate the government. Doing this now, you have let go of a great opportunity. Empress Wei smiled and said, "Minister Zong's loyalty, Aijia naturally knows. However, in some matters, haste makes waste. Minister Zong was too hasty. Empress Wu is talented and bold. But didn't she still become Empress Dowager for 8 years, waiting for everything to be ready before ascending to the throne? Aijia may not need to wait for 8 years, but some necessary formalities still have to be done. Right now, we should first stabilize the hearts of the people. As long as the power is firmly in our hands, what is it to let Zhong Mao be the emperor for a few days?" Zong Chuk sighed inwardly and helplessly raised his hands in a salute, saying, "Empress has great foresight and is not something this subject can match." A light carriage escorted by a dozen sturdy guards appeared in front of the Changle gates. After a fully armored officer examined the fish seal, he respectfully said, "The Empress has decreed that all carriages and horses are not to enter the palace. Your Highness, please get off the carriage and walk. All the guards are waiting outside the palace. Nyang, even I have to be restricted when entering the palace." The curtain of the carriage was raised, and Princess and Lu resentfully walked out. Walking under the tall palace walls, she looked at the corner of the eaves that occasionally poked out of the walls. Under the azure sky, it was like a palace in the sky. The displeasure in Princess and Li's heart gradually dissipated, and she suddenly felt an inexplicable excitement. Just now, when she heard that her father had died, and Lu had been slightly sad, but she was even more shocked. Now, walking on this smooth and serene imperial path, passing through the thick and tall palace walls, feeling the supreme imperial power, she suddenly became excited. Father is dead. Li Zhongmao, that lowly person raised by a servant, has become the emperor, but the power is still in my mother's hands. If mother can imitate Emperor Zhe Tian and become the empress, then I have the blood of the Li family, I have the blood of the Wei family, and I am also the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. These are my unique assets. Li Zhongmao, that lowly servant, cannot compare to me. In time, won't I become the Empress Dowager, Zhe Tian, for 3 generations? Thinking of this, and Li's blood suddenly expanded. She couldn't help but clench her fists. It was as if an electric current had suddenly passed through her body, causing her to experience a feeling of bliss that far surpassed the pleasure of bed. Chapter 1185. Another magnificent carriage slowly drove toward the palace. First, Mr. M.O. drew the curtains and cautiously observed the situation outside through the window. Looking at the heavily guarded imperial guards, he suddenly fell into deep thought. First, Mr. M.O. thought for a moment and said to Princess Taiping, "Princess, I'm afraid there are some suspicions about the emperor's death." Princess Taiping was startled and paled. "Why do you think so?" First, Mr. M.O. said with a heavy expression, "If the emperor died of illness, why did the empress mobilize 50,000 soldiers to surround the palace so tightly? Since there was a posthumous edict, they could just hold the funeral and appoint a new emperor. Why did they act like they were facing a great enemy? We didn't know about the emperor's death until this morning when we received the message from the palace. Last night, the emperor died suddenly, and the palace was locked, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. What news could have leaked? Mo Yuhan said in a low voice, "There are only two reasons why the empress would do this. First, the emperor was assassinated. That is why the empress was so nervous and immediately mobilized troops to protect the palace to prevent a rebellion. Secondly, the death of the emperor had a great deal to do with the empress. Only when a person is guilty will they act nervously and defensively when they don't need to be on guard." Listening to first Mr. Mo's analysis, Princess Taiping's face couldn't help but darken. Mr. Mo's speculation is very reasonable, and the first reason can be directly ruled out because there was no rebellion last night. Then, is it the second reason? In a single night, the imperial palace had become a powerful fortress guarded by countless elite imperial guards. Why did the empress do this? What is she afraid of? After thinking for a while, Princess Taiping sighed with a heavy heart and said in a low voice, "Regardless of whether the emperor's death is related to the empress, the emperor is already dead. With the emperor's death, our days will be even more difficult." First, Mr. Mo looked at the imperial guards who were standing still like javelins, and a trace of admiration flashed through his eyes. He suddenly said to Princess Taiping, "The general-in-chief who supports the state no longer has military power, but I believe he still has a great influence on the cavalry. But this situation will not continue. As time goes on, the general-in-chief who supports the state's influence in the army will gradually decline. Why does the princess not take advantage of the general-in-chief who supports the state's influence and win him over to our side?" Princess Taiping was startled and then laughed involuntarily. Mr. Emma was puzzled. What is Princess laughing at? Taiping smiled and said, "Mr. Mo is an experienced and wise man. Can't you see Erlang's character? He would never approve of me becoming an empress. Haha, it's not just him. How many men in the world believe that a woman can govern the country well?" Mr. Mo sighed and said, "What a pity." Princess Taiping glanced at him and lightly said, "Erlang already has the intention to live in seclusion. He hasn't left yet because he still wants to give someone an explanation, to give his brothers who followed him justice, for they would soon be purged by the party of Wei, to give the world an explanation, because he also had a part in bringing Jin Shang to the throne. In the end, everyone discovered that this emperor was not even as good as the one who had been overthrown. What would he think? Since he wants to leave, why should I keep him in this dirty quagmire?" Speaking up to hear, Taiping suddenly felt a little sad in his heart. She knew that Yang Fan still wanted to give an explanation to someone. That person was Shangguan Wan who followed him without complaint and gave birth to a daughter for him. But did he ever think of giving her an explanation? Taiping knew very well that even if Yang Fan made a request, she would not abandon her children and follow him incognito. But even though she knew that she would refuse, she still hoped that he would bring it up. But he did not. Before the sky was bright, Yang Fan learned of the emperor's sudden death. Wei Wen was the first to know. He immediately told the Wei family, who controlled the various armies, about the emperor's sudden death. Wei Zhuo was still a young man and could not hide things in his heart. This matter made him extremely excited when he could not restrain himself and revealed this matter to a few of his confidants. It was natural that the secret would be revealed, because his confidants had their own confidants. When Yang Fan learned of this news, Wang Maozhong, Li Ida, and Ma Qiao immediately left the imperial city with Gu Fushen's help. Today was not the grand court conference. So many ministers and relatives did not need to attend court today. Only after the Prince of Xiang entered the palace to discuss the state funeral with the empress, and the ministers did the Bureau of Rights dispatch people to notify the unaware ministers of the third rank and above. Yang Fan had only rushed to the funeral in great alarm after receiving the notice. Yang Fan arrived at the palace gate and received a set of mourning clothes. He put on the hemp clothes, tied a mourning belt, and wrapped a white cloth around his head. Together with the ministers who had hurried over to pay their respects, he offered incense to the Daxing emperor. Following the instructions of the Bureau of Rites, Yang Fan cried out 15 times before withdrawing to make room for the others. This morning's ceremony would last for 3 days, so Yang Fan would have to come tomorrow and the day after. Each time, he would offer an incense stick and cry out 15 times. Any less or more would be impolite. Yang Fan did not immediately leave the palace after leaving the memorial hall. He had already learned of what had happened in the imperial court and also knew that Wanner was in the palace. He knew that Wanner would assuredly think of a way to tell him the inside story that he did not know. Dressed in mourning clothes, Yang Fan strolled through the crowd for the third time. Fu Qingqing, dressed in mourning clothes and beautiful in white, directed a few young eunuchs to carry baskets of gold, silver, and paper money past him. As she passed, a small ball of paper was swiftly placed in his hand. Yang Fan took the opportunity to read the note Wanner had sent him, and his complexion instantly changed. Wanner's message to Yang Fan used a code that only they could understand. The meaning expressed in the code wasn't detailed enough, but it was enough to raise Yang Fan's vigilance. Wanner only briefly explained one thing on the note. The Empress has already begun to covet the throne. She was only temporarily restrained by Wanner's persuasion. However, Wanner is also not sure if there will be any changes under the instigation of the Wei Party. Thus, she warned Yang Fan to adapt to the situation as soon as possible. Yang Fan took the opportunity to cover his mouth and cough to swallow the paper into his stomach. He then left the palace. Ma Qiao, Wang Maozhong, and Li Ida were waiting for him in a brothel in Pingkong workshop outside the Jingfeng Gate. This brothel belonged to the hidden sect. At this moment, the news of the emperor's sudden death had yet to spread among the people. The commoners discussed the gathering of the army around the palace with great interest for a while before they went back to their own matters. Food was the most important thing for the commoners, and they were most concerned about their own lives. The brothel was always the most bustling and noisy at night. At this time, the beauties were sleeping sweetly. Even the big teapots that served tea and water for the entire night had returned to their rooms to sleep. The courtyard was abnormally quiet. Yang Fan took off his mourning clothes halfway and wore a set of casual clothes. He then used the disguise art that he learned from Gu Zhuting to make some slight changes to his appearance. When he reached the brothel, he had already become a completely different person. Yang Fan entered the brothel from the corner door. After asking for the secret code, a big teapot that was covered in gunk and walking unsteadily brought him in. Once Yang Fan entered the room that Ma Qiao and the others were hiding in, he immediately closed the door and pressed his ear against the door. Seeing this scene, Ma Qiao and the others, who had swarmed over, immediately shut their mouths. Yang Fan listened for a moment and straightened his back. "You can speak now," Wang Maozhong impatiently asked. "Great General, how is the situation in the palace?" Yang Fan replied, "Prince Fu has been made the crown prince and will ascend the throne in 3 days. Empress Wei will oversee politics from behind the curtains, assisted by the Prince of Xiang." Wang Maozhong and Li Ida glanced at each other in surprise. Yang Fan lightheartedly said, "Don't be too pleased. You all know the current situation in court. All the ministers of the Political Affairs Hall are members of the Wei faction, and all the important positions in the 6 ministries are in the hands of the Wei faction. Do you think that the Prince of Xiang, the assistant minister, will have a place in court? This is just one of Empress Wei's tricks to pacify the world. Wang Maozhong and Li Yida's smiles froze on their faces. Yang Fan continued, I just received news that Empress Wei has intentions of usurping the throne. She originally wanted to be the regent this time, but the emperor died suddenly, and she is afraid of causing trouble, so she temporarily endured. But seeing Empress Wei's past actions, she is not someone who is impatient and patient. I think that in the face of a great change, she has lost her sense of propriety and made such a move. I'm afraid that she will regret it soon. Wang Maozhong anxiously asked, Then what should we do? With his hands behind his back, Yang Fan slowly paced around the room for a while. Suddenly, he halted his steps and turned to Wang Maozhong and Li Yida, advising, Perhaps we should make our move. Wang Maozhong was momentarily stunned. Even the usually taciturn Li Yida was greatly startled. Glaring at Yang Fan, he protested, Great General, my Jun Wang still does not have enough power. Yang Fan interrupted, It is too late. By the time the king of Linzi has amassed enough strength, the Wei faction will no longer be the same as it is now. The imperial court will not be the same as it is now. By then, we will have no chance of winning. When there is a great disparity in strength to achieve victory, one must be adept at taking advantage of the situation, making use of the situation, borrowing the situation, and building up the situation. The emperor's death, to us, is both a danger and an opportunity. I believe the Prince of Lin Zi will understand this logic. Yang Fan ordered, All of you return immediately and report the situation in the capital to the Prince of Lin Zi. Invite him to the capital immediately and discuss the grand plan. Wang Maozhong and Li Yida exchanged glances. Their fearful and hesitant expressions gradually turned resolute. Wang Maozhong nodded his head vigorously at Yang Fan and spoke in a deep voice. All right, let's return to Lu Province immediately. Yang Fan immediately went out to look for the hidden sex men and quietly gave a few instructions. Very quickly, the hidden sex men prepared fine steeds, rations, and a new set of documents for them before arranging for them to depart. Once Wang Maozhong and Li Yida left, only Yang Fan and Ma Qiao were left in the room. Yang Fan looked at Ma Qiao for a moment before replying, It is too risky to adapt to the situation in a hurry. Ma Qiao sniggered and hugged his shoulder, asking, Erlang, are you worried for me? We brothers, what were we in the past? A small workshop worker in Luoyang's Xiaowen workshop. If it wasn't for you, I would have been a workshop worker for the rest of my life. Cleaning the gutters, managing the workshops, stealing chickens and dogs, earning a little money. When I had a son, I would at most be a workshop worker in the future. Even if I had a grandson, it would still be the same. But what am I now? A dignified Imperial Army general. Back then, I was just a small Imperial Army soldier. When I returned to the workshop, look at how envious the neighbors were. Who didn't look at me in a different light? Even Su Fangzheng treated me much more courteously than before. My family was so poor in the past. I wanted to make a toothbrush to earn money, but I ended up losing the few dozen copper coins we had. My wife was just a pasta soup seller. She would wake up in the morning and sleep in the middle of the night to barely make ends meet. Now, my mother has to respectfully address me as a grand monarch because I am a general. My wife lives in luxury and has countless servants. When she walks on the streets, people have to respectfully address her as Madam. Even my son has become a little Langjun, hasn't he? As Ma Qiao spoke, his eyes reddened, and his voice became a little hoarse. Even if others were willing to risk their lives, they might not be able to exchange for this wealth and honor. This good fortune of ours was given by you. Now, we can even depose the emperor. As a real man, is there any more glorious achievement than this? Yang Fan smiled cheerfully and patted his shoulder, saying, That's good. When the time comes, I will ask people to send Annie, sister-in-law, and your precious son to a safe place first. If the matter is successful, I will give you a great wealth and honor that will bestow upon your wife and your son. If you fail, Ma Qiao said in a clear voice, if I fail, then I fail. Killing people is just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. Even if I die, I will still raise my head to the sky. Chapter 1186. Empress Wei was able to attend court as she wished. Although she had been attending court since Li Xian became emperor, this time was completely different. At that time, the emperor she faced was her husband. Many times, she could only silently sit behind the bead curtain. The ministers, intentionally or unintentionally, always forgot her existence. Most of the time, if she had any thoughts, she could only wait until she returned to the back palace before she could tell her husband. In the Golden Hall, she had to be mindful of the other party's dual identity as the emperor and her husband. No matter which one it was above her. But now, it was completely different. The emperor was her son. As mother and empress dowager, she also held Emperor Xian's posthumous edict. She could confidently give orders to the affairs of the state. More importantly, the ministers now had to ask her for instructions if they had anything to say. The person that the ministers had intentionally or unintentionally ignored had become the emperor. Besides the emperor, there was also the assistant prince, the Prince of Xiang. The Prince of Xiang assisted the Son of Heaven in governing. Now that the Son of Heaven had become a decoration, who would he assist? After Li Xian's death, the people of the world easily accepted this reality. She also smoothly took over the court without encountering any resistance. Empress Wei regretted it. She regretted listening to Wan Er's suggestion. If she had followed Zongchuk's suggestion, she could have become emperor even faster. But Empress Wei had already realized that she was the highest decision-maker of the empire, the highest ruler of this enormous empire. Thus, she could not admit that she had made a mistake. She only subtly hinted to the Wei party through her cousin Wei Wen and son-in-law Wu Yanxiu that it was time to build momentum for the Empress Dowager's ascension. Thus, in the few short days after Empress Wei began to listen to state affairs, many absurd and nonsensical auspicious signs began to appear around Chang'an. Some ruffians who had received money began to run to the side gates and shout that the Empress Dowager had ascended the throne, and the Wei clan would rule the world. Zongchuk, Wu Yanxiu, Zhao Wen, Yi Jingning, and other ministers who did not have the surname Wei, but were clearly labeled as members of the Wei party, began to publicly propose that the Empress Dowager follow the old example of Emperor Zetian to ascend the throne. A large number of folk songs about the Wei family ruling the world began to be sung on the streets of Chang, and some people tried their best to find some ancient prophecies to prove that the Wei family ruling the country was destined and arranged by the heavens. The atmosphere between the court and the commoners became inexplicably tense. Many people still remembered how many members of Li Tang's royal family had been killed by Wu Zetian in order to ascend the throne, and how many heads of Li Tang's former officials had been beheaded. Now, it seemed that Li Tang was going to change again. The government positions, the internal and external military power, as well as the Central Imperial Army, were all in the hands of the Wei clan and their henchmen. Because Li Tang's imperial family and old officials had been slaughtered by Wu Zetian, Empress Dowager Wei had an advantage over Empress Dowager Wu in the past. The road in front of her was smooth. The indigo collar, calm my heart. Even if I don't go, Xening won't have a voice. Qing Qing Zipei, long my thoughts. Xening won't come even if I don't go. Pick and choose in the city watchtower. 1 day apart is like 3 months. Li Qieying's slender fingers lightly plucked the zither strings. Following the lingering and soulful music her affectionate eyes stared boldly at the man she was deeply in love with. In her heart, she was silently reciting an ancient poem. She knew that the man in front of her wasn't familiar with this melody and didn't know what song she was playing, but what did that matter? When her third brother had grabbed Yong Fan's collar and roared in anger, he had already understood his feelings for her. Therefore, she didn't bother to conceal her affectionate gaze at this moment. The women of the Tang dynasty were unrestrained in nature, to say nothing of those born in the imperial family. They rarely needed to conceal their love and hate when interacting with others from a young age. This fostered their straightforward personalities. Yong Fan was somewhat unable to endure her loving gaze. As such, he pretended to be engrossed in listening and gently closed his eyes. He even swayed his head back and forth as though he were intoxicated. This kind of appearance naturally could not be hidden from the exceptionally intelligent Princess Yuzhen. Princess Yuzhen's expression immediately became somewhat resentful. However, it was only for a moment before she became cheerful again. If he did not already have me in his heart, why would he be so afraid of looking at me? The young girl's body was like a fruit in the midst of maturing. They were still young and inexperienced, but the essence of heaven and earth was rapidly filling their bodies, making them protrude, perk up, round, and moist. Amidst this pulse of life, their spirits were also in a period of vigorous vigor. Melancholy and dejection were like floating clouds in the sky, only a small embellishment in their lives. They were always optimistic and positive. That was why Li Qiang's heart was always in a state of joy. It was like a gorgeous stamen that would happily bloom with fragrance and beauty regardless of whether the bees and butterflies were fiddling with it or the wind and rain were hitting it. It welcomed the sunshine of love. When the song ended, the lingering sound lingered in the air. Li Qiang's slender fingers lightly rested on the strings of the zither, and the sounds of nature immediately became ethereal. Yong Fan opened his eyes at the right time and lightly clapped his hands. His face was full of smiles, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Li Qiang used the zither to convey her feelings. At that time, he indeed didn't know much about it. However, ever since he was grabbed by the collar by Li Longji, how could he still be ignorant? After listening to the zither a few times, he could roughly play it. If he found someone who understood and asked, how could he still not understand? However, he couldn't bear this kind of feeling. He didn't know if it was because the women of the imperial family lived in their chambers that were as deep as the sea since they were young, and the only men they could come into contact with were their fathers and older brothers or servants. Therefore, once they had the opportunity to come into contact with another man, and the man wasn't too bad, it was very easy for them to entrust their hearts to him. Princess Taiping and he were in love with each other, but because of her special identity, in the end, they were not fated to be together. Later, love turned into hatred, until now, to the point where it was better not to meet. Princess Anna was as cunning as a fox, incorruptible and shameless. Yong Fan should have avoided her like the plague, but because he mistakenly thought she was a wild mountain woman, they formed an ill-fated relationship. And since then, they had been entangled. Now that Yong Fan had passed the age of 30, he had his own career and family. How could he be willing to get involved with a princess and cause so much trouble for him? The more Yong Fan pretended to be ignorant, the more Li Qiang didn't want to let him go. God knew how many days she had spent thinking about him to accumulate the courage to tell him her feelings today. Today, she wanted to make her feelings clear to him. She stared at Yong Fan with deep affection and said softly, Qiang has played this song many times in front of Erlang. Does Erlang know what this song is called? Speaking of the way she addressed him, Yong Fan was even more helpless. Suddenly one day, Princess Yuzhen changed the way she addressed him from Great General to Erlang. At that time, Yong Fan was drinking tea. When he heard the shy and joyful Erlang, he immediately sprayed out a mouthful of tea from his nose. Li Qianying's reason was she was Li Longji's younger sister. Li Longji addressed Yang Fan as Erlang, so she also addressed Yang Fan as Erlang. If she addressed him as Great General, it would seem more distant. When Li Qianying said this, she shyly lowered her head. Her face had a hint of redness, as beautiful as a peach. Her expression was slightly bashful, but her expression was slightly happy. There was also a kind of secret joy that a girl would feel when her wish was fulfilled. It was very charming. When Yang Fan heard the way she addressed him as Erlang, it was as if Sun Wukong was wearing a band-tightening curse. He felt uncomfortable all over. But from then on, the other party confidently changed the way she addressed him. After listening to that sweet voice for a long time, he got used to it. Now that Princess Yuzhen suddenly asked him about the name of this song, Yang Fan knew something was wrong and felt a little scared. He laughed dryly and said, "About this, I thought that music should be listened to carefully and felt carefully. If you think it's flowing water, then it's flowing water. If you think it's a mountain, then it's a mountain. You have to open your mind and think freely. Only then can you taste the true essence of music. If you know the name of the song, you will definitely comprehend the meaning of the song according to its name. This will inevitably cause you to fall into shackles and fall behind." Li Qianying stared at him with an amused expression. Gradually, she revealed a faint smile. Her charming eyes gently swayed, and she persistently asked, "Then what did Erlang feel when he heard this song?" Yang Fan did not dare to take the bait. He avoided Li Qianying's somewhat impulsive and somewhat playful gaze. He knew that no matter how he answered, she would take the opportunity to say what she wanted to say. And once this layer of window paper was broken, he did not know how the two of them would interact in the future. Yang Fan suddenly straightened his clothes and stood up. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked away with heavy steps. Step by step, he walked along the stone steps until he reached the small pentagonal pavilion under the shade of tall bamboo. He raised his head and looked into the distance, muttering to himself in silence. This move had indeed attracted Li Qianying's curiosity. Li Qianying gracefully stood up and slowly chased after him. Dressed in a green robe, her long hair draped over her shoulders, her figure was graceful and her aura was like water. Following her steps and the gentle breeze, her waist-length long hair gently rose and fell. Sneaking a glance, she saw that the space between Yang Fan's brows was slightly furrowed and his expression was very grave. Li Qianying's heart could not help but feel perturbed, and she hurriedly asked, "Erlang, what are you thinking about?" Yang Fan let out a long sigh and said in a heavy tone, "How can I calm down and carefully analyze the beauty of the song right now? The matter is imminent. If it succeeds, it will be fine, but if it fails..." Yang Fan suddenly smiled and said, "However, a real man has some things to do and some things not to do. What should be done must be done." He turned to face Li Qianying and said with a smile, "You do not need to worry. You have already become a monk. Moreover, you are a woman. Even if we fail, it will not affect you. If we succeed, you will no longer need to wear this scarf and Taoist robe. You can still be a real princess." Princess Yuzhen's eyes sparkled. Entering the path to become an immortal is to seek immortality. The descendants of the heavenly emperor, wealth and glory, can they obtain immortality? Yang Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you believe in the mysterious path of immortality?" Princess Yuzhen nodded seriously. "I believe." However, she slowly turned around. The bamboo leaves were like scissors, and at the end was a wave. That was the vast Longqing pool. Princess Yuzhen slowly recited, 10 miles of flat lake and green sky. Jade Hairpin secretly cherishes the beautiful years. Looking at each other in the shape of the moon, I only envy the mandarin ducks, and not the immortals. Princess Yuzhen suddenly turned to Yang Fan. Her eyes seemed to be burning with two clusters of flames. Wealth and glory, I do not care for it. However, if I can obtain a lover and stay with him for a long time, I will not do it even if I have to become an immortal. Her gaze lingered on Yang Fan's face, and she softly said, "You can help my father seize this country. Can you help me find a good man?" Chapter 1187. Yang Fan had never imagined that such a gentle young lady like Li Qieying could actually have such a ferocious side. Thinking about it carefully, all the princesses he had met, including Miss Jean Taiping and Lu, and now True Jade, were all like this. Was it because these royal ladies were born with different identities that they were unrestrained? Or was it because of the Hu blood in the Li Tang's family that gave them such bold and shrewd temperaments? Yang Fan could not be sure. Under Li Qieying's bold and passionate gaze, he could only retreat awkwardly and could not answer a word. Yang Fan's retreat immediately gave Li Qieying great courage. If Yang Fan had said something harsh just now, Li Qieying, who had used countless days and nights to build up the courage to confess, would have immediately retreated and would never have the courage to confess to him again. But Yang Fan's reaction doubled her courage. She proudly stuck out her proud chest and approached Yang Fan 3 steps. Her towering breasts seemed to touch Yang Fan's body. Then she stopped and asked, "Tell me, can you help me find a man I like?" "Why should I help you find a man? I am not your father." Yang Fan could only criticize this sentence in his mind. Which man would be willing to hurt a beautiful woman who was obviously interested in you, even if it was just verbal harm? So Yang Fan took another step back and answered embarrassedly, "But I don't know what kind of husband your highness is looking for." Li Qieying's eyes became hotter and hotter, but she could not help blushing. "Like a man like you, Erlang." Yang Fan avoided her eyes and laughed dryly. Princess is really funny. Ha ha ha. You mean a mature man with a successful career. There are plenty of such men in Chang, and I believe that as long as your father says something, the talents in the capital city." Li Qieying interrupted. "There are plenty? Really? Then tell me, who can go to the western regions alone, outwit the Turks' 100,000 armored soldiers, alienate the Tufan king and prime minister, and cause Tufan's power to decline? Tell me who can enter the southern border alone and quell the chaos of the barbarians." With each question, Li Qieying took a step forward. Yang Fan had no choice but to retreat step by step. "Tell me who is able to devise an ingenious plan to overthrow the imperial court and the common people, to eradicate the cruel officials in one fell swoop. Tell me who is able to ride alone for 1,000 li, to wipe out the Khitan rebellion in one fell swoop. Tell me who can come up with 100 schemes to safely escort the Prince of Luling to the capital amidst the heavy encirclement, who can devise strategies to quietly overthrow the first empress." He also, the more Li Qieying spoke, the redder her face became, and her eyes became watery. "He also had to kneel before me, be ridden by me, be kissed by me, kill a king for me. For me, he also had to be as handsome as you." The more Li Qieying spoke, the more blurred her eyes became. When she said the word, handsome, her voice had become so soft that it was as if she was sighing softly beside Yang Fan's ear. "I killed a monarch for you. How could there be such a thing? Could it be that this girl thinks that the death of Tubo Zanpu was caused by me?" As Yang Fan was thinking, Li Qieying could not help but reach out her hand to caress his cheek. Her soft and fragrant body also slowly nestled against him. Yang Fan was shocked. He wanted to retreat again, but his back suddenly touched something hard. He had already retreated to the side of the pavilion pillar. At this moment, the sound of birds chirping suddenly came from the bamboo forest. Yang Fan's spirit was lifted, as if he had been granted amnesty. He said, "San Lang is here." With this sentence, Li Qiang's advancing movements immediately stopped. Yang Fan rushed into the bamboo forest as if he was escaping. A moment later, he saw the shadows of the branches swaying. Yang Fan followed a green figure and hurried away. Li Qiang looked at his back, clenched her fist, and fiercely waved it in the air. She said excitedly, "I said it. I finally said it. It turns out that saying it isn't that scary." Li Qiang smiled sweetly. She had been depressed for a long time. She finally spilled out her heart. It was really inexplicably carefree. "Anyway, it seems that Miss Shun likes you. If you want to run, there's no way. I'm not going to be reasonable." He. Passing through the bamboo forest, there was a wall at the end. There was a corner door on the wall. This corner door was not opened often. The lock on it was a little rusty. Fortunately, it could still be opened with a gentle poke with a key. At this moment, the corner door had already been opened. Outside the corner door was a lush green forest. There was a winding path that led directly to the Longqing Pond. There was a black boat by the Longqing Pond. A barefooted man, wearing a bamboo hat, was holding a bamboo pole and stabilizing the boat. Yang Fan got on the boat and bent down to enter the cabin. He saw a young man in a brown robe sitting inside. His facial features were good to look at, but his face was yellow and had many pockmarks. His eyebrows were thick, and they were also slanted, which was unavoidably annoying. Yang Fan did not expect Li Longji to become like this. It seemed that there was no lack of Jianghu people around him, and they knew all kinds of tricks, although his disguise was far inferior to Gu Zhuding's superb disguise technique. Unless someone had been watching him since he left Luzhou, even those who knew him well would have a hard time connecting him to Li San Lang when they saw him in this state. His sister had just revealed her feelings to him. Although he definitely did not seduce that pure girl, Yang Fan still felt a little uncomfortable when he saw her brother. His unnatural smile fell into Li Longji's eyes. Li Longji's face immediately tightened. He hurriedly stood up and asked, "Erlang, did anything happen in the capital?" Yang Fan quickly motioned for him to sit down and comforted him. "Don't worry, there are no changes at the moment. However, from what Empress Wei has done, it is hard to say when she will suddenly make a move. So we must act first." Li Longji's expression was grave. He nodded lightly, his voice unusually calm. "Mao Zhong and Ida have already told me the situation in the capital. I completely agree with your view. This time, I have brought all the people I can use. Erlang, what plans do you have?" Yang Fan said, "At first glance, the situation today seems even more serious than when Empress Sei became emperor. When Zhe Tian was emperor, the Wu family held military power, but only controlled the North Gate Imperial Army. The South Palace Imperial Army belonged to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister stood on our side. Now that the military and politics are all in the hands of Wei family, it seems that our chances of success are not high, and we don't even have a high chance of rising. Fortunately, Empress Wei is not Empress Sei. Compared to Empress Sei, her ability is like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Empress Wei is impatient to become emperor and has done everything in haste. Her people seem to have already controlled all the confidential centers, ministries, government positions, and the military. It is a pity that the time is too short, and there is not enough foundation. This is our chance, the only chance." Yang Fan stretched out a finger and dipped it into the water in the cup. Tapping it on the table, he said in a low voice, "My plan is like this." As soon as Yang Fan boarded the boat, it sailed towards the center of the lake. The blue water and the blue sky were a clear color. A small boat floated on it. Who would have thought that on this small boat there were two people discussing a grand plan to change the world? Li Qieying, dressed in a Taoist robe, stood gracefully in the little pavilion in the bamboo forest. She looked at the small boat in the distance, like a red apricot peeking over the wall. She had almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, and her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders. Although she was wearing an elegant and otherworldly Taoist robe, it could not hide her exuberant beauty. On the boat, Yang Fan described his plan in detail. Li Longji thought about it carefully for a while, then slammed the table and said in a low voice, "It's done. In this situation, there is no perfect plan. We can only use violence to curb violence and fight to the death." But Li Longji couldn't help but frown. Yang Fan asked, "What? Is there a problem?" Li Longji said, "Our original plan was to kill the Wei faction, and after we succeeded, we would make Emperor Daxing the Emperor Emeritus. If my father was unwilling to force my brother to abdicate, then we would settle for the next best thing and let my father be the regent. But I didn't expect that the emperor would suddenly change, and the one on the throne now is my cousin, my father's nephew," Yang Fan said. "You are worried that your father was unwilling to usurp his brother's throne, and now he is even more unwilling to force his nephew off the throne." Li Longji smiled bitterly and said, "Yes. Moreover, the posthumous edict of Emperor Daxing has already stated that my father will assist in the government. With this, I'm afraid my father will be even more unwilling to usurp his nephew's country with his status as the assistant king and leave behind an eternal infamy. Alas, my father, sometimes, he didn't say the words, too foolish. A son shouldn't speak of his father's faults, but as a child, how could he speak of his parents' faults?" Yang Fan smiled slightly and said, "This isn't a shortcoming, but your father's strong point. It's just that some of his strong points are suitable for a benevolent elder, but not the ruler of a country." Yang Fan bent down and walked out of the cabin, and Li Longji followed him out. The two of them stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the clear blue lake water. They took a deep breath of the fresh and pleasant wind, and their spirits were lifted. Yang Fan said, "What you are worried about is indeed a problem. Once the rebellion is successful, the governance of the country will have to be settled immediately. Once the monarch's position is delayed for too long, it will be impossible to change. As for your father, he needs someone to convince him, someone he can trust from the bottom of his heart." Li Longji's eyes flashed, and he blurted out, "I got it. Aunt Taiping. Aunt Taiping can definitely do it." Yang Fan didn't say anything and just narrowed his eyes, looking at the distant shore. The weeping willows on the shore looked like wisps of smoke on the surface of the lake. Li Longji said, excitedly, "The Emperor of Daxing was put under house arrest in Fangzhou for 16 years. As the crown prince, my father was also put under house arrest in the East Palace for 16 years. In these 16 years, my father lived in fear every day, afraid that he would be killed. During those days, it was all thanks to Aunt Taiping's secret protection, helping my father resolve the various traps from the Wu clan. Because of this, my father trusts Aunt Taiping the most. If there is anyone who can convince my father, it's none other than Aunt Taiping." Chapter 1188. The sunlight shone on the spacious hall. The varnished floor had a clear texture and a warm yellow luster. In front of the screen, Princess Taiping and her second daughter, who had just returned home, sat across from each other with a relaxed smile on their faces. Along with the mother and daughter's whispering, there was a burst of relaxed laughter. It seemed that children always had to wait until they got married and established a career before they were treated as adults by their parents. This was especially true for the two girls. Their mother, who had always been strict, was now very kind. She held their hands and only talked about daily life. She no longer asked about their studies or scolded them. The housekeeper, Zhou Min, quietly appeared at the door. She took off her shoes and quietly walked in. The sunlight stretched out her shadow and cast it on the table between Princess Taiping and the two girls. Zhou Min was originally a female official in the palace. When Princess Taiping got married, she was sent to the princess's mansion as part of her dowry. From then on, she became Princess Taiping's servant. The time that Princess Taiping spent with her was longer than the time that she spent with her children. Princess Taiping's children never dared to treat this confidant of their mother as an ordinary servant. Seeing her come in, the two girls quickly nodded in greeting. Zhou Min smiled and bowed to Second Mississippi. She bent over and whispered a few words in Princess Taiping's ear. Princess Taiping was slightly startled. She then turned to her daughter and said calmly, "I still keep your room for you. Go back to your room and rest for a while. Accompany me for dinner tonight." "Yes, mother." The two girls stood up and bowed to their mother. They then nodded to Zhou Min and quietly left the hall. As soon as the two girls' figures disappeared, Princess Taiping stopped smiling and said to Zhou Min, "Who did you say? Li Longji asked to see you?" Zhou Min nodded. Princess Taiping's eyes suddenly flashed. She murmured, "Longji, why didn't he become an official in Luzhou? Why did he quietly return to the capital? Doesn't he know that once the news is leaked, it will be tantamount to treason?" Zhou Min said softly, "If Princess does not want to see him, I will send him away." Princess Taiping shook her head. She frowned and thought for a moment. She ordered, "Take him to the small study. Don't disturb others." Zhou Min understood and quietly left the room. Princess Taiping thought for a moment. She waved her sleeves and lightly stood up. She walked to the small study. In Taiji Palace's Qianqiu Hall, Empress Wei was sitting upright. Wei Wen and Zong Chuk were kneeling in front of her, discussing the Empress Dowager's memorial. It had been 15 days since the great sage of great harmony, the great Zhao Xiao Emperor Li Xian, had passed away. The young emperor Li Zhongmao had ascended to the throne 12 days ago. 12 days were like years for the people of Wei's faction. They couldn't wait for Empress Wei to ascend to the throne. Today, Wei Wen and Zong Chuk had come together. These people from the Wei clan were even worse than the people from the Wu clan. They were incapable in both literature and martial arts. Empress Wei's cousin, Wei Wen, knew this in his heart. He wholeheartedly wanted Empress Wei to become the empress, but he was worried that he would not be able to convince the Empress Dowager, so he sought out Zong Chuk. Zong Chuk and Wei Wen could be said to have hit it off very well and immediately entered the palace with him to advise. With the two of them echoing each other, Empress Wei, who originally did not have a clear idea, was immediately moved. Empress Wei pondered for a while and said hesitantly, "Zhong Mao has not been emperor for half a month. If Zhen rashly moves, will there be an accident?" Zong Chuk laughed heartily and said, "Empress Dowager worries too much. Now that the government is in the hands of the Empress Dowager, who in the world can do anything to her?" Wei Wen said, "Yes, at present Wei Jia, Wei Shua, Wei Xian, Wei Bo, Wei Qi, Wei Yuan, Gao Song, and Wu Yanqiu are in charge of the various armies. Chang and is impregnable. If there is any accident that can happen, it can only be the Prince of Xiang and Taiping. We only need to kill them, and the matter will be settled." Empress Wei frowned and said, "The Prince of Xiang and Taiping are innocent. On what grounds should we kill them?" Zong Chuk smiled and said, "What is so difficult about this? The sudden death of the Daxing Emperor has caused much discussion among the people. This subject believes that we can use this matter to our advantage. During the funeral of the Daxing Emperor, this subject can arrange for some people to cause trouble. After that, Wei Wen had clearly discussed it with him and immediately said, "After that, we will seize the opportunity to capture the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping and execute them on the spot. We will say that they are plotting a rebellion. This subject can also find a few kamikaze soldiers to insist that the death of the Daxing Emperor was the work of the Prince of Xiang and Taiping." Zongchuk said, "As long as the Prince of Xiang and Taiping are dead, the Li clan will have no one left to take charge of the situation. If the Empress Dowager wants the young emperor to abdicate and the world to bear the surname of Wei, wouldn't it be a matter of a single word?" When Empress Wei heard this, she nervously stood up and anxiously paced around the room. Zongchuk and Wei Wen exchanged a look and bowed together. May Empress Dowager follow Empress Wu's story, overthrow the Tang dynasty, and establish the Wei family under the heavens. Empress Wei's expression of nervousness and struggle appeared for a moment before it gradually turned to determination. She slowly stopped and said in a deep voice, "Good. The two of you plan well. Do not make any mistakes. On the day of the late emperor's funeral, this matter will be accomplished." Zongchuk and Wei Wen were wild with joy. They hurriedly bowed their heads and said, "This subject will solemnly obey the empress' decree." The two left excitedly. Just as their figures disappeared from the door of the hall, two people came out from behind the screen. One was sturdy and robust, the other refined and scholarly. It was Ma Qingke and Yang Jun. The two looked at each other and smiled. They cutely bowed to Empress Wei and said, "This subject pays his respects to His Majesty." Empress Wei smiled. Contentedly, she stretched her waist and lazily lay back. Yang Jun had rushed over long ago. Empress Wei happened to be lying on his sturdy and powerful thighs, while Ma Qingke conveniently sat next to Empress Wei. A pair of hands skilled in massage skillfully massaged her plump and supple thighs. Empress Wei's eyebrows immediately lit up with a hint of spring. After Empress Wei seized power, she made Ma Qingke a regular attendant of scattered cavalry and Yang Jun a vice minister of the imperial treasury. In reality, the two of them were just white-collar workers with a salary. They only had one place of work, Empress Wei's brocade couch in her chambers. Perhaps Empress Wei herself did not notice that she had always been learning from Wu Zetian. Not only did she imitate Wu Zetian's methods of seizing power to become the empress, she even deliberately learned from that female empress in how she kept gigolos. Since ancient times, there had never been a female empress in the world, but Wu Zetian had accomplished this groundbreaking event. To those women who were also at the center of power, this magnificent feat was an unprecedented and powerful impact. Empress Wei, Taiping, and Lu, these women who had once crawled at Wu Zetian's feet, trembling with fear or cautious, had unknowingly been infected by this woman who shone like the sun. When Zongchuk returned to his residence, he immediately ordered someone to summon Cui Riyong. In less than 3 incense sticks of time, Cui Riyong arrived on a galloping horse as fast as the wind. This Cui Riyong was a scholar and had initially been appointed as the city officer of Ruwei. During the first year of Dazu, Zongchuk had passed through Shanzhou as the provincial governor. Cui Riyong paid for his meals and asked for delicacies to please him. Zongchuk was very satisfied with his hospitality. After that, Zongchuk recommended him as the Xinfeng officer, and not long after that, he promoted him to the supervising imperial censor. From then on, Cui Riyong became Zongchuk's lackey. He had always been respectful to Zongchuk, like a subject serving a ruler. Now, he was Zongchuk's #1 confidant. Zongchuk's power now dominated the court. Cui Riyong had already been promoted by him to be the assistant minister of the Ministry of War and Xiuwen Library scholar. Cui Riyong hurried to the small study and saw Zongchuk writing furiously. Even though he did not know what he was writing, his face was flushed and he seemed unusually excited. Even though Chui Riyong was the assistant minister of the Ministry of War and had high status and power, he was unusually respectful in front of Zongchuk. He did not dare to sit down, nor did he dare to be startled. He only cupped his hands and stood there with a slight bow. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zongchuk finally finished writing. He blew on it lightly and folded it carefully. "Riyong, you've come." Zongchuk seemed to have only just noticed Chui Riyong and very intimately greeted him. In truth, he had long since known that Chui Riyong had come, but this was precisely the feeling he wanted. Blindly being courteous to the wise and humble would not do. In his view, the way to govern was to balance kindness and authority. Even though Chui Riyong was already the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, a disciple would always have the awareness of being a disciple. Chui Riyong respectfully bowed. This disciple pays his respects to Sir Zong. Zongchuk chuckled. "Sit. There's no need to stand on ceremony between us." Chui Riyong respectfully sat down, but a moment later he jumped up in fright. He had heard a shocking piece of news from Zongchuk's mouth. Empress Wei wants to use the occasion of Emperor Xian's funeral to kill the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping. But this was not the most shocking news. What truly alarmed him was that after Empress Wei captured the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping and executed them on charges of rebellion and murdering Emperor Xian, Zongchuk wanted to launch a surprise attack, kidnap the young emperor, and exterminate the Wei faction. He wanted to borrow the hands of the Wei clan to kill the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping, and then kill all the high-ranking officials of the Wei clan, who would inevitably be present in the name of a loyal minister who set things right. He would then kidnap the young emperor as a puppet and wield both civil and military power, all the way until he seized the country and made the world his surname. This Chui Riyong's forehead instantly beaded with sweat, each bead the size of a soybean. Zongchuk coldly glanced at him. "What are you afraid?" Chui Riyong swallowed with difficulty and said bitterly, "Everything this disciple was given by Sir Zong. This disciple will not hesitate to go through fire and water for Sir Zong. It's just that although this disciple is the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, the number of soldiers I can mobilize is limited. I'm afraid I'll fail Sir Zong's expectations." Zongchuk chuckled and comforted him. "You don't have to worry about this." Zongchuk raised his eyes and gazed at the emptiness in front of him. He leisurely said, "You're not the only soldier this Zong can use. Don't forget, this Zong is Emperor Zetian's nephew. Those people of the Wu clan and I are all cousins." Chui Riyong's body trembled as he involuntarily said, "Sir Zong is saying—" Zongchuk said, "Correct. Ever since Li Zhongjuan rebelled and killed Liang Wangu and Wu Sanxi, the Wu clan has been like a group of dragons without a leader and has declined day by day. But the Wu clan's foundation of many years will not fall so quickly. The Wu clan and the Li clan have many marriages. If the Li clan rules the country, the Wu clan can still live. But once the world takes the surname Wei, the Li clan will undoubtedly be finished. But will the Wu clan have any good days? They are also worried. At present, many of the generals in the army came from the Wei clan, but what foundation did these people have to speak of? It's not that this Song is arrogant, but the Wu clan has commanded the North Gate Imperial Army for many years. I dare not say that I can mobilize the entire Imperial Army, but it's easy to pull out a troop from among them. If we want to win in the chaos, we only need an opportunity." Zongchuk stroked his beard, his eyes gradually revealing a crazed glint. "When I first became a lowly person, I was eager to be the Prime Minister. Now that I'm the Prime Minister, I'm only one step away from becoming the Emperor. With this opportunity, how can I not want to be the Emperor? As a man, even if I have to face the South and only have one day to live, it's still better than dying a mediocre death." Chapter 1189. After Li Longji left Princess Taiping's residence, Princess Taiping paced back and forth alone in her study for a long time. Only then did she have someone invite Sir Mo and explain Li Longji's purpose in coming here. Mo Yuhan cheerfully said, "It seems that your highness is not the only one sharpening the blade of the Wei clan and realizing that a great disaster is imminent. This Li Sanlang is a shrewd man, but why did he not consult with the Prince of Xiang, but come to seek your highness's help?" Princess Taiping bitterly smiled. "That elder brother of mine is like a woman, kind and soft-spoken. If I tell him this matter, I'm afraid it will only ruin things." But Taiping slightly narrowed her eyes and said appreciatively, "But Sanlang actually secretly returned from Luzhou. This lone master's Thro is truly a ruthless character." Mo Yuhan deeply agreed and nodded. Able to rise and fall, resolute, shrewd, and capable. If this sort of person is our opponent, then we must be very careful. Taiping smiled brightly. He has 2 elder brothers above him, and he is not a legitimate son. He will not get in the way. Mo Yuhan asked, "What if he obtains the merit of the country?" Princess Taiping confidently said, "So he came here because he wanted me to persuade his father at the crucial moment. But I want to participate in the entire process. If I fail, I will die with him. If I succeed, as his aunt, I will naturally take the greatest credit." By the Longqing pool, a green-robed scribe strolled with his hands clasped behind his back. His steps were slow and restless, as if he was a scribe's relaxing by the lake. Only when one got closer could one see his tightly furrowed brow and anxious face. This person was none other than Cui Riyong. It was true that he was the Afu Sex Chuk, but his goal was to rely on a large tree for shade. He had never imagined that Zong Chuk could become emperor. When Zong Chuk told him of his grand dream, Cui Riyong's only thought was, "Zong Chuk has gone mad." Cui Riyong did not want to accompany Zong Chuk in his madness, much less accompany him in death. This large tree was about to become a blazing torch, and every moth that approached it would be burned to ashes. It was time to seek refuge with a wise master. Cui Riyong pondered for a long time and came to the conclusion that if he wanted to expose Zong Chuk's scheme, he could only choose Wei clan or Li clan. Between Madame Wei and Madame Li, after weighing the pros and cons, he gradually leaned towards Madame Li. Although Zong Chuk was an important member of the Wei faction, he was Zong Chuk's trusted aide. In order to avoid arousing Zong Chuk's suspicions, he did not have much interaction with the other members of the Wei faction. He was completely dependent on Zong Chuk alone. But before that, his relationship with the Li family was quite harmonious. This was because he was only promoted by Zong Chuk after the first year of Dazu. But how did the first year of Dazu come about? That was a trick played by Yang Fan. That year, Yang Fan was ordered by Wu Zetian to secretly sneak into Fangzhou to rescue the Prince of Luling. In Fangzhou, he was imprisoned for trifling matters. In order to escape without exposing their identities, they fabricated the story of the golden-armored deity and forged a huge footprint. The local authorities submitted this matter to the imperial court. Wu Zetian believed it to be an auspicious omen. So the following year, the name of the year was changed to Dazu. At the time, Wu Zetian had already decided to make her son Li Xian heir apparent, and the political situation of Li Tang's imperial clan began to improve. The entire world knew that the next emperor would assuredly come from the Li family. In this sort of environment, Cui Riyong naturally had some close dealings with Li Tang's imperial clan, and Li Xian, who had just returned from Fangzhou and been made crown prince, was extremely cautious in his conduct, fearing that he might make a mistake. Thus, the one who represented Li Tang's imperial clan in interacting with the nobles was the Prince of Xiang, so Cui Riyong was most familiar with the Prince of Xiang. Moreover, Chui Riyong was a scholar and had studied the books of the sages since he was a child. He had a very strong sense of orthodoxy, and he had always believed that Li Tang was the true orthodoxy. Although he was Zong Chuk's disciple, when he first submitted to Zong Chuk had no intention of rebelling. Now that Zong Chuk was coveting the throne, he had no choice but to make a choice. For these reasons, and because he was in the Bureau of Military Personnel, he was well aware that the Wei clan could not win the morale of the army, so he ultimately chose the Li clan. He wanted to report this news to the Prince of Xiang, but he did not dare to go to the Prince of Xiang's estate. The Prince of Xiang was too big of a target, and there was probably already someone watching him. Thus, Chui Riyong chose the Prince of Xiang's eldest son, Li Qingqi, but when he reached the estate of the Prince of Shouchuan, Li Qingqi, he couldn't help but hesitate, advance, or retreat. As long as he made the wrong choice, it could be a calamity. How could Chui Riyong not be conflicted? He paced back and forth for more than 2 hours before stamping his feet and walking to the gate of the estate. Ever since Li Xian's death, the Wei clan had grown increasingly rampant. In order to avoid trouble, Li Qingqi had spent the last few days in seclusion. When Chui Riyong arrived, he immediately sought him out. Upon hearing Chui Riyong's reason for coming, Li Qingqi couldn't help but pale in fright. After sending off Chui Riyong with endless gratitude, he immediately returned to the inner residence to find Li Longji. Ever since Li Longji had secretly returned to the capital, he had been living in his estate. Li Longji was also stunned by his big brother's explanation. Although he had long known that once Wei Empress stabilized the political situation, she would inevitably move against the Li clan, he had not expected the Wei party to move so quickly. Even more surprising to Li Longji was that the Wei clan's #1 thug, Zong Chuk, was actually so ambitious. Although Zong Chuk's plan sounded very absurd, upon careful thought, it was not impossible for it to succeed. If Empress Wei used the crime of murdering Emperor Xian and executed the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping on the spot, while the hearts of the people were wavering, Zong Chuk suddenly emerged as a new force and reversed the verdict for Li Tang's imperial clan, capturing the Wei party in one fell swoop and controlling the young son of heaven. Li Zhongmao, then, when he thought of the pros and cons, Li Longji couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. His big brother, Li Qingqi's estate, was next to Yang Fan's. Li Longji wanted nothing more than to immediately climb over the wall and tell Yang Fan of this astonishing news. Fortunately, at this moment, he still remembered Yang Fan's warning. No matter how urgent it is, you must meet at Yuzhen Temple. A ruler who is not secretive will lose his subject, and a subject who is not secretive will lose himself. Anything that is not secretive will lead to harm. Sen Lang must remember this. Li Longji did not know that Yang Fan was warning him like this because there was a traitor at Yang Fan's side, and that Yang Fan did not want to uncover the traitor too soon, so he was warning him like this. However, Li Longji strictly abided by this promise. Li Longji immediately disguised himself and hurried to Yuzhen Temple. Very quickly, a beautiful Taoist nun from Yuzhen Temple came out and rode an ox cart to Yang Fan's estate. When the news was delivered to the rear residence, Yang Fan was holding his second son Yangji's hand and teaching him how to write. When he heard that someone from Yuzhen Temple had come to invite him, Yang Fan knew that something big must have happened. He quickly handed his son over to Anu and hurried to Yuzhen Temple. In Yuzhen Temple, Li Longji was restless. When Princess Yuzhen saw this, she asked him about the inside story. Li Longji did not hide it and told his sister the truth. Princess Yuzhen was also burning with anxiety. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Fan finally arrived. Princess Yuzhen was aware of the urgency of the matter. Even though after she revealed her true feelings that day, Yang Fan did not avoid her visit for several days in a row, causing her to feel rather resentful, but right now it was not appropriate for her to talk about her love affair. Hastily, she invited Yang Fan into the quiet room. Li Longji told Yang Fan about the matter. Yang Fan was surprised and said, "Zongchuk, I really did not expect him to have such ambitions. There is also the Wu clan. They are unwilling to be left out." When Li Longji saw that Yang Fan was calm and composed, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Doesn't Erlang think that this matter is urgent?" Yang Fan glanced at him, from his face full of heroic spirit. It was as if he saw himself from 10 years ago. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Although the matter is urgent, we cannot be anxious. The more anxious we are, the easier it is to make mistakes." Li Longji said in admiration, "Longji has learned something. Erlang is the one who is capable of great things." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "If it was 10 years ago, I might have been even more impulsive than you. If you had experienced a few life and death situations, you would naturally be able to calm down." Yang Fan knocked on the table thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he raised his eyes and said, "We were originally going to take action. We are just one step ahead of time. There is no need to panic. 3 days later, we will make the first move." A smear of redness quickly spread to Li Longji's face. Li Longji clenched his fists and said excitedly, "I was waiting for you to say this. Then, let's make an appointment to fight to the death 3 days later." Yang Fan pressed hard on Li Longji's tender shoulders and said in a deep voice, "The net is going to be broken. We cannot die. The news must not be leaked. Wait until the day of the uprising. Then inform them." Li Longji was stunned and said, "Don't we need to let the people prepare in advance?" Yang Fan said, "What should we let them prepare? The first spurt of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. A life and death struggle. Victory or defeat is fated. That is all." Li Longji pondered over this sentence and nodded lightly. When Yang Fan walked out of the quiet room, he saw Li Qieying sitting there in a daze with a zither on her knees. Her fingers were on the strings, and she seemed to be thinking about something. Yang Fan looked at her deeply. In the end, he pursed his lips and strode towards the door. "Erlang!" Li Qieying suddenly woke up and hurriedly called out to him. Yang Fan stopped and turned around to look at her. Li Qieying gazed deeply at him, her beautiful eyes quickly overflowing with a layer of mist. "Erlang, take care." Yang Fan looked at her and slowly revealed a bright smile. He opened the door and walked out. In the dark of the night, in a small building in the backyard of the Yang residence, Yang Fan was wearing thin clothes and quietly leaning against the railing of the building, bathing in the frosty moonlight. Slowly walked over. She was wearing a soft and elegant snow-white robe. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, and her snow-white feet were bare. She was like a fairy condensed from the moonlight. She walked to Yang Fan's side and draped a robe over Yang Fan's shoulders. She said softly, "It's cold at night." Yang Fan tightened the robe and turned his head to look at the cold moonlight shone on Er's beautiful face. Her eyes were shining like stars. Yang Fan gently held her hand. Her hand was like soft jade, warm and smooth. Yang Fan said in a low voice, Make arrangements. That night in 3 days, you must be on duty in the palace." First frowned in confusion. Then her eyes slowly widened. Her gaze became nervous and excited. She held Yang Fan's hand tightly and said excitedly, "In 3 days, we are going to do something?" Yang Fan opened his arms and gently embraced her. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky and said softly, "In 3 days, no matter whether we succeed or fail, you will no longer be a bird in a cage. In the faint clouds and the bright moon, a large bird flew out of nowhere. It silently stretched its wings, as if it had grown a pair of wings for the bright moon. Chapter 1190. At the foot of Mount Lee, there was a huge indoor hot spring. This building was built according to the topography of the mountain. Half of the walls were made of mountain rock, and the other half was made of wood. Vines and ferns that liked warm and humid environments grew luxuriantly, and there were even colorful flowers blooming in the center. A hot spring was surrounded by an irregular pool of mountain rock. The water was extremely clear, but the surface was enshrouded in mist. A young girl's laughter could be heard from the mist, but it stopped abruptly. A beautiful girl covered her mouth as she walked out of the mist. She moved very slowly, as if afraid of causing a splash. Soon after, another beautiful girl appeared. She was also covering her mouth, but her eyes were smiling as she quietly moved out. They were both around 16 or 17 years old, with bright eyes and white teeth. Most importantly, their slightly immature, yet curvaceous and alluring bodies were completely naked. A man came out of the mist with his hands wide open. His eyes were covered with a black silk scarf that was slightly wider than his forehead. He pounced to the left and slashed to the right. The surging pool water surged endlessly, and the white mist spread out, making the attractive bodies of the two girls even more vaguely visible. Suddenly, the man seemed to hear something. He tilted his head to listen and then moved in a certain direction. Just as he took a few steps, he suddenly let out a loud roar and charged forward, his hand wrapped in a surging wave. "Huh, I've caught you. Let's see where you can run to now." The blindfolded man laughed proudly, but he soon realized something was wrong. He clenched his hand and felt that he was grabbing a boot. He hurriedly took off his blindfold and saw that it was a deerskin boot. The owner of the deerskin boots was a pretty and lovely girl. She stood beside the hot spring and looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. Her clothes were neat and tidy, and her green outfit made her look even more valiant and formidable. The man who had taken off his blindfold was Shunmu. Upon seeing this girl, Shunmu couldn't help but smile. "What, Gaia also wants to play hide and seek with me. Then why aren't you taking off your clothes?" The pretty girl blushed as she bowed and said, "Master, Jean Eyre has something important to discuss with you." Jean Eyre? Shunmu's lustful eyes immediately became clear. Jean Eyre was one of his secret guards. Shunmu had once given an order to the people around him. If Jean Eyre requests an audience, no matter when, you must report to him immediately. This was because Jean Eyre had a name that only he knew, Gouda. Shunmu walked out of the spring with a splash. On his third step, Gaia had already draped a large bath towel over his shoulders. Shunmu met Gouda in a small room outside. The room was very transparent, and there was a skylight at the top. The light was soft and bright, and there was a sliding door in front of him. The door was open, and what he saw was the dense forest on the other side. Shunmu was wrapped in a large bath towel and lying on a bamboo chair. Only when Shunmu was left in the reception room did Gouda pull down the green cloth covering his face. He took out a letter from his sleeve and presented it to Shunmu with both hands. Shunmu took the letter and examined the wax. He tore open the seal and took out the letter to read. Suddenly, he straightened his back and sat up. The bamboo chair under him creaked. "Erlang wants to clean the grass and kill the rabbit. Let's get rid of them all at once." Shunmu stood up and walked to the door with the letter. The bright sunlight shone on him, and his eyes were shining. Shunmu stared at the mountains on the other side. No one knew what he was thinking. The silent mountains faced him and seemed to be silently observing him. After a while, Shunmu suddenly turned around and said to Guda in a deep voice, "You reply to Erlang. I will do my best to cooperate." On the high mound where the Yang family planted precious flowers and plants, there was a pentagonal pavilion facing the Longqing Lake. Standing in the pavilion, one could see the beautiful scenery of the Longqing Lake. At this moment, Yang Fan and Run Wei were standing in the pavilion, one in front and one behind. Yang Fan had his hands behind his back and looked at the misty lake. Ren Wei stood behind him with his hands hanging down, one in front and one at the back, one with his hands behind his back and the other with his hands hanging down. It was clear who was the superior. The situation in the imperial court is getting worse and worse. Yang Fan said, "I see that Empress Wei has the intention to imitate Emperor Zetian. Once she ascends to the throne, she will definitely start with a massacre. She will get rid of Li Tang's imperial clansmen and loyal subjects. She will use the butcher's knife to establish her prowess in the world. When that time comes, I don't know how many people will be implicated. Fortunately, I have decided to stay out of this. However, it is inevitable that I will be implicated if I stay here. I have decided to resign from the imperial court and leave the imperial court completely. I will no longer be associated with any of the factions." Yang Fan turned his head and said to Ren Wei, "Immediately send out my orders. Order the southern border, Lu province, and Hebei to immediately launch an attack on all the hidden sects factions that have been investigated, no matter if it is a commercial war using military force or borrowing the power of the local authorities. In short, devour their factions, eliminate their manpower, and make them disappear completely." Ren Wei's heart shook, and his eyes suddenly revealed an excited expression. The sect patriarch had been accumulating power for a long time and finally decided to declare war on the hidden sect. Furthermore, this time, there wasn't even a probing attack. Once he made his move, it would be a killing blow that would leave no one behind. Ren Wei nervously swallowed his saliva and replied cheerfully, "Yes, this subordinate will do it immediately." Yang Fan turned his body completely and stared at him. He smiled and said, "The first place we will make our move will be Chang and City. 2 days later, we will mobilize all our forces in Chang and assassinate the important figures of the hidden sect during the night." Yang Fan said, "I know it won't be easy to assassinate their important figures, but you must do it at all costs. As long as we can eliminate 30% of their important figures that are hiding in Chang, and we will have the absolute advantage in this decisive battle." This subordinate understands. Run Wei used a powerful voice to reply, "The hidden sect has been rampant for a long time, and the sect patriarch is finally willing to retaliate. This action is very satisfying. I believe the entire sect will do their best. This battle will make the hidden sect submit to us. This battle must be fought beautifully. Take it as a welcome gift from me, who is preparing to step into the pugilistic world." "Ha ha ha!" Yang Fan laughed, and so did Ren Wei. "Ha ha ha!" At the foot of Mount Zhongnan, there was a clear lake. In the center of the lake, there was a small island that looked like a green snail. The island was covered in lush greenery, and there was a rugged and strange rock at the side of the island. Lu Binji was fishing on the strange rock when he suddenly received a secret letter from his subordinate. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. The fishing rod fell into the water and was dragged far away by a fat fish that bit the hook. It drew a white water line on the surface of the water, but Lu Binji didn't even take a look. He laughed crazily for a long time and suddenly burst into tears. "I have waited for it. I have finally waited for it." Lu Binji clutched the letter tightly and knelt on the ground as he cried loudly. When the guard that reported the news saw the sect patriarch kneeling down, he quickly took a few steps back and knelt on the ground. Lu Binji slowly lifted his head and looked at the undulating mountain range in the distance. His face was so distorted that it was terrifying. He gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother, I have painstakingly worked hard. I gave up the position of the clan patriarch and secretly accumulated my strength. I have waited patiently for so long. I have watched him being glorious and proud. Finally, this day has arrived. Everything that they took away from your hands, I want to take it back. I want Shen Mu and Yang Fan to die with everlasting regrets. Not only am I going to grind their bones into ashes, but I am also going to make their wives, concubines, and children be my Lu clan's servants for generations to come." Ha 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 ha. Lu Binji let out a series of crazy laughter, which caused the guard that knelt on the ground to shiver. Lu Binji suddenly turned around on his knees. His back was arched, and his forelimbs were on the ground. He looked like a wolf that was about to pounce and devour someone. His blood-red eyes stared fiercely at the terrified guard. He sternly ordered, "Immediately activate all the hidden forces we have hidden. We will take advantage of the obvious and hidden sects' mutual destruction to annihilate them in one fell swoop." The Yang residence was located at the Longqing Pond with the best scenery. The beautiful Longqing Pond was less than 100 feet away from the entrance of the Yang residence. There was a row of weeping willows beside the lake, and the shallow water area was a large lotus canal. Not only was the scenery elegant, but there were also a large number of fish in the water. It was a good place for fishing. There were a few fishermen by the lake, and they were all very familiar with Renwei. Those who often fished here had their own habitual spots. Renwei's fishing spot was under an old willow tree that was at least 50 years old. This weeping willow was very close to the lake. The lake water surged and lapped against the shore. After a long time, half of the weeping willow's roots were exposed. As a result, the roots that were submerged under the water grew many red roots, with many small shrimps growing inside. There was a protruding burl on the upper half of the root, which was shaped like a stump. It was suitable to lean against the weeping willow and sit on it to fish. That afternoon, Renwei came to the lake again. There were already 2 old men wearing bamboo hats sitting there with fishing rods in their hands. When they saw him, they warmly greeted him before turning their attention back to their fishing bobbing. Renwei sat down at his familiar spot and skillfully hung the bait. He cast the hook and watched the bobbing gently on the clear water surface. He lazily leaned against the willow tree trunk and said with a smile, "Uncle Wu, your 6th Lang is about to get married. Why is he still so carefree?" One of the fishermen stroked his beard and said with a smile, "This old man has 6 sons and 2 daughters. Now that my youngest son is about to get married, he can just ask his elder brothers and sisters to manage for him. Does this old man still need to worry about them?" As Renwei and the fisherman chatted and laughed, Renwei's left hand quietly reached for the thick root of the tree. There was a hole about the size of a fist on the ground. Renwei put 2 fingers in and quickly felt around. A square folded piece of paper fell into his palm. This movement was extremely secretive, and no one had noticed it. Even if someone was sitting right next to him and saw his movement, they could only think that he had touched the ground with his hands because of the cover of his sleeves. No one would deliberately explore this kind of tree hole. Even a mischievous child would be worried that there might be insects or mosquitoes inside. Moreover, the piece of paper wasn't stuffed into the tree hole, but nailed to the upper edge of the inside of the tree hole. Renwei calmly stuffed the piece of paper into his belt. He didn't leave immediately, but patiently continued to chat and laugh with his fishing friends. After about 2 hours, Renwei picked up a basket of fat fish and leisurely walked back to the Yang estate. Just as Rinwei entered the gates of the Yang estate, he saw Gu Er bustling out from the western courtyard. The moment he saw Rinwei, he smiled and said, "Brother Rin, you're back. I was just about to look for you. Lang has summoned us to meet in the study." When Rinwei heard this, he passed the fish basket to Menzi and smiled. "I'll give it to you. Go and stew a bowl of fish soup." Then he ignored Menzi's repeated thanks and followed Guer to the study. As the two walked, Guer lowered his voice and laughed. "Tonight is the time for us to launch an all-out attack on the hidden sect. I didn't expect Brother Run to still be in the mood to fish. You're so calm in the face of danger. You truly have the demeanor of a great general." Rinwei smiled. "Brother Gu is flattering me. I just like to relax my body and mind by fishing. Sect master often says that the more important a matter is, the calmer one must be. Right now, I'm trying my best to cultivate my composure. However, I'm still far from being able to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of me." As the two chatted and laughed, they arrived in front of the study. They saw Gu Da, Gu San, and Gu Zhang standing solemnly in front of the study. Rin Wei didn't expect that even Gu Zhang would be mobilized for tonight's operation. When he saw that Gu Zhang was here, Ren Wei hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. Ren Wei cupped his hands, but before he could say anything, he heard Gu Er laugh and say, "That's right. Betraying your master's kindness and forsaking righteousness for the sake of profit. After doing such a thing, Brother Rin should indeed be nervous." Before he finished speaking, Gu Zhang's expression darkened. He pointed his single arm at Rin Wei and shouted sternly, "Take him down!" Gu Da and Gu San moved to the left, and right as their hands pressed onto the hilt of their swords. Rin Wei was already shocked after hearing Gu Er's words. Just as he was about to make a move, he felt his back tighten as a sharp sword was already pressed against his back.